Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for day number 2 in Campus Rivals. My name is Juicy Brucey and I am with Ramon. Beautiful Friday for everybody. Mainit konti pero tag-ulan pa rin. A bit of a hope kasi may nakikita na akong konting rays of sunshine. Ikaw Ramon, kumusta ka naman sa iyong Friday ngayong harap?
Pretty good. Tapos na yung lunch na ako ng morning coffee as well. And I'm pretty excited kasi the LSU has proven last year that the barrier between yung collegiate at saka yung pro play is definitely non-existent na pare. Nakakaabot na ang mga bata para makaabot sa pinaka-tip-top shape in the local scene of Valorant. So I'm pretty excited for today's games pare.
Alright, yeah, yesterday, some sick games ang ating natunghayan. I think DLSU against Zenith Esports. Naging 2-1, gods can bleed. Zenith Esports has proven yesterday, but it comes to second series for yesterday. Medyo hindi maganda yung pangyayari on the side of the Vanguards. Ember Phoenix's fire just so hard to vanquish at that point. Pero Predator Gaming, by the way, is authorized to officiate Campus Rivals as an official tournament registered under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board in the Philippines. So ayun, thank you Gab. May mga kakilala ka ba doon, Ramon?
Ay, yung mga paborito ko si Kuya Gab, si Tito Gab at saka sina Paring Gab, yung mga paborito ko doon sa Games and Amusement Board talaga na laging sumusuporta sa local scene ng Predator Esports tournaments as well. So they've been a long-term partner for us for the longest time. So I'm pretty much grateful for them kasi this time around hindi na nagbabago para sa Campus Rivals.
Yeah, no, it's great. Gab has been very, very supportive to us in the back end all through it all. So thank you so much, Gab. At ayun na nga, sobrang daming pangyayari ngayon. And I think for today, we are going to be facing the lower brackets ba tayo ngayon? Ay, hindi! Upper brackets pa rin pala. Lower brackets pala. Ayun.
Lower bracket tayo,
Yan.
Juicy. Lower bracket tayo.
Naguguluhan na. Lower brackets na pala tayo kasi it was all upper brackets yesterday. So ayun, tingnan natin ang ating tournament overview para mas alam natin yung mga factual things, Ramon, no? Kasi yesterday, we just seen a lot. Pero paano nga ba nangyayari yung Campus Rivals? Ano nga ba yung stage 1 natin, Ramon?
Well, stage 1 dito naglalaban-laban na yung lahat ng universities and colleges all over the Philippines with only 2 qualifying legs per each game title. Yung Valorant na meron tayo ngayon at saka yung League of Legends as well on that part, single elimination. So every game really counted as much para sa lahat sa kanila. Where all the top 4 teams in each leg, they advance to the next stage kung saan na tayo ngayon, Brucey. We're in the playoffs right now. We're trying to battle it out in a double eliminations bracket in top 1 and 2 from those open qualifiers. Paglalaban yesterday dun sa upper bracket. At ngayon yung mga top 3 and 4 natin na makikita natin for today's video sa lower bracket natin ngayon, where all the top 3 teams on each leg will advance to the on-site finals, where all the hype is gonna happen to get that 200,000 peso prize pool all distributed evenly para magkaroon sila ng chance at saka ng opportunities.
Oh yeah, that's 200,000 prize pool up for grabs. And by the way, yung champion natin is going to get 50k. At hindi lang yan, they will get a direct invite to Predator League PH. So hindi na kailangan pumunta ng open qualifiers for Predator League. Pwede na silang dire-diretso talaga. So for all the teams right now, handang-handa sila. Ngayon, tingnan natin yung ating brackets in the tournament so far. Kung gaano na ba kalayo yung ating journey. Yesterday, pinag-usapan natin yung Green Aces versus Zenith na tamang 2-1 lang on Ember Phoenix and Vanguard's 2-0 quick matches on the last last series from yesterday. And right now, eto na yung pinakadihado na part ng tournament. Kasi kung sino man sa apat na teams ito ang matalo today, Ramon, sila ay magpapaalam na sa campus rival. Sino nga ba yung maglalaro today?
Maglalaban ang dalawang LPU colleges for that matter.
Woo!
Yung LPU Cavite lalabanan ang LPU Manila for this matter. Both Pirates, but on different sides of the Philippines right now. So talagang pretty much excited to see that lower bracket match coming into play. Whereas we also have yung main event natin, ang UST Teletigers versus MGS Clubs. Mapua versus UST, which honestly, may konting spicy matchup na to no? Narinig ko from the streets na medyo revenge match to para sa Mapua. So there is gonna be a possibility for that upset, pero Teletigers, they definitely have a stride coming into this.
Oh no, Teletigers is one of the most staple names in the collegiate scene even after before Campus Rivals. Sobrang dami ng experience ng Teletigers. They are one of the teams that have been called the uncrowned kings when it comes to Valorant Collegiate. So parang this might be the time na pwede silang gumawa ng Cinderella story or Cinderella run over at lower brackets, but we still can't discredit yung MGS clubs if they can get the revenge match. But going on, this is our tournament bracket. So for all you guys out there, sa mga nanonood, manood lang kayo and always support your teams. And eto na nga, we have a different set of map pools for Campus Rivals. First, we'll be having Ascent, Haven, Icebox, Lotus Pearl, Split, and Sunset. Konti lang kaalaman. Yesterday, Ramon, sobrang daming maps na nalaro natin. We only have around 3 maps na hindi nalaro, which is Icebox, Pearl, and then Split. So I'm really hoping that we can see these. But all of these maps, Ramon, anong mapa yung gusto mong makita for today?
Honestly, I'd love to see a little bit more Icebox play coming into this just because it's a really good send-off then, since in the next patch, hindi na rin makikita yung Icebox in this map pool in particular. So a lot of teams, especially in this tournament, they have a lot of legacy team compositions that really is still a game changer pagdating dito sa Icebox map. So yung mga double innies natin, yung mga double sentinel comps, definitely gonna be prevalent. That's not gonna be prevalent in the map of Corrode in my particular eyes. So definitely gonna be excited for that matter. Yung Pearl pwede din kung gusto makita ng mga double duelist comps na naging very much popular when it comes to the international play as well. So for Campus Rivals, these two maps are on my eyes, but honestly, kahit saan naman siguro pwede mag-frag outs yung ating mga Campus Legends natin eh.
I mean, they are one of the best of all the college people in the Philippines. Hindi lang pag-aaral, kundi laro din yung inaatupag nila wherein it's responsible gaming. Ika nga, so coming up next is the Battle of the Seas, which is Cavite and what's the other?
Manila.
Manila. There you are.
LPU Manila and LPU Cavite, I believe.
Oh, there you go. So parang it's the Battle of Pirates. Sino nga ba yung tunay na descendant ni Jack Sparrow? Yun yung tanong natin dito. Sino yung may curse na Black Pearl? Sino yung mamamatay at sino yung mananaig? This is our lower bracket first match. So, ikaw naman, this is an elimination match by the way sa lahat ng nanunood dyan. So, kung ikaw ay taga Cavite or ikaw ay taga Manila, just support your teams. Hashtag LPU Pirates win. Walang talo. Pirates silang dalawa eh. Pero anyway, Ramon, from yesterday's matches, let's talk about them before we dabble into the current match that we have today. Ano ba isa sa mga highlights na naalala mo yesterday? Oh, meron pala. Makakausap pala natin to.
Ay, ito. I mean, for the matchups yesterday kasi, it was very interesting kasi we saw the peak of the LSU, but I'm still hoping that a lot of things catch up because they really set the high, really bar pagdating doon sa laro natin.
Okay, so speaking of our current matches today, we do have the lineup of LPU Cavite. Tingnan natin yung mga players natin dito and look at that. They're all getting super ready. Parang ito yung mga players na ready to prove kung sino nga ba yung mas malakas, Manila ba or Cavite. And these Pirates out here are in the composition of Chigs, Nebu, Nalim Ayar, Justin, and El Karim. So this miracle ata yun na binaliktad eh. So here they are. Let's check them out live into their battle stations as they heading over to the first set. Ayun, smile naman kayo dyan! Ayan, tamang ngiti lang. Si Tropa, naglalaro ata siya ng stop dance. Ano yung mannequin challenge dati?
Hindi siya nagalaw eh. Medyo, hindi ko alam kung nahihiya siya or medyo nag-load up pa siya into the screen. Pero, interestingly, si LPU Cavite, yung Liceo Esports Cavite na meron tayo ngayon, they've been playing second fiddle to LPU Pirates Manila for the longest time as well. So, for them, this is gonna be a match wherein we're gonna try to get out of the shadow of LPU Manila kasi the pro players that we have for both of these teams, there's a comparison talaga. Pero in my eyes, they have all the talent and the potential to actually breach out of that second fiddle. So if ever we do see that game-winning play from let's say Esports Cavite, then this will be that a possibility. Pero we'll never know kasi yung LPU Pirates Manila medyo mainit din yung lineup nila pare.
Oh, they are very experienced as a team then. They're like one of the staple names here over at the side of the collegiate scene. So para LPU Manila, it's high time for them to prove na sila yung top 1 Pirates into their very own alma mater. So on the side naman of Cavite, as you have said, a lot to prove. And Campus Rivals might be their platform to really prove themselves out. But with the Manila scene, parang iba pa rin eh. If you think about it, you've been fighting up against the giants like DLSU, like Green Aces, or Virtus Arcus from before. They've been fighting with Loyola Gaming or LG from Ateneo. So when it comes to just experience alone, LPU Manila really has it in the bag.
They do. Especially with the talent of the players that we have for LPU Manila as well. Once we talk about them a little bit more, I know. But for Cavite, di naman sila nagkakaubusan when it comes to the talent as well. We have Rai Milan as well as Miracle at saka si Nebu na I'd say veterans as well pagdating dito sa mga laruan natin on Predator Gaming as well. Nakapaglaro na sila sa Predator League. They already know the structure of the tournament as well. So talagang hindi sila siguro may nanervyos pagdating sa server, but it is a different challenge kapag kalaro mo yung mga fellow collegiate players din ninyo. So we'll see pare kasi sometimes the meta will be all no more different once you head on into the server mamaya.
Very correct there, Ramon. And right now, let's check out LPU Manila. We have been discussing them as much as we can. And here we have it, their very own lineup here, the Manileños. You got Gabi Diz, Migs, XTY, Trixwash, or LRS1. This is your Manileño Pirates. Kung sino nga ba yung mas mananaig dito? What's a background of LPU Manila Pirates, Ramon?
See, the thing about LPU Pirates Manila is that they're also pretty active sa laruan ng mga tournaments dito sa Philippines when it comes to collegiate. Pero individually, as players, they have also had a lot of rich history and experience when it comes to playing in VCT as well. So, hindi sila nervyos as you may already know, but they also have the mechanics and accolades to back it up. They recently have won a collegiate tournament as well na I believe is also in the same tournament as UST Tele Tigers as well as MGS Spades as well. So, they're not a team to be messed with pagdating dito sa laruan, but there is a reason kung bakit nakababa sila sa lower bracket. So I'm looking towards yung tatlong players nila na makapag-build ng synergy. Yun yung 3 main callers na meron sila, si XT, si Gabi Dis at saka si Yor, na lahat sila may IGL experience where they can all combo up to have a lot of synergy with Migs, their superstar player na duelist na matagal na kinakatakutan ng mga players sa server.
Oh well, ba't hindi siya binan? Looks like there, a lot of history from all these players. They do have the experience as you have said. So parang eto ngayon, the bigger question is, sinong Pirates nga ba? Kahit paulit-ulit na ito sasabihin natin, sinong Pirates nga ba yung mananaig? Pero again, this is the lower brackets for all of them, right? So since this is lower brackets, kung sino yung matatalo dito, it's already a bye-bye for them on Campus Rivals. But huwag mag-alala kasi ang sabi ni Predator League, 100 years daw natin itong gagawin. So don't worry. Pero all the best pirate wins. Ito yung kailangan nilang mahanaman. For all of you guys out there, by the way, if you want to be like these players and getting that main character energy, all you have to do is get activated with a laptop that is built for whatever is next. No limits, just vibes. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive #AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pinned post. Yun yung kailangan mo gawin. Ikaw, Ramon, anong gusto mo makuha dyan sa mga nakikita natin sa baba?
I want to get an Acer Predator Helios Neo 16 kasi yan yung isa sa mga pinakamalakas na gaming laptops on the market as well. No? I can play Valorant all throughout the day kung saan ko man gusto. Kung gusto ko maglaro sa bahay, cafe, at saka sa kung saan man with the best performance possible.
Right, so there it is. Gusto ko lang naman sa Predator yung pagmamahal nila.
Kamuti naman. Kaya tayo na dito, Juicy Brucey, pare.
Mahal na mahal tayo ni Predator. Pero ayun na nga, if you want to get the main character energy, just get it. And then you get like your #AcerDay 2025 rewards. But speaking of the game that we have currently, we're heading into the map Vito. Tingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung pipiliin ng mga mapa ng Pirates pala tong dalawa. And there you have it. We're seeing Ascent, Haven, and if we are going to game number 3 here, Ramon, we will see the icebox that you have been looking for. Too bad, Pearl's not yet making an appearance. However, let's talk about Ascent. Ascent as a map. Ano bang meron sa mapa na to? And what is like your predictions sa makikita nating lineups? And like, what's the most common play here?
See, the thing about this map in particular is that it's one of the oldest maps to build like a really good strat on kapag ka nagsistart ka as a team. Any team that wants to start off fresh, which is very popular sa mga collegiate teams kasi nagmi-mix lang kayo at nagsiscrims lang ng random players, madaling ipag-strat yung Ascent kasi A-short is one of the most popular ways to approach this map on the attacking side, and the retake is also one of the strongest points as well if you want to build your team synergy as a whole. So yun yung isa sa mga pinapraktisan ng mga collegiate players natin, and it's also a good thing as well for both teams kasi isa to sa mga pinaka-popular map picks nila sa lahat ng collegiate tournaments nila. So Ascent, Haven naman para sa LPU Pirates, in my opinion, with defender side being started by Liceo, is a good call for them. On defending side, Haven is very much, I'd say, underrated when it comes to the timing and the pace of the game itself. Kapag na-recognize mo kung saan sila mag-rotate, kung na-recognize mo kung saan yung mga butas ng mapang ito, kasi sa sobrang daming entrances na pwede mong kunin as a team. So pretty much a respectable first two maps na meron tayo dito, where Icebox being the cherry on top just shows that this will be a banger BO3 to watch out for sa pera ng ating teams.
Some legacy plays yung makikita natin with the map picks from both Pirates, no? It's Ascent and Haven. Isa sa mga, one of the oldest maps that we have over at Valorant, and we've seen Ascent play yesterday na parang yung mga galawan na nakikita natin sa Ascent, it's very different, na parang sometimes teams take it super slow. I think it's a new meta na nakikita natin ngayon on the collegiate scene, na parang instead of going in a firepower match, na parang, Ascent is one of those maps where you just go guns blazing, right? But then the way it was played yesterday, it was very different from the Ascent that we were used to. Mas relaxed and more composed yung teams natin. However, we do want to see how the Pirates are going to be taking over the first map for today with Ascent. I'm really hoping that we see some good traps from Cypher. But what I was surprised with yesterday, Ramon, wala tayong masyadong nakikitang Killjoy over at Ascent, which is one of the more staple picks into this map. What do you think of that?
Actually, napapansin ko din yan eh. I think a lot of teams favor yung parang, hindi ko masabing supportive utility. Actually, mas aggressive pa nga yung Cypher compared to everything else. In pro play as well, internationally, a lot of teams are picking up more Chamber rather than the Killjoy kasi the Killjoy utility is a little bit more easier to manipulate. Pwedeng may isang lurk, pwedeng may dalawa pa lang nagpo-push up sa'yo. If sometimes the Killjoy will be aggressive, he puts the turret doon sa may B main, he peeks off of it, magugulat na lang siya na hindi lang palang isa yung nakasira ng turret na yun. No? So that's one of the instances na pwedeng manipulate yung Killjoy in that important aspect, which is why a lot of teams want a little bit more of another, let's say, aspect of a Sentinel, which is yung aggressiveness ni Chamber, how he manages the economy, o kaya yung kung gaano ka self-sufficient ni Cypher. You can leave him on one side while everybody else could just do their own thing, which is basically what Killjoy can only do half-baked sa parehong aspect.
Right, I think it's a matter of the AOE on the utilities, wherein you have a Killjoy, mas maliit yung coverage ng utilities mo, so that's going to be a problem, right? So may sinabi si Direk, di ko narinig. Sorry, Direk. Tawagan mo nga ako ulit. Okay. Sige, sabi ni Direk, excited lang daw siya. So yun, masyado siyang masaya. So ayun na nga, this is going to be our first match for today. It's going to be Ascent, one of the better maps that we've been seeing so far in the scene. I think also going back into the Killjoy point, wherein a lot of questions were being asked yesterday, but hindi siya isa sa mga ginagamit. I think one of the reasons why Sova is like one of the staple picks in this map, right? So para mas sobrang mabilis masira yung utilities mo. Like one Hunter's Fury away, your turret is down already. So parang ayun, maybe the Pirates have a different type of pick here. Let's see kung ano yung meta yung pipiliin nila. Pero like aside from the Sentinels, let's talk about duelists this time, Ramon. Sino yung isa or dalawa sa mga duelists na ini-expect mong makita sa Ascent?
Well, it's either gonna be a Jet or a Neon, right? Kasi si Jet talagang prevalent yung play niya ever since Ascent has been born. Talagang mabilisan lang yung mga up impact na meron kayo kapag ka may first blood ka nakukuha with that big gun talaga. While Neon is a staple pick for one of these teams right here, si Migs para dito sa LPU Manila as well. So pretty much those two duelists are what's on my mind when it comes to the duelist picks dito sa map natin.
Alright, so there are a lot of points that we have discussed here, pero ayun na nga muna, Ramon. Sobrang magiging mainit yung laban, pero papahinga muna tayo konti. Gusto nating mag-relax yung players. Warm up muna. We will be taking a very, very short break. Huwag kayong aalis. Campus Rivals will be back with the first match.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
And we're back here at Campus Rivals day number 2, still with Juicy, Brucey, and Ramon. This is your first lower bracket match on day number 2 of Campus Rivals. Again, this is the Manila and Caviteños battle for the best pirates here in our very first lower brackets match. And ayun na nga, meron na tayo nalaman na map vetoes natin. We're going into Ascent first, Ramon. And finally, we're about to hop into the game. Now, let's talk about, what do you call this? Yung parang mga expectations natin into this map. A while ago, we did dabble around agent compositions. Aside from that, we did talk about best duelist. Now, let's head on over to the controller role. Sino nga ba yung isa sa mga pinakamaganda na controller over at Ascent?
Well, most likely mapapansin natin yung mga Omen, yung mga mapipick dito sa matchups natin. I think sa mga first years ng Valorant lang tayo nakakita ng Brimstone at saka any other type of controller na meron tayo dito. Yung Viper, we can play very well into it kapag synergized well kayo as a team, pero it's gonna require a lot of communication and a lot of synergy when it comes to that kasi sa kung gaano ka daming kailangang mechanics when it comes to the Viper role, but it is very well handled. High risk, high reward yung kanyang pick kapag kinuha yun into consideration as well. Yung Clove pwede din kung gusto mo ng aggressive player. If you remember Fall X from the days of old dito sa VCT, talagang napakabilis lang na tinitake niya yung mid space kapag ka naka-Clove ka, basta i-smoke lang niya yung mid bottom as well. So that's one of the things that I'm looking out for, but Omen is still gonna be a popular pick.
Yeah, I think also to bank off that Clove pick, no? Parang isa to sa mga out-of-pocket picks from the international teams then, especially on like the competitive scene. Kasi Clove, you can always play this as a flex duelist eh. Na parang you have your second life with the ultimate. If you get a lot of frags, you get to use your ultimate as much as you can, allowing you to close out games or even do retakes probably. Kahit mag-sacrifice ka ng isang round or like isang part ng playstyle mo, then you die and resurrect again. It's a lot easier to play that out. Also, one of the agents that I'm really looking forward to. But ayun na nga, we did also mention that both Manila Pirates really have their own star players. Then a while ago off cam, we did mention Gabby Diz, who's also one of the more experienced players going into this match. I think he was a member of VCTPH or VCL competitors dati from the team Rank LQTs, and if I'm not mistaken, he used to play for Talon also. So parang he is one of their best controllers. So parang ayun na nga, with Gabby Diz as a player, do we expect veterancy to be one of the key highlights for the Manileño Pirates here?
Of course. He's weathered the storm when it comes to those hardest games talaga. I remember on the Escape Gaming Lounge campus tourney that he's had, he won that out with a freaking comeback, bro. Talagang this tells you the mental resiliency that this guy has been through sa lahat ng mga teams na nakalaro niya, and I'm very much expecting that his veterancy is gonna come into play here, especially playing with younger players katulad nitong si Migs na masabi natin na nakakatakot nga sa server, pero in terms of experience, in terms of losing nga din, hindi siya nakakatikim masyado when it comes to that aspect. So we'll see if magiging malaking factor yon dahil dito. Kasi Gabby Diz talagang malakas yung laruan niya. Maganda yung kanyang calling, maganda din yung kanyang style as a leader. But now that he's kind of stepped back into that role and giving you that team captain role, talagang mapapadali siya when it comes to him playing on the server mamaya.
I mean, if hindi ka team captain, all you have to do is frag out and really wait for like commands. If not, you go and be very independent on your very own place and maybe deliver the win. That's one of the things wherein a lot of the burden has been taken out of you. Maybe that's something that we're going to be looking forward to Gabby Diz. Pero on the side naman of the Caviteño Pirates, what's one way to go around the Manileño Pirates? What's one way for them to answer into that star power that they have?
The good thing that they're picking the Ascent map, or at least giving the opportunity to play this Ascent map, is that LPU Pirates, at least in the Manila division, have had a lot of VODs of that Ascent game. So hopefully nakapag-prepare sila, nakakuha sila ng mga creative strats na pwedeng ipang-surprise yung mga players natin over at the Manila side of LPU. I think if they put Nebu on a role that will possibly mix things up, kasi yung mga double duelist comps natin, yun yung parang madali na ma-predict eh. And Nebu is usually the type of player that will pick up yung Reyna role. What if we give him a role that will actually shake the things up? Katulad ng Clove na pinag-uusapan natin kanina, which honestly can turn games around kapag nakuha niya yung groove niya sa mga laruan natin, especially with the timings that Clove can actually offer into the server mamaya.
Right. Hindi ba magiging problema though? It's a bit of a double edge, right? Na parang you are a very experienced team, pero if you are the opponents, there's a lot of research that you could do with them, right? So parang isa yan sa mga problema with these already long-standing teams wherein may playbook ka na sinusunod eh. So it's a lot easier for them to read. Now, you did talk about Reynas and Agent going into Ascent. Isa ba siya sa madali na duelist a better pick than going into your regular Jets? Is it better or should you opt for like the classic Jet on Ascent instead of a Reyna?
While the reward is high, the risk is high as well then on that level as well. Right, while Reyna is a really good pick when it comes to aggressive players, katulad nga ni Migs at saka ni Nebu, there's not really a lot of... the margin for error is a little too high then as well. And with that said, kapag hindi maganda yung laruan ng Reyna nyo, edi hindi din siya masyado magta-thrive din with her utility. With just one blind, nakaka-nerf lang din sa patch natin in the current patch of Valorant ngayon. Na nabawasan nga yung health na kanyang flash, mas madali na counter yung utility na mababato ng Reyna. So usually, kapag ganito, maglalaro ka na lang ng leader ISO o kaya yung isa mga bagong agents nakakalabas lang ng Valorant, which is Waylay. We've already seen a lot of play then as well sa international play. So hopefully a lot of teams already know how to integrate yung agent na to into the lineup. But I guess in this aspect, I don't think Reyna is something that we can expect sa Campus Rivals unless gusto nila.
I mean, it's a matter of comfortability rin sa players. If they want to pick that out, be our guest. But eto na nga, ang dami natin na mention with agent compositions, even with the team players na sino yung mga star players for both teams. The question right now is, ano nga ba yung predictions nating dalawa? I want to start it off here na parang, okay, ito by the way, since si Ramon, yung bagong classmate natin na transferee going into Campus Rivals, yung predictions natin dito, Ramon, is already into the series. So ayun na nga, we have mentioned a lot of LPU Manila Pirates, yung isa sa mga better. But I think this time, since there's a lot of playbook to be given out here, I'm gonna be giving this to the Caviteños 2-1. Yun yung prediction ko. Ikaw, ano na naiisip mo dito?
Magkakaiba tayo, Brucey. And I think the difference will be on how close the games will be. And for me, the Manila Pirates for me actually have a vast amount of experience to get the leg up dito sa matchup natin. And I know that Migs will dominate on the server. So it's a 2-0 for me in favor of LPU Manila's Pirates.
Wow, so it's a 2-0. Ganun kabilis. I mean, we did see already a 2-0 from yesterday, and my predictions have been very bad after that series 2 from yesterday's matches. So ayan nga. Let's see if 2-1 nga ba or 2-0. We will see if it is the time for the Caviteños to step out of the shadows away from the Manileño spotlight. So there you have it. Those are our predictions for you guys out there na nanonood sa ating live stream over at the Predator Gaming page. All you have to do is hashtag put in your winning team na napili nyo. At sino pupusuan nyo? Hopefully, na marami na nag-good luck or like na nag-GLHF sa mga kaklase na dito. Ikaw, Ramon, have you ever had a friend who's been playing in the pro scene for the longest time? And kumusta naman sila?
Oh yeah, actually lalaro siya mamaya in the second series from the Mapua side, si Dignified, na matagal ko na siya nakakast at matagal ko na nga din siyang nakikita light up into the server, not only in the collegiate aspect but also in Predator League. He was this close to going to LAN, pero hopefully he actually goes the far distance pagdating dito sa lower bracket.
Alright, so once again, a reminder so everybody, this is lower brackets, matatalo mag-goodbye na at eto na nga, Ramon, both of the agents that we were really thinking of, both Clove and Waylay are making their appearance on Ascent. Well, I guess this is gonna change up the facts when it comes to our predictions already. Pero now let's discuss this one. There is an elephant in the room, which is your Deadlock from the Manileños. What is with Deadlock as an agent? Why is he viable? She viable on Ascent?
She's very viable in an aspect where you could kind of make the site a little bit more fortified in the anchoring aspect but not in the retake scenarios, unless you count yung Deadlock nade, which a lot of teams like to heavily prioritize because of the recent buff kung saan laging lang nagre-recharge yung kanyang magiging grab net every 30 seconds. So it won't pay that one off pagdating dun sa mga rounds natin. Pagdating sa mga later games, mga later rounds, dun pa lang siya magkakaroon ng medyo buff when it comes to the retake scenarios, but she heavily shines when it comes to rush compositions like LPU Pirates Manila have as well. So a Waylay composition, double ini, yung is mga pinakamalaking counters lang dito is if tama lang yung mga timings ng Nightly Gabi Dis. Because that will very much shut down yung kahit anong mga setups ng parehong si Miracle at saka ng Cypher ng LEC Pirates. But that is also a one-off talaga, no? Pag nasira na yung knife, kapag na-counter na yung knife, edi wala rin. The site will be heavily structured, and that's the winning condition for LEC Pirates talaga on the defending side, which hopefully it does work out in the end for them.
Yeah, isa rin yun sa naging problema. When we saw that KO already taken out by LPU Pirates, parang isa yan sa nagsha-shutdown ng any entries that you can do. I mean, imagine, you get to suppress, you get the information kung ilang agents yung magiging makalaban mo on a specific site. So, I think that will be a bit of a nail in the coffin for them, but we'll see kung paano tayo shutdown ng LEC Pirates. But really looking forward to this Clove pick of them. I really want to see this as your very own battle Clove. Maybe that's the gameplay that they're going here for. But again, going up against a KO, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Now, we do see Waylay on LPU Pirates, a very mobile agent when it comes to being the duelist. Do you see him just TPing backwards already? Ano nga ba yung pwedeng magiging galaw ng LPU Pirates here? Is it better to attack as Waylay on A side, B side, which is the more preferable side if you're a Waylay, a duelist in a sense?
Well, kasi kapag ka defender ka as a Waylay, it's kind of a difficult spot for you unless you actually ask for a lot of util, which normally a lot of duelists like to play on defense, but playing with that initiator util talaga. Yung magiging challenge na lang dito is Migs, if Migs can step up to the plate with that Waylay pick, kasi masyadong mataas yung skill entry point na meron ang isang Waylay player.
It is.
Buti na lang at nabuff siya ni Riot recently, kaya I'm hopefully seeing that Migs will actually shine with this agent, which he usually does kasi nakita na natin yung niya before.
Right. I mean, if you think about it, it's a lot easier. Pero eto na nga, we are going to be starting our first lower bracket match of day number 2 of Campus Rivals. This is LPU Pirates versus LEC Pirates. Ang matatalo, mag-goodbye na dito sa Campus Rivals. So everybody watching over there, don't forget to put in your hashtags, hashtag LEC win or hashtag LPU win, para masuportahan mo ang favorite teams nila. This is Juicy Brucey together with Ramon. Let the games begin. And here we are on the pistol round. Ramon, sobrang excited ako dito kasi this is just day number 2 at nakikita na natin yung mga out-of-pocket picks coming from all these players in the collegiate scene.
See, one of the things that I'm very much happy about is that we kind of expected the new picks to come out. We're kind of bored with the double initiator comp with the Killjoy utility
Super.
na pwede as the only sentinel. Kasi yun yung lagi yung pinaplay all throughout which has been the staple pick for Ascent. Now with this double sentinel comp na meron for LEC Pirates, we're hopefully seeing some variety when it comes to that second half. But I guess some creativity is also up into play pagdating dun sa grab that ni Miracle mamaya as we're heading on into that B main push na meron sila on towards that attacking side.
Okay, medyo pangit nga lang yung read natin dito on A site, no? On Gabby Diz, the information giver on the side of LPU is where kung saan pinaka-empty yung site natin. But on the side of LPU Pirates, they're converging over to markets already as they're moving it forward.
What a good recon. That's a beautiful way to shut down their entry. They still get themselves the spike though, as they now plan towards a 3 versus 5 retake where LPU Pirates Manila will have to play this with all the numbers in their favor. Trix2 Wash gets that first early pick on the post plant itself. Shigs, he's waiting for the perfect moment to strike out of the smoke as Malay Rian able to get that double kill. Yan nga lang, everybody from LEC Pirates are gonna get shut down immediately with an LPU retake that works out in the end.
Oh, there you go. As we have said this before, iba nga yung playstyle ng LPU Pirates. So instead of camping over at B, they all clumped up over at mid. Once it happened, a good recon to give out information already into the defending teams. Again, inside the smoke, naging double-edge pa nga yung smoke ng Clove natin dito, no? Na parang yun yung nagiging visibility impairment ng LEC Pirates kung saan they were instantly taken out at about. Tatlo lang pumasok sa site and it's so hard to keep that defense going for the attackers already on that round.
Yeah, and it's an XT classic as well, where you could normally see him play outside of the setup of the attack talaga. So he's expecting that they have to play inside of the smoke while they still have that Sova. The smoke is not a very safe haven for them as Migs is just pushing with that Outlaw, already taking himself down si Raya Milan to get that early first blood dun sa may beam in extremity. Max up for now thanks to one of the signatures na meron dito ang Waylay to get themselves that first blood.
Quick outlaws dito. Iba yung playstyle na pinapakita ng dalawang teams na to, no? LPU Pirates, even though they won already their pistol round, hindi sila kumukomit ng full buy. They only have your very own duelist na si Waylay getting that outlaw. Being pretty defensive here, but as of the moment, it's a yard down already. And XTY, sobrang kuhang-kuha niya yan with that bulldoge out and about. Tanggal agad yung deadlock.
Talagang safe play lang para dito sa defensive side nila. They're playing to the strengths of the team comp, which normally is to try to stake away all the information that can be dealt on by the Caviteños talaga, you know? So, another really shot from Migs. You expect them to do this every game talaga. Be aggressive. and push on into the extremities as well. So it's all going to be about Jigs right now. Spotted on the short and eventually will get taken down by LRS1 to get that 2-0 para sa LPU Manila to start things off.
Manila looking really great now. Now, by round going into Pirates. Yung isang problema lang with Pirates ngayon is wala sila masyadong information giver eh. Your Cypher's playing as an attacker, so all he has to do is wait for like lurkers. But yung playstyle na pinapakita so far ng ating defenders, hindi sila masyadong nag-overextend and they just wait for the pushes coming from the attackers. So ayun na nga, wala masyado when it comes to agent compositions on the side of LEC. Hindi sila makakuha ng proper pick-offs until that information is given. Now let's see kung paano nga ba yung entry ni Justin dito with his jet. Paranoia
Talaga nga
commence.
naman. At least, I'm gonna use that utility to try to stop them in the tracks, but Ryan Milan is starting strong. Migs already shadowing in towards the site. And already that refract looking much more promising. Deals it off to Justin to make it a 3 versus 4. Already trying to hammer down in that beam in extremity as they back up for now to take that mid-side push. Gabby Des spotted, outlaw in hand, kills off Nebu to get themselves at least at BB3.
Oh, this is bad already. This is not looking great for LEC. I mean, this is already their buy round. Tapos hindi sila, they don't know if they got the advantage here as Shigs gets a wall bang over to XTY. And that's 2 versus 2. Pero nga lang si Miracle natin, very low as it turns into a 1v1, an Outlaw versus a Vandal. Actually, buhay pa nga si Miracle.
Kaya nga eh. Ang ganda ng rotation nila. Na-catch nila yung Heaven player na si Migs. That actually relieves a lot more of that pressure that started in that mid-side push as Gabby Des. Law in hand lamang.
Wow.
Spots one, gets the double kill.
Wow.
On 3K for Gabby Des to start the 3-0 rampage for LPU Manila. What a beautiful retake for the solo KO. What a way to start things strong on this LPU derby, Brucey.
Veterancy, brother. Gabby Diz really able to get those shots, make a count. He does have an outlaw, however, meron siyang Phantom on site, picks it up at the perfect moment. And also one of the highlights here is Biggs, that very aggressive playstyle from the refract. Pasok agad sa mid and then just go back. That's the playstyle that you're looking for, Waylay. Kanina sobrang defensive ng laro nila. Ngayon, they're more very aggressive and it's really paying out for them. And Gabby Diz though, look at that swing. What a quick peek from him. Just skewers the deal for LPU Pirates already.
The 5 kills that
Operator
Migs already
agad.
start things. Already gets the operator. May pambili na for the big guns for the young kid. And already he is making his presence known dito sa server natin as he is being feared by so many people on the local scene as he starts things strong. Then so mid-link gets the shot kay Chigs. And already because he has the space, he can have no time to actually push one to E short as LEC nasa loob na ng A site. XTY, the only anchor on the site, already deals himself dito kay Ryan Milan. And another dito kay Justin is already inside of the site. Double kill for Justin as well. He has to go back in towards Hellion nga lang. Gabby Des already with the response to make it a 1 versus 3 para kay Ryan Milan.
Oh, so medyo iba yung communications na nangyari with LEC eh. They committed so far at A, pero they do know they're going to go for the lurk. Oh, here comes the sheriff with the stinger only. This is going to be a free plant. At the very least naman, meron silang credits sa mga kuha on this round.
All that he can
But
hope
let's
for
see. Winnable
is
pa rin, ha?
somebody pushes to him. At least yun na lang hinahantay natin sa kanya, you know. Very much it's impossible na kasi Chris to watch. Good utility. And the Waylay are already inside of the site as well. Spotted, scanned, upshot, not gonna connect. The Stinger gonna do help with that. As remember, meron pa kasing sheriff dito. It's gonna be a 1 versus 2 for Ryan Milan. Low on HP. And knows that Gabby Dis is just gonna stick on into the
He's
spike.
sticking it.
Probably gonna get the work window. He does with a double kill. And Gabby Dis
no.
dinidefuse na lang niya. Yun nga lang. It won't be the reload that cost him his life. Tricks to washed. He is a pro for a reason. And pros don't fake with a 4-0 to start things for LPU Manila.
Oh, that looked so great for Ayar already. Meron siyang Hunter's Fury. Decided not to commit it. Again, 1v1 na sana yun eh. I don't think narinig niya yung tap ng spike doon. Parang na-cover siya with the reload sound. Parang hindi niya nakuha yun. So he decided to reload. And ayun, pros don't fake. Just Pirates. Really, LPU Pirates pala itong dalawa. LPU Pirates committing the defuse and running out this round already. Wipe out, per credits are good. Another operator for your duelist.
Siyempre.
The duelist.
Just as a... Kaya nga eh, gusto niya mga pagbakbakan pagdating sa server natin as it will be the Hunter's Fury. Ryan Milan's just gonna try to get the pick off in time, but good thing that the mobile agent that he is, the Waylay, is gonna go back towards safety. Does have the refract, so kapag gusto pa niyang kumuha ng isa pang pick off, eh meron pa siyang papabalikan. But good thing, LEC are just gonna go back towards B main.
Okay, good scan. Nasira agad. Okay, shock dart will be off the mark. Very different playstyle here from LEC Pirates. The dash in forward from Jet tries to go for the headshot. Trix gets it as he tries to go back. Wall backs from Nebu.
At least another one for Ryan Milan as well. So the execute is looking pristine so far para sa attack nila. As forces the 3 versus 4 retake. Mig still has that operator. He can swap back in towards another rifle if he chooses, pero masyado atang malayo para makuha yung possibility na yun. Paranoia out as well. But the retake looking not as promising as the usual rounds. Looks like Nebu has an opportunity. He spots one, probably the second, gets a double kill, and with another reload, he gets a triple kill. It's all on to Migs, the star player. But can he clutch up a 1v3 with less than 20 HP? He cannot. A miracle has been done to his head. And a 1-4 so far for LEC as they try to get themselves that first round.
Yeah, no HP there for Migs. Valiant effort from the duelist to try and retake that site. Pero eto na nga, Trix though with a really unfortunate wall bang just in the perfect line of sight. Patay na patay siya doon. And if you think about it though, the Cafeteños after this plant, maganda yung placement nila eh. 2 in both house, 1 on grounds. So parang mas madali na sa kanila to go for any retakes. And again, they're only up against 1 duelist. Now it's a pistol round for LPU, bonus round for Pirates already on LEC. Mas magiging madali to. All you have to do is not lose this round.
The aggressiveness from Ryan Milan and Nebu now finally showing his true colors talaga. As with that
Tsaka
beam
doon din
in
natin
execute.
nakita, no? Yung parang advantage ng Deadlock. So much time was bought without wall. Hindi sila nakapasok agad. So I think that's where the advantage is coming in from Deadlock is showing up for LEC Pirates.
Kaya nga eh. Talagang naglalabas na ng tunay na potential nga si Miracle with how he uses this agent. As with forces, a lot of time being bought for LPU, talagang nauubusan na yung pwede nila sanang gamiting util. Because they have to shoot the dead wall down as a good smoke, a good flash. It's not going to be enough though. Nebu expects it from Gabby Dis. As already the B side looking wide open. This is the same variation. They just did it on a different site where they leave Gabby Dis to actually solo anchor.
Oh, here comes the wall again from Deadlock. Eh, naka-pistol round pa yung LPU Pirates natin, so it's not gonna be easy for them to get past these walls. It's going to be a bit of a problem for them. I think this will be a bonus round already. All they have to do is look for exit frags probably and maybe try to steal some rifles if they can.
Pwede. Ryan Milan's already holding the angle. And Migs probably first contact dito. No refract gets one.
Close.
XTY will get themselves that opening. So at least there's going to be some damage done. But how much? Yun talaga yung tinitingnan natin dito, Juicy Brucey.
Yeah. The damage that they have to do. But again, there's no way that they can win this round anymore. They have to commit or like probably get some saves. XTY though gets a rifle in his hand, probably giving that to Migs later into the round. Okay, that's the end. Ayan, tapos na. Ay, nakikita na natin yung playstyle ng dalawang teams na to, ha, Ramon? Very aggressive from LEC already. All they have to do is wait for the rifles to come out.
Yeah. And the thing about their team composition as well is that the only agents that can deal damage with their ultis are gonna be yung Sova, yung Deadlock, at saka tong si Justin, where Justin honestly is the most notable one because kailangan na kailangan yung Blade Storm niya when it comes to these executes. And because this team is the type of team that needs to win gunfights, they need guns lagi. So we're looking out for how he manages the economy of the team. Since one ult orb na lang siya towards his ulti, and if they actually lose yung next round na to, they can still have enough money to buy. Tapos may pambili pa ng operator to si Justin mamaya. So wala pang operator mamaya since nasa attacking side sila. So hopefully LPU can actually make some set plays happen. May already, you see that control happen dun sa may A main where short's looking wide open for LEC. Mukhang aggressively, Justin could just take this.
And knife is off the mark. If I'm not mistaken, ito sa LPU Pirates Trix. I think this is the guy from Carty World. I'm not sure. Dash in forward from Justin. He tries to go for the kill with the crouch. Will not work out this time as there is going to be a quick trade on the long side. Hunter's Fury.
Going to be the entry point for the team. As that Hunter's Fury is not going to deal as much damage as they need. The plan coming down for Ryan Milan as well. As Nebu will actually get themselves to XTY. And that's going to be a huge pick for them. Because now they won't have the neural theft activated. They don't have the info. So they can just play the weird locations, the weird positions that the retaking team, LPU Manila, will not expect at all. Plus another beautiful wall from Miracle will actually buy some time for this post plant.
Oh, that is so annoying to deal with. Miracle though missed his ultimate, so medyo not the best case scenario for them, but it still worked out in the end. It allowed LC Pirates to push kasi yung LPU kailangan nila back when they saw that ultimate coming in from Miracle. As Meg's just waiting for exit frags right now, 2v3, and it looks like LEC, the Cafeteños, are really making a play for themselves here.
Yeah, while the defense side is the shining side, excuse me, for LEC, we're seeing the good points, the pros and cons for LEC's team composition. That deadlock wall, it kind of makes you think about those times kapag kayo Sage, yung meron yung attacking team mo, and once you get your space for the team, iwawall na lang nga yung heaven side. That's what the deadlock's purpose is right now. You make the retake scenario all that more difficult. Kapag nakakuha sila ng heaven space, magpupush sila sa mga stuns, kailangan nilang sirain yung deadlock wall, which honestly will take a lot of bullets. Surprisingly, a lot of bullets to actually mitigate itself. So, yung magiging game-winning condition na lang dito ng LPU is to prevent them from ever taking site, kasi kapag nakuha na nila at na secure na lang yung heaven spot, then it will be a very difficult retake scenario for LPU Manila.
Early timeout from LPU here. I think they really have to get it. This is already 3 straight rounds being taken by LEC Pirates already. And ayun na nga, back to Miracle's deadlock, isa yun sa problema talaga eh. Like, it gives so much info and it buys so much time for your team to push, or like at the very least waste a lot of time when the spike is planted, right? So parang if it would at least take 2 agents to close out that wall as fast as you can. Pero once you do that, you've committed so much bullets already na para it allows LEC to know where you are, and you have to reposition as those who's trying to destroy that wall. So this is going to be a problem for them. They have to find a way to go against Miracle. They either take him out first, pero yung isa sa problema dito is Justin is very aggressive on the side of LEC. Na tamang pasok lang, and they're already scrambling for repositioning already for LPU Pirates. So ayun na nga, it's looking really great right now for the Caviteños. Akala nga natin the pistol round was already starting to seal the deal for them, but they found their footing and it's already looking quite great.
Game of Valorant talaga. Sometimes the pistol doesn't tell the whole story. As Migs, something that we kind of expected from him is that he's going to be an aggressive duelist, but
Aggression
that
again.
open A site is going to give LEC the space to actually get the objective, as XTY is waiting for the perfect moment. They're not walking into the trip ward, they even destroy it. So an open plat for LEC without that much resistance. I don't think they hear the light speed. The Migs, they hear it and they see it. Si Nebu lines the shot game Migs to make it a 4 versus 5 in an instant.
Oh, wall will be committed in a few seconds here. The lurk coming in from LPU. They get 2. And it's 2 versus 3. Here comes the Marshall shots. Trying to make it count here. XTY tries to really cut it out, but it won't work out. And it's a 4K from Nebu. And there you have it. Your Clove already has their own ultimate. And 3 ultimates up for LEC Pirates this time, Ramon. A very hard round for LPU Pirates. Nakapisto lang sila. So I think in this round, LEC will take the lead finally into the series.
This is one of the few rounds where the deadlock wasn't actually the star of the show, but the flank watch that LEC Pirates actually demonstrated. Because of the double flank for LP Pirates, they needed to find that perfect window opportunity to have all sides covered from that retake scenario. But LEC were already noted about the flank coming through, and that was already half of their team composition. So once they took off Migs and XTY in that process, they already had no options available for them. So really, a tough task for LPU where they started strong, but now LEC has risen to the top because of their economy.
Okay, free site for B. Pistol round. They want to be as aggressive as they can here for LPU. Kung sa round na yun kanina, maganda nga yung commitment ng LEC. They know Migs tried and go for the lurk or the flank. Napatayin nila. They didn't let go of that control on that part of the map. LRS1 came in and they were able to still shut him down. So really paid off well.
Double flank.
Could see 3 here.
At least.
One more.
Nebu also going to be here as well. The perfect player to bait it out as they get themselves 5 kills already from the flank. LPU, they thought they were cooking something, but LEC were the chefs in the kitchen, man.
Close to flawless on the side of LEC. Pero okay nga lang din, this is the only scenario that you have to play. If you are playing a pistol round already, you try to clump out on one side, and then if ever you're lucky enough to be there, try to close out the round as much as you can while dealing as much economical damage. Hindi yun yung nakuha na results ng LPU, but still valiant effort from them. But finally, LEC getting that lead into this match. And yung sinasabi mo nga kanina, Ramon, looks like they're slowly stepping out of the shadows. Here comes the Recon Bolt. Parang a very aggressive play here on B side. However, a Hunter's Fury will be committed para mag-flush out on anyone defending at over B.
Yeah. All it does is be a little bit of an annoying thing in the round in particular. It does actually commit 3 players from LPU Manila to hunker down on B main. So does actually do his job well. Kasi dalawa lang yung nasa A site at dun papasok yung LEC. Migs already noted by this. Is smoked up thanks to Nebu and his aggressiveness. A beautiful flash from Gabby Dis. Already shuts down the execute. That will be 3 kills as they already knocked down Miracle. It's a 4 versus 3 in a blink of an eye, and Nebu, his ultimate's already shut down by Migs as well.
Oh, they committed. They committed. Blade Storm. Also by Justin. It's 2 versus 4. Gets the headshot on Migs. There's one more on the area. Here comes the neural theft coming in from the Cypher. Nako, magiging pangit to. There's so much information already on the side of LPU.
And all that they can hope for is that this high-low setup is going to be everything for LEC. Tricks to Washed and XT, they have to work this hand in hand. Justin on the high note, and Tricks going to be on the other. The double spray down, but Chig's able to bounce back. A 4K for him, and the 6th round for LEC. That Shadow's looking ever so non-existent.
Oh, they wanted to go for the smart play there. Recon, I understand though, Jet from LPU, he tried to cover that with the smoke. It did work out for him a bit, but with the positioning of the Cypher, they know where the entry is. Yun yung isa sa mga parts wherein sobrang worth it ng utility ng Cypher. Once he got that neural theft uploaded, they know where they're going to be coming from. Even with that diversion tactic of going into a recon bolt and distracting your duelist, if nandun ka na waiting for the angle for them to appear, that really allowed them to close out the game, and it's 42 points lead on the side of Cavite, and it's looking great for them already. Operator shot.
It's so good. I
Outlaw
mean,
pala.
just as we've been talking about, like how LEC needs to catch up to LPU, it's looking like they have caught up and then some.
They're taking the lead.
Like, yeah, exactly. With strats like these, where they're catching up to their opponents, they're already finding rotation timings over to the A site, where even though it's against Migs, it's against Gabby, there's 2 players that have all the experience in the world. Catching up to them has been a tall task, except for today, where LEC just looks like a better team right now.
Slow think. Again from LEC, they're swapping things around. They do respect the economical advantage also of LPU. They do have their guns up already. Oh, Jigs, very sneaky here, but on the side of LPU, they're waiting over at Boathouse. Is there any recon bolt available? Cypher Cage, Tripwire being destroyed.
Oh, XTY, he does get himself 1 and 2. Look at this guy. Always a talented Cypher. And Tricks also to follow up as well. Justin, he's lone on lane. He knows that he needs support. He does get 1 onto XTY, but he doesn't know about the other player. He does hear the Guardian shot over to CT. Has a bit of an idea, an inkling about where the Omen is coming from. Spots the shoulder and even gets the double kill. What a beautiful play from Justin. And already Ryan Milan's already on the cross. That's a 2v2. Low on HP is Tricks. He has to wait for Gabidis to come with him. As Justin, he's seeking, is hunting for somebody. 12 seconds to get himself the spike plant as well. He hears the footsteps. He sees 1 and gets the triple kill. And with 6 seconds, that's enough time for him to plant the spike.
Gabidis though, very low. Is he gonna save or is he gonna toughen it up? He does have the knife available at the ready. With only a classic. Sees a Vandal. Hides from the recon. Winnable pa to, ha? Shorty from IR. Outlaw yung dalang Sova natin. He gets it though. Gabidis, he really wanted to make a play for himself there, but it did not work out. 6 seconds on the clock also. Medyo naging kampante yung LPU dun. Akala nila hindi sila makakaplant, pero it works out well for LEC. Maganda yung Boathouse defense na sana ng LPU eh. However, they got found out at the very last second and they got wiped out there. Became an issue for them.
Yeah. And I think while you're also checking for all avenues that are available on the retake scenario, Gabby, this took a little bit too long as well to try to provide a little bit more support. I would have loved to see a KO Flash actually stop them in the tracks, a Molly maybe on B main as well, but because he was also one of the rotators on that A side extremity, it's a little bit of a difficult thing when you're already getting rushed on dun sa B side as well. So medyo mahirap nga.
One problem there also is that their KO, si Gabidis already committed a lot of his utilities already over at A to gather information. So when he was trying to go for that rotate, knife na lang yung natitira sa kanya. So even if he wanted to be as quick as he can, ubos na yung bala niya sa arsenal eh. Wala talaga siya magagawa. I mean, he tried. He tried though. He picked up a rifle, got the knife ready in hand, pero the positioning from LEC was just too good to deny that retake.
Yeah. See a small crawl in towards that aim in extremity. Everybody all separated from the pack. Market in full control. Ryan Milan with the operator does not connect because of that jump peak. Thanks to the awareness of Gabidis, but Justin's already crawled on CT. And with that, back's turned. But Gabidis, he does have the stinger. a more favorable weapon in the close quarter combat as Lars. He's also aware of Ryan Milan. The positioning is known that operator shot's gonna go wide. A site wide open. Convergent paths also available to the Waylay on the other side, but Miracle has already opened the window on that A site, and with that annihilation, they already killed off at least Tricks 2 washed. XTY probably next on the chopping block. Double kill for Miracle, but XTY is gonna get that momentum. 3v3 in an instant on the A site plant.
Too bad. They've wasted so much time over at B. Even XTY will take so much to go in here. The ultimate coming in forward already. There comes a blind. A yard goes for the operator shot. Takes down LRS1. As Chigs over at Hell. Can he see it though? Migs will be taken down. And that's XTY versus 2 over at Heaven. Can he get the shots though? Chigs. Ring around the rosy here, Ramon.
Yeah. Discipline on full display, but he does not have enough time. As XTY will just either get swallowed by the spike or a shot from Chigs will kill him. It does. A double for Chigs. An 8-4 for LEC. It started with a 4-0 for LPU Manila, but 8 straight rounds for LEC Pirates have slowly crawled that momentum away from them.
That looks so great already. The moment they killed Justin, the duelist, over at spawn, okay na sana yan eh. Yun na sana yung intro na hinahanap ng ating attackers, pero I mean ating defenders, pero they wasted so much time over at B that the A site was too open for the attackers. Sobrang bilis lang, and there you have it. It's the last end of the round. Fight till the death as you can, but 4-8 is going to be our scoreline approaching the second half. And it looks like as attackers, LEC really had the advantage here. But this time though, eto yung sinasabi natin now na mas aggressive yung LPU with his Waylay pick. Tingnan natin if it's really gonna pay out tong selection na to.
Yeah. You know about that aim in extremities, so they put the one way down just to see if they can slow them, but it's not enough. Migs is usually the type of player that doesn't really care about any setup whatsoever, but Justin, very note about his position, spots out the Sova and takes care of him, but XTY is also going to be there to get that 1-for-1 trade-off. Short looking very much a promising note for LPU Manila, as the only point of resistance here is Nebu if he hits the shots.
Yeah, so much defense on LEC. They have a double Sentinel composition. In a way, they have their Deadlock, they have their Cyphers. It's a lot easier for them to defend both sides. And there's so much information that they can give out with his utilities too. So just a bit of a wrong step from LPU, it's going to be over for them. But again, look at this Cypher. Already halfway into the map, no? Na parang if any time LPU decides to make a play, be it A or B, he can respond as quick as he can. Ooh.
Na-spot pa nila itong si Nebu as well. So now because of the amount of info that they gathered from that A-short extremity, they're just gonna gamble it in towards B main. Already from that market, they have control of the site, light speed in towards that part of the map. As with that refract also, it gives Migs this space to actually go back towards safety, but even with that 360, he still kills off Riot Milan, Nebu. But to get that traded to a 3v3.
Spike planted all the way to market. The boathouse defense is very strong once again. As XTY, oh, he does see the barrel from behind. He doesn't find it. Miracle will be taken down instantly. It's a 2v3.
All right, and now they also have lane control. So Chigs, he has an opportunity. They're still trying to scramble every sort of info that they gathered, but Gabby Diz, he's playing rat inside of that smoke. LRS gets the opportunity to make this a 1 versus 3. And Chigs, the lone survivor, not anymore. The double kill from Lars with that Sheriff in hand, making it a 5-2-8, breaking the win streak from LEC. And finally, we get a bit of life coming through from LPU.
What happened there? I think it's more of the utilities. They're not expecting a mid-take on the side of the attackers. So lahat ng Cypher traps na ginawa nila is over at the entrance. So it didn't really, over at elbow, so it didn't really work out. Market was too open for them to come in. And then most of the defenders, they're all clumped up over at A. It was left to XTY Cypher to just stay there. I mean, to Chig Cypher to try and defend that side, but it took quite long. And here we are, finally having a pause from both teams, trying to reconnect and reconsider their playstyles here. And again, there's not much buy around coming in from LPU. They decide to be very conservative with their gun choices. Just a Bulldog and a Spectre. For the side of LEC, pistols might be a bonus round, could go for Thrifty or an eco round too.
We can see that. I think one of the arguments that could be made why they made this buy choice in mind is because we're playing into team composition that demands that you have to play slow, right? You can't really rush into a deadlock site or a Cypher site without that much info. With only relying on Tricks and Gabby this, if those recon darts and the 0 points don't actually connect, then you don't really have much of a choice if your Rayleigh is already inside of the site. So the fast-paced tempo that we expect out of MiGs is going to get nullified. But in return, because they only have ghosts, that tells you that they're going to try to play for picks na lang. So, you know, a difference in playstyles is in effect dito.
Okay. Another aggressive push from the defenders. They want to close out this round as fast as they can and deal as much damage. They do hear that info, though, from the power war being taken.
You do. Spotted. Justin does know that there's so many people outside of that CT spawn, but because he primed up the dash, this will just be a bait and switch. They leave him to actually get info for the team. They're still hunkering down that T-spawn position.
Oh, can Justin get this? Oh, there's a duel there on the other side. Justin gets it. Okay. LPU, though. So much time being bought for them here. It's already a minute away. And they have a long way to traverse over at A. And this time they're playing super careful, really looking out for any flankers coming in from LEC. They do know that yung duelist nila pumasok na. So they're trying to flush out A. And they're trying to find a way to get into a side. Pero ang aksaya sa oras dito, Ramon.
Kaya nga eh. 40 seconds and they don't know which site is gathered upon by LEC. It's a good thing they're rushing to a site or at least walking into a site where there's nobody.
Sobrang daming plays na nangyari dun, no?
Kaya nga eh. Layered stack dun sa may A main extremity, tapos marami silang nakita, marami silang info. Okay lang sana kung iniwan na lang tong si Justin dun sa may ice cream position eh, pero siya din yung gumalaw at siya din yung namatay dito eh.
He wanted to play. Oh, 10 seconds. They're playing it slow. All right, there it is. The time cue for LEC Pirates to fully understand na wala sila dito sa B-side. They're gonna have to go for the quick rundown.
They have to. And 3 players already from that heaven side. Spot out at least one of them trying to destroy that tripwire. One on the flank as well. May's gonna shut that down. Nebu with one really good one tap, but in the end, it's a 1v2 for Ryan Milan. Already with that flank. It's not gonna be too much. XTY, I think he disconnected from the server.
XTY so this is super far away.
Sova versus Sova combat on that main extremity. Shock dart in hand. Tricks. He is damaged because of that heaven encounter. And because of the tap of the spike, he has to be careful about his positioning. That's going to be a kill. And I think he's just going to stick on the spike. A full defuse for Ryan Milan. And a beautiful way to get themselves another round for LEC. XTY, where were you, bro?
What happened there? He was stuck over at spawn. Wala siyang ginawa doon. He was just stuck there. I thought he was waiting for a play. Maybe waiting for lurkers. I thought that was the play. I don't even think that was a disconnect. I think it was a miscommunication on their side.
Oh no. Oh my god. How
Super
does he get
timely.
this clutch? He was from the flank. It should have been the Cypher actually catching him from that behind, but
Supposedly.
again, I mean, he got the kill on the site players, so that already gives him the window to defuse the spike. He had no choice.
Oh, by the way, sobrang daming nanonood ngayon. Looks like the CU people are really excited. Whoever will take it, Manila or Cavite. So to all of you right there, put in hashtag LPUWin or hashtag LECWin to support your classmates or whatnot as we are starting the game already. Here comes the cheapies coming out. The walls from Miracle again are really taking so much time for the attackers to move in forward. Same problem kanina when they were attackers also on LEC.
Kaya nga, what? Why did it spray him down? On towards B main, Miracle. He's working his magic and making it a triple kill. Lars also shut down next on the chopping block. Make it a 4K for Miracle. What could have been a really disastrous round for the retake scenario was just bought out by Miracle. Really, this guy on the deadlock is doing so much work and then some.
That did not play out well for LPU. Again, nagiging problema talaga yung deadlock. Yeah, these tight corners and the walls just stops you in your tracks. And it takes so much time for you to push. And look at this, Justin with a very aggressive playstyle, opening the round with a quick headshot. Allows the rest of the defenders to go in and give information na, uy, apat sila dito. Takbo tayong lahat, and Miracle to close out the game with a 4K. Really goes out well for the defenders this time.
Sobra pre. As in, they already got a little bit more of that difficulty because LPU, we're all watching that stairs position, but look at that. Look at a beautiful aggressive push from Miracle. Everybody from the rest of the squad, they have to capitalize on this. Ultimate out, Annihilation cut in between the tracks and make it a 3K for Miracle. He's doing more than just God's work at this point as he gets a 4K and he is on for the ace. One more to find. It's XTY. And he's almost gonna get it. Does not get the spray in time because of the reload. He's already down towards the 1 versus 3. And XTY, what can you do? The spike's not within your hands. He's getting spotted thanks to the Outlaw. And the angle is felt 11-5 for LEC. Their beautiful win streak just keeps on going.
Looks really great for Pirates now. Here it is. If only there was a banning phase over at Valorant. Don't make Miracle play Deadlock. So much time is being wasted. There's no way to destroy the utility as quick as you can. And look at this. They're very aggressive. Konting information lang na nakukuha ng LEC. Pumapasok sila agad with no hesitation whatsoever. And a very bad timing also from that Sova. Tinry niyang kumuha yung spike. Tumalikod siya eh. Nung pagtalikod niya, he didn't expect the rest of LEC to push in forward. And medyo miscommunication. Walang teammates sa kanya na nagka-cover to get that spike back into their hands.
Yeah. It's just a difficult scenario at this point. Miracle, he's usually going to be that site anchor, but you can see him very much aggressively taking that mid-site fight. A 2-for-1 special for LPU Manila. He's already have control over that short position. Paranoia out for Lars as he wants to lead the charge in towards that A-side extremity. Good thing because the site for Utah's not going to stop him. 3v4 within their hands, and that execute's looking promising for LPU Manila.
These Sentinels are a problem for the attackers. The judge, though, call it a tourney. You're under arrest. Given a life sentence. As Strix Duas tries to get a recall, and he gets the point there. That's Justin, the only one remaining for the defenders. Spike planted, 5-11 here, Ramon.
Oh my god. Justin, an impossible task, especially with Gabby Des just flanking all around the map. Finally, a window where they could actually get an aggressive site take for Migs and the rest of the squad. As you can finally see a 6-11 scoreline breaking a 3-round win streak for LEC, and it started with Migs trailblazing on towards that short position, finding Ryan Milan in the process, finding as well Miracle after the dodge away from that Whaley position. I mean, at this point, man, the Sentinels really have been carrying all throughout this game.
It is so much problems din eh. Like, you would expect a Deadlock to just, cower behind a site, try to be like the fortified wall for your team, but no. But this Deadlock is very aggressive, pushing in forward and really uses utilities as to his heart's extent, and it really is paying off for LEC Pirates. And this time, a bit of a switch up on the playstyle of the Pirates this time on LEC. Hindi sila nag-a-advance ngayon. They do respect the timings on the ultimate from your Waylay, so parang defensive muna yung laro nila dito.
Kaya nga, kailangan. Kasi medyo nababasa na yung mga playstyles. Pero nating teams, especially for LEC, medyo aggressive na si Miracle. So he has to go back to what is expected out of him. A site anchor on that A site, while LPU Manila trying to see if they can build a bit more of a comeback in the making with that first round on the board. But again, they've been getting shutting down on their executes left and right and getting picked off by Miracle and his utility. So this B main execute that they have working for them is a Hail Mary of sorts because they're working without utility and they don't even know where the Cypher is as well. So that utility from him is going to be questionable. Justin, he upjabs it towards XT. That headshot was perfect. Chigs, he's noted about his position as well. So they're going to walk into it like a red carpet. LPU Manila have full control of this B site.
Justin, though, too aggressive there for his own good. But LEC, quick with the retaliation, takes down 2 already as they move it forward. Gabby Diz with a good crouch to the head, gets it 4-3.
My god, that makes it even more difficult for XT. All the pressure in the world, especially now for Nebu. He gets him with a double kill. And look at the wraparound for Gabby Diz. He has an opportunity to find him, but Nebu gets a triple. A triple as well for Gabby. He gets the 4K! And because of the NDY, Nebu, he has to kill off the last spike planter. Has to defuse it. Has to kill off Gabby Dis, but Gabby Dis is playing this like a master in his work. He doesn't even need to kill him. He just lets him die from the NDY. Beautiful work from Gabby Dis. A 7-11 for the side of LPU Manila.
And bili na tayo ng Siopaw because this game might be quite longer and we might be missing our dinners already as this drags on forward. Pero yun na nga, that play from Justin was too aggressive for his own good. Kung hindi niya yung ginawa, meron pa sanang anchor sa site with a Blade Storm to mind you also. And I think that gamble did not pay off well. Nebu though tried to stick that defuse with his ult. Pero Gabby is just in the perfect position, so it doesn't really matter. Na yun na nga, 7-11 looks like LPU Pirates still not over for them. Cameras already thrown out over at B, trying to get us information as much as they can. Hindi sira yung camera, ha?
Kaya nga eh. So that's still gonna be used later on. The discipline for Gabi this notes around there, and he knew that that NDY was still active for Nebu, so he just wasn't taking the full fight. Kasi kapag napatay siya, that would have been enough time for him to defuse, man. He had the half, so urgency was there. But for this round in particular, LEC already their Cypher tripwires are destroyed, and they only have one camera to stop them. So now that KO ult. Null Command gonna be a very effective tool to try to get the execute going, but Ryan Milan, a perfect adjustment with that ult. Jinx! You have to hit those, man! Unfortunately, that will be an open opportunity for retake to come in. Lars gets a double, and XT also precision on his shots. 2v2, and has to revive this KO to make it an even gunfight, but in the end, that annihilation has been picture perfect from start to finish.
Oh no!
And a match point for LEC Pirates. My goodness, man, Cavite really is rising to the occasion.
See how quick the adjustment is? Nabasa nila agad eh. Okay, LPU thinks they win over at B, no problem. We'll stack our sentinels there and put our utilities over at market. And like the Deadlock was casting all his spells over at B, and that was it. Just so much time bought once again, and look at this perfect read from LEC. They do have a feeling it's over gonna be an A set, and eto yung gusto kong tingnan yung lahat ngayon ha. If you look at the map right now, sobrang daming markers ng presence ng Sentinel. There's your tripwires, there's your blinds coming in from the Deadlock, so there's no site safe on the side of LPU Manila. And to top it off, a recon ball to give information, and that's your Omen being spotted already from the back lanes. They do not get the kill perfectly though, and that's 2 dead on the side of LEC Pirates.
That is a big pick that they got from LEC's push though. Their Sentinel gone and Lars gone as well. That's your controller and your flank watch already dead. So a lot of options, a lot of tools that you can use in the later rounds with Migs. Sheriff in hand, sometimes you can never underestimate him with the hand cannon. Chigs, he's not spotted, he sees him, he spots him. So now, because of that saturate, Migs can just capitalize. But a one-tap from Chigs! Beautiful adjustment to Migs as well to make it a 2v3. This retake is all the more promising in the later round.
Anong kwenta ng weapon slow kung i-one tap lang kita sa ulo? I mean, that seemed like the perfect dash in forward. Like, you cannot spray with a saturate pero wala siyang pake. Kung isang one tap ka lang sa ulo, edi that's it. It doesn't matter. And now they're left with a disadvantage on the manpower with Trix, the only one remaining here. As they try to move in forward, they know they're in boathouse. As Miracle just gets the headshot, and that's already over. And that is your first round going to the Caviteño Pirates as they sail forward, heading over to round number 2 in this lower bracket match.
7. I mean, if you look at the potential from this team, we didn't even expect it at all, pare. I mean, we already talked about LPU Manila and how individually talented these players are, but it's different when you're working as a team. And LEC has proven that time and time again. Their Deadlock utility has been on point. Justin with his entries also very much underrated in that aspect. But let's talk about Nebu and Ryan Milan, man. This duo, you always expect them to do duo plays talaga. And it works out beautifully when it comes to that attacking side, which honestly has been the brunt of the work for how LPU Manila has been getting punked on every single round. And so it's a good thing that this synergy has been working out, since we've been talking about LPU's talent, man. And this team on the Manila side, it's just not to be bothered. LEC just handed it to them, bro.
Yeah, it's not working out. I think it's the same problem with having too many cooks in the kitchen, because LPU Pirates right now on Manila, they have so much star players, right? So parang masyadong madaming eyes on any of them. And I think the calls, I think, are getting mixed and matched here, right? But on the side of LEC, meron silang solid gameplay, and I really gotta give so much credits to Miracle here. Siya talaga yung playmaker sa kanila eh. Even as the start as attackers, walang makakapunta over at elbow kasi may wall eh. There's a mesh, a barrier mesh. There's no way you can retake a site if you're not willing to commit any of your bullets to destroy that already. And to top it all off, kung ayaw mo man pumasok doon, you try to go over at market, there's a Cypher. Tripwires waiting already. There's so much utilities being sent out on the side of LEC that it's being super hard for the Manileños to make any plays now. But again, this is a map ascent wherein there are lesser point of entries. Sobrang choke point yung map na to, so medyo madali to place out your utilities. But as we go into map number 2, which is going to be Haven, gusto ko makita ano yung playstyle na ipapakita ng Caviteños this time. Kasi it's a wider map, better points of entries. I want to see if their playstyle will be the same, or will the Manileño Pirates have something else to answer that one in. But Ramon, what was one of your bigger highlights going into this match number 1?
I mean, I think it was the thrifty rounds talaga, pare. Kasi sometimes you kind of expect that those buy rounds for LPU was gonna be the end-all be-all for a couple of these rounds. But if you remember, around one of the past rounds, LEC actually got surprised because of how well integrated these sheriffs are for the side of Justin and Ryan Milan as well. So when you kind of factor that into why they're able to get that momentum, the thrifty round was just one of them. And
right.
If you remember as well, the 4K as well for Miracle actually just set the tempo up to get themselves this victory. So at that point, their mental was already this high, but after Miracle's play, it was already like above the barrier, the border of this freaking camera, bro.
All right, let's check out the highlights from this very own game that we just noticed. And if you see that, Migs, though, we do see the potential of him being super aggressive with this waylay. However, not enough support coming in from the team, so it became really problematic for them. And look at that, Gabby Diz starting off the round strong, but it declined quickly as these utility plays coming in from LEC was just too much for them to handle.
Yeah,
Fake.
And remember the round as well where I believe it was the Sova player who actually saved the team from them because of a 1v2 retake scenario. Yeah, it was Trix.
That was it.
Who actually won out the fight. The one where he had to stick the defuse on A site where XT was already from T-spawn. That bit of info was already given by communication as well. So them playing as a team with chemistry, mind you, really has been the surprising thing that has been countering what has been the star power for the side of LPU Manila. What they lack in terms of firepower, it just made up for it because of how well they work as a team. They neutralize a lot of B main pushes that they have been cooking up from the very start of this game. And so many retakes that worked out not only because of the deadlock utility, but because of how well they play around it as well.
Yeah, true that, brother. And eto na, one of the other highlights here also is Justin, man. Sobrang aggressive niya na player. Sometimes to a fault, man. Like parang namamatay. There, it happens like a lot of times. But again, wala siyang problema in a way kasi it's either two things, right? One, he gets 2 kills out of the aggression. 2, he gets so much information for his team to respond already. If you remember the updraft where he got headshot over at B, that turned out bad for him but great for his team kasi alam nila kung ilan dun eh. And if you see a lot of numbers going into a site, you know there's a commitment being made already and it plays out super well for them. So ayun na nga, it's just a matter of team playing from LEC. Maganda yung playstyle nila, and if you look at that, it's Nebu getting the highest KDA on the side of LEC. But yun na nga, XTY though, he's really great for LPU Pirates. He knows when to catch off these flankers. At saka alam niya rin kung kailan mag-anchor ng site. However, it just fell short too much for LPU.
Yeah, it's again the story of how sometimes single individual players cannot actually form a team talaga, which I can hope that LPU Manila could actually bounce back into this pagdating dun sa Haven game where LEC, we already seen how their ascent works with how well they play as a team talaga, which in my eyes just proves that this team will actually surprise us pagdating sa laruan natin.
Yeah, and here we have it. MVP time. And our MVP for LEC is no other than Nebu. Ito yung sinasabi natin with the power of Clove. You get too much lives to play into the matches. Na parang once you get your ultimate, you get your utilities out. It just works so well for this. And Nebu though, look at the combat score. 284, pretty high for a controller, and it works out great for them, Ramon.
Ito, an aggressive controller that honestly has been breeding talent talaga. Where Nebu shines, he already is showing that sometimes the underdogs will reign supreme dito sa matchup natin.
All right, so that was the end for the first lower bracket match. It's not yet over for LPU Pirates as they still have map number 2 to win, and that was a set. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be like Nebu and get that main character energy, you can get this activated with a laptop that is built for whatever is next. No limits, just vibes. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive #AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pin post. So yun na nga, Ramon, bibili na kayo. Ikaw, balita ko, bibilhan mo daw yung viewers natin ng isang Predator gear.
Ay! Hindi ko alam yun, boss. Napasama ba to sa run-up show natin? Parang hindi ko ata alam yung script, pare. Parang mali
Nag-message
ata
ka
yung
dito,
nabasa
eh.
ko. Ang alam ko, dapat battle pass tapos ikaw dapat yung bibili, Juicy Brucey.
Minessage mo ako, sabi mo, kung sino yung may pangalan. Sinapsit pa nga, pero ayun na nga. Ladies and gentlemen, that was LEC taking the first win in a very convincing fashion. So that was our match number 1. Don't go away, Campus Rivals. We'll be back with map number 2 on LEC versus LPU Pirates.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
And we're back here at Campus Rivals. Nakita na natin yung LEC Pirates subversing our expectations against their match on LPU Pirates. Masyadong dominating yung pinakita nila even in the first half. Rough start for them, pero it made a lot of sense later as the game progresses, Ramon.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Juicy, talagang the predictions are out the window for me kasi literally, I predicted 2-0 para sa LPU Manila because of the talent that we have on the roster right now. But talent just doesn't mean anything when hard work and chemistry just rises above all. LEC just literally subverting all of our expectations, as you mentioned, because of how well they play as a team, how well they recognize the timing and the pace of that Ascent game, and just how well they're able to close outpost plants as well.
All right, hopefully they will be able to recover here, LPU Manilas. I really want to see a game 3 for both teams because again, this is too much for them to waste their energy because again, whoever loses this series is already going out of Campus Rivals. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, sa mga bagong nakakapanood lang dyan, if you want to get that main character energy activated, you only need a laptop that is built for whatever is next. No limits, just vibes. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive #AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pinned post. Nasaan yung pinned post, Ramon? Nasa comment section lang.
Nasa comment section lang.
Andito lang, tinatago ko.
Ay, akala ko nandito, boss. Akala ko nandito. Hawak ko kasi dito eh. Ay, puso mo pala yun.
Hindi, pinapakita ko lang, nag-nail cutter ako.
Okay,
Anyway,
okay.
hindi natin papabayaan lahat ng mga nanonood dito sa ating live stream. So by the way, papakita natin, mag-highlight tayo ng mga bagong players. It says Mark Dacasin, #easy for LEC. Wow!
Whoa!
Represent ni Marks Dacasin. Thank you, Marks. LEC really need that momentum boost or fan service boost coming from you. Thank you.
Alam mo sa picture niya, hindi siya Marks the cousin eh. Isa siyang Marks the father. Importante kasi kita mo sa family niya. Parang okay na okay. I think I'll see the support from him and very much
siya yung nasa gitna.
Maybe, pwede din. Hinarap na yung cellphone at tatay niya nanonood siya ng Valorant. Okay din.
Kasi
okay.
alam mo yung mga bata ngayon na mayroon silang limited screen time. May pinsan ako ngayon eh na bawal siya mag-iPad masyado. So, kailangan niya manghiram ng cellphone sa akin, sa mga iba niyang pinsan, sa mga pinsan namin, na parang patingin naman. Tapos nanonood lang siya ng live stream. Tapos doon siya nagchat-chat. So, minsan makikita mo yung pangalan ko nasa mga Roblox na stream.
Okay.
Yeah. Love Roblox. Grow a garden naman tayo dyan minsan. Thank you. At ayun na nga, Ramon, we do have our agent select ready at the Haven. So ayun, let's talk about like possible playstyles that we're going to be showing here. And look at that, LEC Pirates running it back with their Clove. It looks like it's not yet over for them on this playstyle. We're not opting for a deadlock this time.
No, definitely not, pare. But remember what I talked about before the broadcast. Migs has to go back to his Neon, and very much so the agent that he has made a name for himself with, he is back on that agent in particular. Talagang what we can expect from him is that he's gonna be lightning fast when it comes to those executes, and rarely do you see him actually falter whenever it comes to that execute talaga, you know. So we'll see that with support from XT as well. He will be heralding that second duelist, which also is gonna be a mirror composition. Kalaban itong si Justin at saka si Ryan Milan, where I believe si Ryan Milan nakasova last game dun sa Ascent game, but usually his best form is from that duelist role. So I'm much excited to see this long-awaited Neon versus Neon matchup against Migs Mayan.
Okay. XTY though, not playing Sentinel this time. I mean, he is one of the flex players for LPU Pirates naman. So it might work out for him. Pero if you put it into a lot of things, Yoru is a really good agent to play on Haven. Just give you so much lineups. Parang like I said yesterday, if you play a Yoru, you can always cover two sides, right? You line up properly before the round starts, put in your teleport, like line it over at spawn. So anytime you need to go to A or C, you're already there. Pero the question here now, sino nga ba yung magpipigil ng Neon on the side of LPU Pirates? Kanina sa LEC, they do have a deadlock to stop over any advancements from the duelist from LPU Pirates. I don't know who can answer that one. Probably a Cypher, pero it's a matter of reading kung sino nga ba or saang site nga ba papasok yung LPU Pirates. But here we are looking at this composition. Do you think we're going into a game 3, Ramon?
It's possible. at least now we could see that the rules for LPU Pirates are a little more crystal clear. I mean, I think I already talked about Migs on that Neon, but Gabby Dis and Lars, they're pretty underrated in the aspect of supportive roles talaga, you know. So we'll see that calling come through for them. Maybe yung trio calling na expect natin out of them has not been working out. So maybe this team composition can work it out and just focus on Migs being the spearhead of the team. Kasi kanina, everybody was trying to be the cook in the kitchen, but now they have to look towards just one person gonna try to make the dish happen for them.
Right. And here we are. We do have an Omen from LPU Pirates, which honestly, I prefer more on Haven having an Omen. Because it's a lot easier for you to be more versatile and like you're very mobile as an agent. If ever you're going to take site as an attacker at A and you need to like flush out anyone from Heaven, you just teleport forward, Paranoia to teleport, and that allows you to get in a really good position and vantage point to prevent any retakes coming in for the defenders. But as we move forward into this game, Cypher's really good picks though, but for Haven, how fast is this game gonna be? As we have seen, hindi masyadong mabilis din yung laro natin from the last time, but the way it was played, too aggressive, it's fast in a way that it makes sense. But as we move into map number 2, we're starting it off. This is your game number 2 for the first lower bracket match of Day 2 Campus Rivals. Name's Juicy Brucey. Here with me is Ramon. As we move forward, again, if matatalo yung LPU Pirates dito, ubos na yung chance nila na makaklaim ng titulo na Campus Legends into Campus Rivals. So as we start the game, pistol rounds coming up here. Ramon.
It'll be unfortunate if they actually lose this Haven game, because this is one of the maps where they actually really have a backup plan in a lot of the BO3s that they've had. If they lose that game 1, Haven has always been some sort of like a safe haven for them. Mind the pun, dahil din sa win rate din ng LPU Pirates dito as well. If you take a look at yung naging panalo nila on Escape Gaming Lounge as well, talagang maayos din yung kanilang comeback potential dito sa mapang to. So it shows that they have mental resiliency, but sometimes it depends on what type of day it is para sa mga players natin. So that Ascent game might not be the best for them, pero hopefully they do bounce back dito as LEC is just on a hot streak right now.
Okay. Countdown is starting. We're starting out the match already. A bit... Galaro siya pa.
It's like playing basketball.
Di pa siya sure eh. Ganun naman talaga. Kailangan minsan, you have to be very secure kung ano talaga yung final placement mo with these cameras. It really matters so much on how much information you can give your team. Look at that. The Yorus on the defender side on LEC. This is the lineup that I'm talking about. You just line it up properly at the start of the match. You try to be aggressive at C long, then you can TP anytime.
Yeah, they do. And they're going to try to pick off Lars, at least in the process. He's spotted, and by that Paranoia, he's running back towards safety. But that will give an opportunity for LPU Pirates to actually take that A site for free. So because Ryan Milan's here with the TP, he's going to have support of Util. And again, they already deal the first blood on XT. Already not a good luck for the execute for LPU Manila. They plant the spike down.
They are able to get that side, but Miracle, though, from the entrance, just gets the kill, tries to shoot blindly over the smokes. It will not work out with only 2 players remaining on LPU. It's not looking great. A sheriff shot, Justin gets it. As they only know it's in sewers, they stick the defuse and they see him down. Nebu to close out the round. First map win for LEC in this round.
So you already highlighted the strengths of the Yoru. One of those things is how well he receives pressure as well. So he knows that there's somebody on C long. Okay, they know that everybody is around that A side extremity. So just one click of a button, he's already on Heaven. Just as you give the info to your squad that he has pushed up on C long, he's already at a point where the team is still processing the information given to you, which already just stops them within their tracks. They do plant the spike down, so at least that's some extra money, but they don't kill anybody in the process. So that will be a very, very difficult round to come back into.
Sewer take again from LPU. But okay lang ngayon eh. Lesser defenses on the side of LEC, so it doesn't really matter. There is going to be an outlaw from Ayar, Raya Milan. TP's away, sees no info whatsoever, casts down the TP also. Slow play again for LPU. They tried to do this later on into the game from like the first map, pero they tried to switch it up here. Stingers being committed by them. Ang mahal ng round na to, ha?
Force buy. Talagang pag natalo pa sila dito, mas lalong may hirapan into the next conversion. So, They have to make this work as Mig's gonna push on in. He doesn't even clear the corner, but Nebu able to get the double kill. But Trix able to bounce back in towards that 2-for-1, but Justin, the judge in hand, and he already deals his final blow onto Trix. He does hit himself one, Migs with the entry, but Miracle able to bounce back the shots. It's a 1v3 now, and even the Miracle Kid cannot handle everything from the retake scenario. That's LEC with a 2-0.
Oh no, Migs. What a mishap from your duelist. That entry, though, did not give information to LEC at all. Slides in forward, doesn't even check the corners. And look at that, no one checked the left side. I think that's a huge miscommunication on the side of LPU. That entrance or that entry was not they were looking for. And look at that, clean sweep from LEC. Quick as lightning there, Ramon. Not the play that they were looking for.
Definitely not. That's unfortunate because they really were banking on that force buy that they had, which now forces them on the eco. And now I'm going to try to see if they can mix it up with a split push. 3 players on C-Long, 1 holding that garage extremity. It's not looking for LPU. They are grasping on straws at this point, but they do spot out Ryan Milan. That one tap to the head will be everything as they do get themselves the window to actually find an upgrade, but at this point, it's a little too far away to actually get that, so they're going to be happy to take the first pick off.
That was back to that early happening, though. You got to give credit to Nebu there for like his trigger discipline. There was a shock dart, didn't even bother to reposition, just took the damage, wait out anybody. I think that prompted LPU to not check corners at all. But again, for an FPS game, you always check the corners. A bit of a mistake there from LPU Manila, but as they try to recalibrate their positioning here, they want to take B site once again. But again, it's Nebu on a different positioning with the Phantom at hand. This might be a problem for them if they don't spot this Clove out.
He's taking a very passive position. Spots out Migs, at least gets himself the space. So even with the Sheriffs in hand, that B site, it's one of the more lethal positions to be in, but they do tap the spike on down. They are seeing the potential, but Justin gets himself the judge in hand. 3 kills in a blink of an eye. As now LEC, they layered their defense. They're trying to tell LPU that you do not get into the site without any business whatsoever. 3-0 for the defense as LEC continue their reign of terror.
It's so hard for LPU Pirates to choose a site din eh. If you try to go for C, there is that threat of having a Yoru that could just TP in forward. There's also a chance wherein a Cypher Trap could just be waiting for you in the wake. So B seems like the perfect choice for LPU Pirates this time, but going up against a Clove who can easily reposition herself or like choose better angles, it's not working out well for them. And look at that, Nebu has taken so much kills into this round. The earlier the ultimate for this Clove is, the faster for them to make defenses left, right, and center. Operator!
Oh,
close.
Not. That is one heck of an investment though. And Ryan Milan, he needed to hit the shot. But eventually, Migs just expects it at this point. Migs gets a double kill in hand as well. So that's full A-long control already given to LPU Manila at this point. And what does this tell for your economy in the long term as well? You lose the operator and already another gun also lost to the hands of LPU Manila. So they get A-long control, but they also have the option to explore more opportunities if that A site execute does not work out for them.
Spike's already in A though. Without that much time, they have to commit, but I think they're moving backward. Or probably they're just waiting for anybody. Drone out, being spotted over at garage, trying to get more information. They probably have an idea that C should be empty as they try to make their entries here.
They smoke on heaven. They don't see Nebu as well. This is the second time in a row they didn't clear him, but XT is already here. But Jay-Z gets the double kill as well. But Trix, he's already at the right place at the right time to receive. That will be their first round on the board. It came with so many rounds from LEC, but finally, at least they break through with just one.
Oh, that operator mistake from LEC allowed them to open up A side so much. I mean, you still see hesitation on the side of LPU Manila, Ramon. Na parang, okay, operator's gone. There might be a backup here. So it took them quite some time and that paid off so well. If you notice, yung Sova ng LPU Pirates, si Gabby Diz, he waited as he made his team wait and give him as much information as he can. Drones out garage, tries to see if meron man tao dun, but with the time limit that they have to commit A and it paid out well. As Nayar, he goes in, he gets blinded by the judge, he gets down Yoru himself too, and Miracle takes down Migs in the process as well. And this is already a manpower disadvantage on the side of LPU Manila.
That's one of the things that Lars didn't account for. You do put the smoke down on a short, but if your teammate pushes out of it, then it kind of nullifies the value. If somebody's holding with a close range gun, that is the judge for not Ryan Milan. Does get himself that one tap. And Migs also to follow through that. Elon control looking ever so promising for LEC on the defense. As LPU looking to reset and control at a short extremity. Ryan Milan possibly the first contact, but a crossfire is set foot. Already seeing if the clone is going to have a bit more value into this round as Lars does get the opportunity. The clone does find himself Gabby Diz. Let's spot that one. 4 versus 3 and Miracle's already controlling the long flank, but Tricks to Wash already here to receive it. 2v2 on the retake scenario as the neural theft will give him the information that he needs.
This is a 2v2. This is what I'm saying here. If you get an Omen, you could easily flush out Heaven. And with this push, LRS1 could just take it down. Nebu, he will be better though. He gets the kill. And that was the rare position that they were looking for LPU to deny this retake. Pero dalawa na lang sila. Again sa isa, he tries to go for the wide swing, but Nebu with a quick flicks gets down Cypher. 4-1 yung score natin dito, Ramon. Wala eh. It's manpower. Like, pagalingan na lang tumira and Nebu just nails it down. Hacker siya. Tignan mo yung background niya.
Ay, legit. Pamsay ata yung course ni Kuya Nebu. Yun yung prediction ko for today.
IT yan.
But again, IT pwede. Pero ayusin kaya niyo yung ref ko mamaya. Pero alam mo yun, parang the quick discipline for Nebu, man. I mean, he had a chance to drop from Heaven after the kill onto the Omen. But he decides to double up with his teammate to try to force Tricks in an awkward position. If mamamatay nga tong si Nebu, mabilis lang yung trade. Pero hindi na kailangan yung trade kasi mainit din tong si Nebu. Malakas ang tutukan pakatapos din ng first game natin. Masyadong magaling. Nebu bias. Galing ako Cebu eh. What rhymes with Nebu? Cebu. Ako yan. Galing. Ngayon ko lang na-realize eh. Pistol rounds from LPU. And again, another aggressive player. Nagkamali yung blind. It's fine as he moves in forward. Ayar, can he get some more kills? Justin, though, sacrificing himself to try and get the kill. But Gabby does, though, with a punishment instantly. With just the Sheriff, can he get for more? This is a 3K. Here comes it. Oh my god, he also has the ulti. Migs overclock. And he even has the 4K. He's possibly setting up for the ace, but I think SC is just gonna end it. He's gonna take it all, pare. Alam mo naman, matagal na silang magtropa. Matagal na silang magkakilala. So, alam mong kapag kakukuha na ng ace yung kasama mo, punin mo na lang din. Oh. Di ba? Tropa kayo eh. Intindihan na lang. Di ba? Oh, mamaya na natin pag-usapan. Great credits there from Gabby Diz though. Those Sheriff shots. And again, LEC Pirates. Etong si Justin talaga masyadong mainit to a fault. But again, he's still a really good player. I mean, he just dashes in forward. Probably confident with the gun power advantage that he has. It didn't work out though. That's a free round going to LPU. And that was a buy round on the side of LEC. So a bit of a punishment there. Hunter's Fury already from Miracle trying to see if he can get some blind shots moving forward, but does not get the tag onto anyone. Justin, that's too aggressive for you. As XT, he knows that somebody's going to overly push on in towards a garage position. Finally, some damage done, but Lars already at the right place at the right time. Receives Miracle. Nebu and Jigs, they only have the pistols, but they're making a miracle out of this one. Having this one another as it will be Lars and Ryan Milan to catch off each other's timings. And with his back turned, Ryan Milan has a Jose Rizal cosplay before our very eyes. 1v3 for Nebu. And it's all up to him. I think he's the person who could do this. 3 against 1. He gets blinded though. Utilities thrown out by XCY. Just space up so well. Kung nakita mo rin doon si Miracle, medyo matalino yung ginawa niya eh. Casted Hunter's Fury the moment he heard the ultimate from LPU Pirates' Omen. Iniisip niya magtitipi yun sa Heaven. He got the read wrong, but the play was right. Alam mong magagaling talaga to mag-Valorant eh. He was trying to scan out that area kung may Omen ba, but apparently it was on the other side over at C. It didn't work out, but again, that positioning from LRS really paid off well for LPU Manila this time. And if you check out the score line, isa na lang at makaka-tie out na sila. Oh nga eh. Sick camera placement. Seems family, no? Parang nangyayari lang to sa Ascent game natin kanina as Justin, what an adjustment play. Already knows who's the real person coming in through that garage control. But Lars able to bounce back into that 1-for-1. As some damage done, Miracle at least knows that XT is interested in taking that long control and he's backing up for now. caging because of the flash, but he flashes himself, bro. This is not gonna be the best usage. They are gonna go through A site. There's gonna be a bunch of people trying to stop them within their tracks, so have to back up for now and try to play for info.
We do have a Clove ult. So parang kayang-kaya niyang gamitin yun if he really wants to reposition. Express lane lumabas na from Neon. Gusto niya na pumunta ng S-Lex to cover up his tracks, and it does work out. Does take some chip damage though. So that will be a bit of a problem for LEC. Slow take na naman.
Okay, may reset. At alam nila yung goal in mind. A site push wide open. Pero 3 players stacking with a crossfire. As well as a person on backside as well. So everything should be working out for LPU Manila. And Miracle has to be the known anomaly. Spots that one, and Nebu with the crossfire. Just able to get the double kill. Miracle again on game number 2 continues to be the linchpin. 3 versus 1, and it's up against Trix. Spotted on short. Already had the flank working out, so in the end, Trix is just on a known quantity, and Nebu's just gonna flush him out with a double. A 5-3 for the side of LEC.
You gotta respect that 100 IQ play there, or million IQ play from Nebu. Yung smoke na yun, nilagay niya that exact spot. Kung alam niya masyado yung mapa na pag ilalagay niya yung smoke dito, kung may lalabas man, may makikita kang barrel or gun. Exactly at that point, putting it exactly on that spot, yung smoke ng isang Clove, it allows you to not get any peeker's advantage on your opponent. So parang pag wide swing ng Sova doon, kitang-kita agad eh. So that allowed them to punish them instantly. And look at that, pinned agad yung Cypher ng LPU Pirates. And look at that, they're not able to capitalize on this lead that they were building. And it's going to be 5-3 as of the moment. As we start off this round, buy rounds for both teams. Pero si Justin medyo nag-a-adjust na siya, no? Hindi na siya nagiging sobrang aggressive unlike those few rounds that they did. And he finally learned his lesson.
Knows the balance now. And sometimes that is the way of life. As LEC are banking on the pushes, but they are spotting Gabby this, and already that C-long push looking like the thing that they're going for with Migs. Wants out at least one, and Chigs, he's hiding inside of the smoke. Good thing he's laid down because of his own cage, but everybody just walking into the util. He's blinded thanks to the utility, and Gabby this is able to receive a double. Chigs and Nebu down means a 2 versus 5 is underway.
Recon Bolt, masyadong malayo si Raya Milan dito. So I think they're going for exit frags. They could still try to go for a retake, but with only a judge, kind of seems impossible. He might want to save this ultimate instead.
Maybe.
Dapat yung Hunter's Fury nakakasira ng spike, no?
Kaya nga eh. Kaso hindi kasi yun yung nangyayari eh. Masyado atang OP kung kasama yun sa buff.
Oo nga.
Sana yung Brimstone
na ult?
Pampabilis ng diffuse, diba?
Sana nga. Dapat ganun. I-message ko si Riot.
Sige. Dami nating ideas, no?
Daming
ideas. Hindi na
ideas.
tayo maging part ng Riot, no?
Apply tayo bukas.
Sige. Ito naman.
Anong pangalan mo?
Naman,
diba? Kasi pag Riot employee ka, meron kang meron kang IGN dapat.
Riot Ramon. Parang okay naman, di ba?
Ako gusto ko si Juicy Riot ako.
Juicy Riot? Juicy Riot Bluesy, ganun.
Juicy Riot _ Dapat may underscore kasi batang 90s tayo eh. Ano yung first email mo? May underscore din ba?
Meron naman. Parang underscore ymail ata.
Grabe naman, ang professional naman. Alala ko dati yung crush ko, yung email ad niya is Emo Angel Princess Etika ata yun.
Cute naman.
Pare. Oo. Hindi niya ako sinagot.
Alright, well.
Sad life.
Okay lang. Masaya naman tayo sa buhay natin ngayon. But, at least now, you can... Wait, Justin? Justin, he gets spotted! Tricks! The workings of how well that A-long control should be maintained by the defense is already layered down thanks to the checking from the side of LPU Manila. You try to see if they can bounce back into Ryan Milan. He does get himself the 1-for-1. The flash does not work out in the end, so hopefully he does back onto safety 4v4 in an instant.
Okay, Recon. Oh, he gets spotted. Paranoia off the mark. Also, he gets taken down. Sova for Sova. Siya yung mas magaling na archer dito at ginamit niya yung bala para patayin ka.
Okay. Tapon mo na yung bow and arrow. Parang okay na sana yung Phantom dito at this point. But again, because of the ultis, this is probably the best chance for Ryan Milan to actually use his Dimensional Drift. Especially with the low HP he has. All that he needs to do is give info for the team. So, XT, For what to strike. Makes he's using the gap on the smoke. That is beautiful adjustment from him. Also with the NDY, Nebu has to get trained. He's a double and another one for Lars as well. So all the ultis not working out. And now LPU Manila can shine because of the execute. What a play for LPU Manila.
Justin really needs to calm down in this map. He's throwing so much bodies into the fray of LPU. Look at that. He's so aggressive, understandably so, as a Neon. But at this moment, parang nababasa na ng laro ng ng LPU Manila si Justin. Like, they know that he's the type to just dash in forward. May nakaabang na agad na scope sa kanya. That gets punished right away. Oh, Migs. Sobrang konti na lang, but those with only a guardian, walang nagawa masyado si Chigs dun.
Yeah. Not the best weapon for that short range encounter din no?
Yeah.
So really, even with the trade potential, you can't really underestimate how hard it is to retake that Haven A site. Because now with that 5-5, it will be a mixed buy coming forward for LEC. They know that this half is about to end. Yeah, they're playing with scraps at this point. Maybe trying to clear every corner of this A-long control. And you can see that LPU are actually doing pretty well with their homework. They need to find every single angle. Kaya tamang hugas lang dun sa may A-long at balik na lang dun sa may C-long control kung saan sila mag-execute.
Isa lang dahilan dun eh. Si Justin lang dahilan dun eh. Kaya siya nag-check ng angulo na yun.
Alright, Chigs. Execute down, but the defense is activated. That will be another shot for Raya Milan. 3 kills for them on the defense. As Lars and Trix are the only beacons of hope that they have on the attack as Chigs will layer down the law with that Bucky in hand. Security guard pala si Chigs. Day job niya pagkatapos ng campus rivals. As he demonstrates how well he uses the gun, it will be a 6-5 to make it another round for the Caviteños.
I mean, they're still leading the fray there, so it's still looking great. It doesn't seem to be really that much of a problem right now for LPU Manila kasi full buy naman sila and they do have their Hunter's Fury, but a good usage though for the ultimates from the overdrive from Justin, so it does play out. Pero ngayon, may ulti na si Raya Milan, gets a Vandal on the process as well, so mas magiging madali yung info gathering nila dito, and look at that, playing aggressively once again the Sova.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
He has to watch and he gets himself one. That's a slide into the DMs of Miracle. And he gets shut down immediately. And Migs expecting the second peek. He tackles with perfect precision. And look at this guy. What we expected from Migs. The terror inside the server. And he's reigning supreme with all these peaks. They have A site full lockdown. And LEC have to catch up to this 3v5.
Spike planted.
Okay. Raya Milan still not using that ult. Probably there's no, he doesn't, he can't save this, he has to use it. Ginamit niya na pala. Okay. Good job. Trix watch, just a headshot. Only one left. Raya Milan from Suwo. No. That's flawless from LPU. And they end up this first half in equilibrium. 0-0 this time.
Yeah, and a round where I kind of expected them to use Migs in the way that they did now. Finally, some more confidence coming forward for Migs where he expects the peaks for the one who needs to trade off the Sova player. And then when they get the site control, that's where everybody has a more perfect post plan. 2 players on short, somebody holding down that heaven angle, which honestly just makes it all the more interesting for how well this second half could go. Because LPU Pirates, medyo late na kung saan tayo nakakita ng decisiveness from them. Yeah. But now they swap into the second half where they need to reset and focus on their defense.
So much problems though. If kalaban mo yung attackers, you have a Yoru and a Neon who will just dash in forward. So it's gonna be a bit of an issue for them. Tingnan natin kung same playstyle ba yung gagawin nila. I mean, we've seen Justin being super aggressive already. He's still doing the same thing, however. And he takes the kill instantly as Migs tries to get a playbook but gets punished instantly.
My god, there's so many people on A-long trying to see if they can bounce back into it, but XT, he's the bait and switch, but Gabby Dis, look at the duo! Already they control A-long with just a Sheriff Send the Classic. Maybe it's not gonna be enough because Nebu, he wants to entry, but eventually it will be the 2 versus 1 for Raya Milan. He's already too far away for the trade. So he's just gonna try to rotate all the way towards C-long where now it's on him. All eyes on the lone Yoru player to try to clutch up this 1v2.
He does have the spike. He can plan it out over at C. So it's a matter of choosing where you want to be. And this Cypher and this Yoru from the enemy has no utility. So this might be an easy take for him, especially with this Ghost.
Wait, what? Oh, wait, he's playing for... The cut of rotation, but is he playing a
He
little
can hear
too
this.
far? Yeah,
Rinig
he
niya to
hears
eh.
Naririnig niya yung 2 footsteps, Raya. Oh, that's a really good angle. Kung passive lang siya, tahayaan niya yung dalawang makapag-cross, and this is gonna be a double kill in the making. Spots one
God.
and has to go back. That is beautiful discipline from Raya Milan. Now, when does he peek again? Because Trix, he's just diffusing. We saw this from Ascent. Tries to see if he can get the peek on down, but now he has the time on his hands.
He has to run.
He hears
He
the
has to
happy.
run.
He has to run. Pero hindi na alam. Stinik na ulit ni Trix, and he kills him at the last possible moment. That is the second time in a row where Trix just sticks to defuse like the pro that he is.
Pros don't fake. It's the longest saying ginawa pa yan ni Confucius dati.
No, eh.
Oh, pati si Benjamin Franklin, yung pinalipad niya yung yung saranggola. Sabi niya, pros
Kasama
don't
yun-
fake.
Kasama yun sa theory of evolution ni Charles Darwin eh. Pros don't fake.
Oo nga, sabi nga ni Nikola Tesla, to light up a bulb, you don't fake.
Player standing.
Siya ba yung gumawa doon? Diba?
Ano yung fine-fake niya? Ano yung fine-fake niya? Yung coils?
Hindi, yung ilaw, nilalagyan niya lang ng kandila dati. Kala nila, bulb talaga. So nadadala
May light
lang.
bulb. May light bulb moment kaya yung defense nila dito. That's a good paranoia. And I think they're only inside of the smoke, but Migs, Trix,
Uy!
already kicked themselves. 4 people thanks to the Bucky. And sliding in, another one for Migs with a 3K. LPU. That was their anti-eco if I'm not mistaken, but LEC just walked into it like a meat grinder.
Yun yung kailangan na na ginagawa ni Justin early when they were defensive. He was aggressive in a sense na gusto niya mag-pick off agad. What Migs is doing is, instead of just trying to go for kills, he's aggressive in a sense na hinahayaan niya pumasok and he goes in exactly for the retake even before the planting of the spike. So it pays off well for LPU Pirates, right? Now that they're leading in the charge, it looks like it's going great for them, and LEC Pirates have to just wait for their gun rounds to maybe get a few points just by reducing the margin of error, and XTY gets the kill to Miracle right away. And that's already one gone and out.
They were trying to play for picks, man. They were
Oh my
just saying
God.
hello and goodbye, Lars. He is just an assassin with the sheriff shots. And with that
May
double
Bucky.
kill, just cuts up the numbers. May Bucky, pero may isa pang naka-classic. Low 1 HP pa nga tong si Lars, so it is an even right click for him.
Nebu.
Versus 3 XT walks into it, and it's a double for XT as well. He expects the peek out for Nebu, and it's all gonna be on Ryan Milan. May Bucky nga siya, remind you.
That was disgusting. Nakita niya nag-crouch and just that minute person, or like minute second of like putting down your scope, headshot agad.
Yeah, nga eh.
Or tumayo ba si Nebo? I couldn't pinpoint exactly. It was too fast.
Nakaupo lang siya.
Raya Milan. Oh no. Oh, he gets it.
No way.
Oh no.
Outlaw.
Oh no.
He started
There's a
with a
solo behind.
sheriff. Oh no. Ay, gabi this. Perfect pickings. Ay, sayang kasi we were about to like make a monologue on the potential of if Ryan Milan could actually get this 1v3 clutch. He started with a classic, he got a sheriff, he was trying to plant on C, pero in the end he was making a lot of noise, so madali lang para kay Gabi this 6-9.
He does have the credits though, so a bit of a win. That's a win in my book. But XTY getting 2 doubles in this outlaw, really worth it for them.
There's at
Ito na
least
yung
a bit of
start eh.
damage done.
Standing.
It was a scope. It was a scope change. It was an angle change. That was so quick from him.
Yeah. But really impressive stuff coming through for them. At least I think it's a 6-9 in my eyes, where now I think LPU has the weaponry still. LEC now gonna have to do everything with the Byron that they got. Then what they do is, I believe, a 4-1 split. And because of this dimensional drift, Ryan Milan has all the info. Will he expect Trix to watch to be at the backside of things? He gets a beautiful flash to kill him off to get the C-side control. That is LEC at their finest to find a plant and the retake scenario for LPU Manila.
Oh no, he blinds his teammates. Okay, one more. Ooh, the double shot. Does not work out the double stack there. Okay, Drone, get some information. 3v3 now, Ramon.
Oh yeah, and at least Migs is gonna open the entryway, but look at that, Gabby Des using the Neon as a bait and switch. This Miracle gets a shot in, gets a double kill, and making a 3K. What a performance for Miracle. Game 1, Game 2, this guy is on a highlight reel.
I could just imagine if he played Deadlock in this round. He could have bought so much time, but even with the Sova, there's no difference in his performance. And again, you gotta credit all this entry from the Yoru of LEC. Sobrang ganda ng information na kinuha ng Yoru na yun eh. Get your ult, going to the smoke, blind as much. Only with a Spectre, he dealt so much damage into the enemy, allowing the rest of LEC to just secure the side take. And it works out well. Ito yung inaantay natin from LEC. The moment they get their gun rounds, that's when they start showing up and really making it worth it for the money of LPU.
Yeah, man, Miracle. Already the consistency is showing, but Gabby Dis, the one tap to Ryan Milan. And you already thought that A-long control was going to be everything that they needed, but when you have a gap in the smoke to work with, that just gives you an open lifeline for the defense. Gabby Dis, he doesn't even need to move a muscle. This already is a perfect position for him because there's a bait and switch for him. And Migs already spots out two at least. So Nebu and Miracle, they have to clear the corners. He spots one, gets the one shot, and Nebu completely dismantles that A-site defense. 3v4.
What a take from both of them. That was not expected in a way. I was really hoping for Migs to cover Gabby Dis at that point. He knows there is already agents coming in forward into that take, but I think he was a bit more reluctant to do so.
Yeah.
XCY
has the op. And because of the short smoke provided by his teammate, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. At least that will be strength in the retake scenario. But I think they're just going to call for the save. They can't risk it. They don't have anything to clear yung short position doing some graffiti. And because they also have an operator, it's kind of a worthy investment to go into the next round. So they give away the 8 over to LEC. But in return, they have some bit of firepower left in them the next round.
You don't want to waste this operator for them. Like this XDY, he's been camping at C for the longest time already, and all he needs to do is just really pick off a kill there. He's done this time and time again against LEC, but this time only 1 point away from LEC Manila, and it's paying out well. Their gun rounds are making sense for them, and they have extra creds. And on the side of LPU Pirates, they will be on an economical disadvantage this time. They do have that operator, but it's a matter of choosing which side they will be. If yung LEC Pirates pupunta sa A, and then there's an operator waiting for them, there's not much that they could do to impair the vision of this Yoru.
Of course not, yeah.
Tsaka si Nebu, aggressive yung smoke niya eh. Like parang he leaves those gaps to get those kills. But at the same time, LPU Manila knows how to play around those smokes and they get the damage instead of LEC.
Yeah, they use those smokes entirely as well. So really that double-edged blade is working out for LPU Manila kanina. Now Ryan Milan spotted from the jump. At least that will be the open entry onto the B site. And Lars has to be picture perfect with how he uses his paranoia to counter this B push. Ryan Milan waiting on his trigger. They push it out. The Hunter's Fury also to lock out Lars. And already the slide in from Justin. It opens up the site for the team. 5 versus 4 in an instant. And what a beautiful one tap for Justin as well. Tricks 2 washed, already knocked out of the ground. And now with the spike planted down, this will be the ground already on the side of LEC for them.
There's no way they're going to save this up. I don't think they have an idea there is an operator. This should be the information they're given. They will be blinded by that illusion. As Miracle goes for the shock dart. He will be concussed as of the moment. Migs tries to jump in forward, but Justin quick with the punish. The operator will not be able to get it down through. One more with a Cypher Cage. You will not see anything. As Ryan Milan, only one left. It's a 2v1. With only an operator, XTY, can you do this for the team? But I think he will be saving instead.
Will he? Because he's still trying to peek around the corner. Again, he doesn't have time, but Jigs, he speaks it. He knows where he is. He denies the operator and makes it a lot more of an expensive round for LPU Pirates. It will be LEC getting up. Really nice execute on that B site. Justin, his aggressiveness has been noted. And every single moment that he gets the execute going, the space already provided. Gets one on that A-link push, already finding himself tricks to watch on the other. So really, Justin popping off at this run has to be the turning point. LEC have to run with this momentum and just keep swinging it if they want it a 2-0.
You gotta give so much credit to Miracle in that round, though. That Hunter's Fury was a great call. It allowed Justin to just slide in forward and deal damage. And that was the communication that LEC is showing us here in Campus Rivals, that they really are moving as one unit. And now with a pistol round for LPU, with XTY forcing his very own Vandal, this will be a free site over at C. Pero ang kalaban mo ngayon is Chigs with a Cypher. You also have Nebu on the Clove. There's so much information that they could give and utilities to throw out as they get 3 kills already. And that's a 9v9 takeaway as they moving forward. Nebu, he will be overhealed. He tries to go for the kill. Sherry shot by Gabby Diz. As Chigs, he will try to push in forward. Swing left, right, gets the headshot, take it down, and only one will be left, and that would be Tricks. from elbow.
Man.
Ooh. Ryan
Oh,
Milan.
I think Ryan Milan spots him. I think he just hears him. Will he knife him? He has to knife him at this point, but Justin just gets the long shot happening. LPU from Cavite just finding opportunities left and right. The feeding off the info just completely responds to the destroy of that flank watch tripwire. And eventually, just the LEC Pirates just raining hell over at that flank watch.
Look at that.
XTY, his firepower really, it wasn't even needed at this point because once they got the peak gun down, everybody just came crumbling to pieces.
You gotta respect Trix though. He tried to make some sort of play there. Very separate from his team. He wanted to make some sort of play, but it's just that LEC just got all the angles covered because again, that was a free side for them to take, allowing the flankers to move in. And again, you're going up against a Yoru. Kahit sumama siya sa flank na yon, or like that retake deny, meron siyang TP eh. Just TPs over to elbow and or garage, spots down the Cypher and takes him out of the game. And that's all they need.
Yeah, they do. Timeout called for LPU Manila. They know how costly that round was in the prior. So they need more than just a mental reset. They need to focus because in a lot of the rounds that they have been winning, it's either close calls or just decision making that just goes a little haywire at the very moment. Just a lot of retake scenarios where it's either a fallback from in terms of like imperfect spacing from the team when it comes to the trades, or just getting picked off early because they want to take an aggressive side take. So many times that Gabby Disc gets knocked down early, and honestly, his utility should be something that you need in the late round because you need that recon to just get info for the retake scenario.
Another operator from XTY. This man is just relentless with his plan. But again, no one is at C. TP is back into spawn. They do hear some info in A, I presume, but only Gabby Diz here. How much can he do for his team to give out any information whatsoever?
He doesn't need to do anything aggressive, honestly.
Yeah.
Because once they get the plant down, that's when Gabby Disc can just call for the rotation. He does have a lot of ultis to play for his team, so really it just comes down to if they're willing to take the fight aggressively. As LEC, they're primed up for the execute. They have a TP on Hell and the entryway from Migs as well. So now it's gonna be a 5 versus 5 retake. We don't see a lot of these, Brucey, not gonna lie.
Yeah. It's the point of these teams playing slowly but safely enough wherein they could take it out. Oh, Gabby Diz not at the right time. He did not expect Nebu to be there as Migs is trying to make his entry but gets blinded by the paranoia. It's not working out for them already. A resurrect from Nebu. He will try to go into sewers, but once again, even with a jump status, there's no way that he can do for this retake. Medyo na mali doon. Like that paranoia was so timely from LRS. Did not allow Migs to get any kill at all. Na collateral siya, pare.
Kaya nga, boy. I mean, good for Nebu kasi he actually gets himself a really good first blood late into the round, but that also gives a really good vandal na pwedeng magamit ni XT. He dropped yung up na meron siya kanina to get the dimensional drift, to give the info to the team. Lumabas siya ng A-long, he kills off 2 people. And in the process as well, that's where you get the retake going for Tricks. That is where timing shines for them. And that's where talent actually just runs through your veins for the side of LPU Pirates. Now finally, at least, they're showing that they're still capable.
So it works out. High for them now. XTY still holds this operator. Pero parang alam nila eh. They understand that this Yoru is really gonna go for an operator play and they keep going back and forth to A. Gabby Diz, once again, sees 2 people. He might call for a rotation early.
He has to now at this point. And that drone's just gonna double confirm about everything that they have at this point. TP. And I think he's still privy to the fact that A site is still something that they need to defend. How fast are LEC gonna try for this? As now, that will be a 4-man execute because look, the clone is deployed on that A-shot extremity. How far will this go for LEC? We have 3 players on site stacked up. Gabby Des on that side of the map.
Wow.
BD being controlled. Dars with a spray down. Mix with a slide in. And eventually that crumbles for the side of LEC as Ryan Milan, the only anchor, the 1v3 they have. And he's rushing all the way towards that heaven spot. He doesn't have the spike. He also does not have the dimensional drift, so he cannot contain that objective. So LPU Manila all that they're doing is hunker down everybody on that side para maglaro ng retake.
They have no idea. Oh, they're playing for sewers. They're playing for sewers. Pretty smart from them, though.
10 seconds left.
They understand there's no time, but he gets it. No, so close, Raya Milan. The pause from LPU is working out. They're keeping their lives alive in this tournament still. Finally taking the lead against LEC Pirates, and it's just a big of a it's a jumble right now. I don't understand how they were able to get this lead. I think it's a matter of Gabby Diz being the anchor at A, playing safely this time, Ramon. Hindi siya aggressive.
Yeah.
He tries to go for the peaks. If he doesn't succeed,
Quick
he goes for the drone and calls for the rotate. And it's working out well for LPU Pirates. They just have to keep this up and we can go to a game 3.
Look, it's also privy that how well he plays this position, but this is the only time that he gets hit with a crowd control. Stunned up, XTY gets the shot on Chig, so at least now they don't have to worry about the lurk anymore from the Cypher on the attack. All their focus
Good
is
blind.
on that short extremity as a good blind comes forward. That's also the jump out, and he TPs back to safety with the spike on hand. LEC are trying to play them like a fiddle, but they
That's
gotta
too
remember
risky.
they're down to man count as well.
That's too risky. They're trying to think that LPU Pirates has the same play na pagpapasok sila, 5 yung mag-rotate, pero I don't know how much this can play off for Raya Milan.
Ang dami. They all rotated to the A site just because of
He
the
knows.
util being put on, but Raya still
He
has
knows.
that. He still has
He's
a
faking
spike.
it.
He already faked his position. Tricks. I think he has an idea. He's just trying to jiggle for the info. He sees him. He sees him. That's a perfect spray from him. And Eurothef active, so that caused the rotation for everybody from LP Manila. How will they work this out? LEC, they get the spike back on down. They planted on that C control.
30 seconds left.
A 5v3 in an instant, and LPU just strikes with another one. Justin, as well as Nebu, they try to work this around, a double kill from the collateral. And now leaving Nebu, the superstar, to make it a clutch. But in the end, Lars and LPU Manila, they steal the round away thanks to perfect discipline from Trix and the rest of the squad.
Oh, you gotta give credit so much to Trix there. Does not fall for the fake teleport. Waits it out. And also,
Match point.
you gotta give credit also to Raya Milan. He tried to make a play and tried to read the movements from LPU Manila, but it's for 3 rounds straight, wherein if you commit an A as LEC, 5 sila pupunta agad dun eh. He tried to back off on that idea, but this time LPU Manila, they did not commit whatsoever. They had Tricks anchor down Garage and allow them to play so much time na ang spike sobrang tagal ma-plant. Napatay niya pa yung Dolan Duelist, and that really played out so much well for LPU.
It does.
Match point.
Man, LPU finally on match point. Finally, some breathing space for them as a team as XT kills off one. Nebu in the process gets a 1-for-1 trade-off. That's an open C site for the execute. And an open lifeline for this round. They want to end this 2-0 because if LPU Manila gets to game number 3, then it's looking grim as ever, Brucey.
Okay, operator with him. He could spot some more. Look at this aggressive smoke. He doesn't know the angle. Jigs. Oh, he's gonna spot it out. He takes down Gabby Diz. Hunter's Fury being casted also. They have to commit as much utilities as they can for Miracle. Does do some chip damage though. Smoke about to run out. There's an operator. Tries to go for the shots, but the jumping jacks from the Neon will deny him of that kill.
He's defusing. He's trying to take control of the spike, but in the end, they kill him off. So now they have to reset on in. Migs with one again. And
The
now
defuse.
Lars trying to stick on the defuse. Migs gonna have to get the triple kill and gets the 4K to end the game right here, right now. Haven taken for LPU Manila as they take it to game number 3. Icebox in the horizon.
That was so intense. I thought it was a quick 2-0 on the side of LEC Pirates, but no. Apparently, some rounds were given away, and that A-site defense, Ramon, you gotta give so much credit to the A-site defense. Played out so much well for LPU Pirates, which allowed them to take us to a game 3.
Man, I mean, sometimes the strats that actually look weird to us kind of works out for the bros and the veterans so far, because we started this with a lot of doubts in our minds on how well they're gonna work out this defense, and
Yeah.
really it just comes down to how well now they actually communicate as a team at this point. Because if you look at how many times Gabby Diz he's still solo anchor for a lot of these games. You saw that in game number 1 where he was the solo KO, the solo initiator on the site, but his job is not to take a free frag for the team. His only job is to try to get the info, and then everybody just tries to play for the retake scenario, which honestly, I wish I could have seen that on that Ascent game. But overall, I'm just proud that they got the job done because this Haven game was just looking like LEC was going to take it from the get-go.
Yo, no, even in the first half, I really thought this was their game. Apparently, it's not. You gotta give so much credit to Gabby this though. That anchoring from him, the discipline though, and on the side of LEC, I think Justin really needs to calm down just a bit. He gave so many bodies onto LPU Manila early into the game. I do understand it's a Neon, you gotta play aggressive, but at this high stakes, high reward match in the lower brackets, a bit of play safe will go a long way. That's how I would like to phrase it for LEC. But again, it's not yet over for both the Pirates as we are going to game number 3, which is a crowd favorite map, which is Icebox. Hopefully, we will see some great plays here. This is a pseudo Ascent in a sense. It's a smaller map, and we'll see how much firepower both can deliver. And I really want to see some Viper Sages come out here. But before that, intense plays though. Kudos to LPU Pirates really capitalizing on like the errors that LEC was trying to go for. Gets the man. It's a game of Valorant. So much decision making to be done in a split second, and just the punishment from all these players are really great. But that was it. Ships not sinking. Thank you, direct writer. Lupit mo mag-caption. Shadow ka ng magaling.
Galing.
Pahingi ng TF mo. Thank you.
Grabe naman.
Nanghingi pa nga.
Nangingi pa nga talaga. Pero
Oo naman.
yeah, I mean, that pretty much is the story so far for this game, no? Talagang the resiliency for LPU, especially with how far that first game would have gotten. This Haven game was actually a clear picture that they're not out of the game talaga. I mean, some good discipline from the team. Oh, some hiccups along the way. I mean, si Migs medyo late pa nakapag-activate into the server. He was well adjusting to the retake scenarios. And I think that up from XT actually did a lot more favors compared to how he was on that first Ascent game kanina. So
yeah,
we're seeing some impact coming through for a lot of these teams, and I think nakapag-oil up na yung communication nila as a whole. But the job's not done, man. I mean, that Icebox game is still up in the air, especially for the win rate for both of these teams. Kasi LPU Pirates, if I remember correctly, for the Manila side, this is one of the more interesting nats that they have. Kasi they win a lot of those games on Icebox, they lose a lot of those important games on Icebox. It's just a matter of what type of LPU Pirates we're seeing dito sa match natin.
Again, isang problema din with LEC dito. I think one of the reasons why they were stuck with A-site, kasi alam nila may operator sa XTY eh. You don't want to be fighting or dueling up against a Yoru with an operator.
Oh.
Even if you try to trade, after he gets one kill, he can just TP away. And then isa to sa mga scenarios where Justin was just too aggressive, na parang siya yung napapunish right away, and it's already a man down on the side of LEC. Understandable as defenders, but they were able to take so much there. Even with those kills, naging 6-6 tuloy yung final half natin, which allowed so much room for error on the side of LPU, and they did capitalize on those mistakes as you move forward here. XTY, kanina pa siya naka-outlaw eh. Even with that, that's already a threat over at your teammates on LEC na parang you don't want to risk as much. You'd rather play up against a Sova who only has utilities rather than Yoru who is mobile enough with an operator. So parang yun yung naging decision making ng LEC. But at some point, dahil kay Gabby Diz, the moment he knows ilan yung magiging mga kalaban niya, he calls for a rotate, he calls for a recall, and ayan na nga, sobrang mabilis na taloy yung parang response ng LPU here. And that brings us to a game number 3, and these are your game stats. And you look at that, it is a very tight game, and it looks really great. And if you look at that, LPU, kung titingnan mo si Gabby Diz, not the top fragger, but 19 kills into this game, Ramon. Ibig sabihin lang yan, in all those fights, he has always been there to either frag out or go for some rotates or tawag dyan, trades for his team.
I mean, in and out of the server, you can never deny the impact that Gabby has on the squad. One of the more louder voices that they have to see who can actually get themselves the win here. Pero take a look at yung MVP natin para sa Haven game na yon. It's none other than the wonder kid himself na si Migs. All the way from KDM into LPU Pirates, talagang pinapakita niya that in and out of campus, he is a force to be reckoned with.
Rightfully so. 22 kills, nearly 300 ACS. Ito yung isa sa mga Neon masterclass into campus rivals. He knows how to be aggressive enough that it's defensive. Sabi pa nga ni Sanchu, the best offense is a great Sanchu ba nagsabi nun? Feeling ko lang.
Art of War ba? Art of War? Or Art of
ata
Retake
yun
ba yung pinag-uusapan natin?
Art
of Retake?
Art of Tense. Yun na, sabihin natin gano'n.
Art of Tense.
Search ko nga, who said the great offense is a good defense? Nagre-research pa eh. Sinabi pala to ni George Washington and Jack Dempsey. Kung sino man yan. But anyway, if you wanna be like Migs and get the main character energy activated, all you gotta do is get a laptop that is built for whatever is next. No limits, just vibes, baby. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive #AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pin post. As you can see, nandyan lang sa aming comment section yung pin post natin para ikaw ay makapag-participate, and then you get some concert tickets or Acer Day event tickets. May concert kasi palagi eh. So, it's great. It's great to be there. So you better be there. And that's it. Thank you so much, Predator. But Ramon, that was the end of map number 2. Handa ka na ba for map number 3?
Handang-handa na, Brucey. And I'm sure you are kasi Icebox, it will be chilly, so grab your jacket at saka yung coats. This will be a fun ride.
Alright, since handa na kami, eto na yung game! Joke lang. We'll take a very short break. We'll be back after this.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
Bago ang lahat, Alam nyo ba na may sale ang Acer Predator X34 XBMIIPHUZX UWQHD344X times 14240Hz OLED technology curve na gaming monitor? From 64K, 45K na lang siya. At kung bibilhin mo siya ngayon, may kasama pa siyang NMW120 gaming mouse. Kung bibilhin mo yan, meron ka pang hashtag Acer Day 2025 rewards. Wala akong 45K eh.
Ayun lang. Tapos nabasa mo yung buong code?
Nabasa. Binasa ko lang dito gamit ang aking Acer Predator laptop.
Ang galing.
Ayan. Thank you. Ayan, kung gusto niyo yan, bilhin niyo yan. Kung trip niyo. Pero bago ang lahat, ako nga pala si Juicy Brucey. Kasama ko yan si Ramon Cast for day number 2 of Campus Rivals. This is the first match of the losers bracket, of the lower bracket. Sorry, my bad. And it is against LEC Pirates and LPU Pirates. Huwag kayong mag-alala, dalawang pirata ang ating magkikita, maglalaban-laban ngayon. Pero bago ang lahat, meron tayong comment section na i-vibe check muna natin. Pasok!
Sino yan?
Uy, Rap
Uy.
Cyrus. Manalo ko kunin JPL statue ng matalo.
What? Grabe.
Dapat
So,
ganun, no? Alam mo yung intramurals, 'di ba pag intrams ng high school or college, 'di ba intersection yung yung kalaban. 'Di ba? Like parang okay, section A, section B yung magkakalaban or whatsoever or yung mga school year. Dapat kung may Lyceum na school-wide intramurals, yung JPL statue, kung sino yung matatalo, kukunin nila at ibibigay sa campus nila. Dapat gano'n, no?
Dapat ganun. Dapat
para siyang flag, yung parang sa mga custom games dati na capture the flag. Kasi yung capture the flag nandun, tapos 1 year siya magsistay doon. So kailangan bawiin. Sino ba yung
Okay, yung
team
statue.
natin dyan? Idea po yan ni Ramon. Hindi tinext niyo po yun sa akin.
Ako nagsabi. Ako nagsabi. Wala. Ako
Pero
talaga may bright ideas dito, boss.
Oo naman. Because you're so bright, brother. Raf! Cyrus, ikaw bahala ha. Pag matalo, ikaw yung kukuha. Okay lang naman sa amin kunin. Basta ikaw lang mag-isa. Bawal yung may tulong.
Siya daw yung mag-hand deliver, narinig ko eh. Wala tutulong sa kanya.
Dapat same day delivery ha. Thank you. Ayos ka.
Ang galing na.
Well, we do like the idea.
Sabi niya, babalot daw niya mismo yung JPL statue nila kapag hindi inayos yung Game 3. Oo, di ba?
Yan yung commitment. Pero ayun na nga, sabi ng ating direktor, Stormy Waters ahead. Series style.
What? Fire!
Feeling ko yung writer-director natin dati, part siya ng ng mga, alam mo yung mga campus newspaper. Yung mga ganun.
Feature writer siya, ganun.
Di ba, anong tawag dyan? Yung campus writing, yung may parang newspaper, yung sarili mong school. Campus journal? Hindi
Journal. Campus journalism?
Search ko lang gamit ang aking Predator laptop. What is a campus paper called?
Ano yun?
Campus newspaper. School paper! Yun, tama. School paper. Yun, school paper. Yun.
Hindi na pa kailangan i-search eh. Diba?
Bakit nga natin ito pinag-uusapan?
Hindi ko na
Dahil sa director natin, thank you, Direk. Sobrang galing na dito. And again, by the way guys, for all of you na nakaka-tune in lang sa Campus Rivals, yung up for grabs natin dito is a 200k prize pool. So yung champion natin makakuha ng 50k. Tapos, meron silang direct invite into Predator League. So, ayun, Philippines yan ha. So, if you do that, you don't have to go to qualifiers at dire-diretso ka na into the big stages. But now that we're going into map number 3, Ramon, we're heading into Icebox. Let's look at the agent selection. Viper, staple.
Double Killjoys, Viper as you mentioned. Nebu still keeps yung clove na nakukuha natin sa kanya. So there is a theme for him. And it is a comfortable agent na nakikita natin from his performance. So we're gonna be expecting him to keep fragging as their team's clove nga naman nila. So they have 2 controllers. They have a lot of space that can be denied away from the team. But they also have the essence of what is a beautiful Icebox team composition talaga. Yung Jet, yung Killjoy, at saka yung Soba na na-expect mo sa kanya. So really, it's a battle between yung kung ano yung may game playstyle na mag-reign supreme dito. Yung double controller or yung double sentinel comp talaga for LP Pirates.
Right. I see LPU Pirates. I see the idea of getting a Sage. Allows you to get more mid control with this agent. It's a lot faster and easier for you also to create some space for your team, lalo na if you get a lot of frags. Si Gabby Diz naman may dala neto. In the previous match, yun yung same na ginawa niya. All he needs to do is get info, and then these Sage walls would be a lot easier for them, especially pag attacking side na sila. The Sage walls get so much space for you to plant and waste time for the rest of your teammates, and it allows you to impair so much vision on the side of your opponent also. So ayun na nga, we're heading into game number 3, map number 3, which is Icebox. This is a do or die match from LPU Pirates and LEC Pirates. Name's Juicy Brucey, with me is Ramon. This is the elimination match for both the Pirates. Let's rock it on.
Before anything, shoutout nga pala sa mga friends ko tsaka si Iya na nanonood din ngayon no? Talagang it's a beautiful time in Campus Rivals, and as we're heading on into a very chilly map of Icebox, talagang we're expecting the essence of both team compositions to actually shine out here. Pero I think yung Sage na napansin natin from that Pirates position is something to actually delve a lot more conversation from, kasi medyo pwede din siyang pang reset ng fight kasi the A site in Icebox is built in the way that you really have to fight for the first half of that A main extremity. Kasi kung wala kang control doon, edi mahirap kapag wala kang heal. Pero hindi sila doon papasok. Ang LPU Manila ay lalaban ng B green control.
Ayan na naman si Justin, but he gets it finally. He gets one more. He gets two. He tries to go for one more, but then he gets punished. But that's fine. Dalawa yung patay. Thank you, Justin.
Justin, always the guy that you watch out for first contact. Talagang the amount of times na gusto niyang kumuha ng space for the team in the first 2 games has been up and down. Ngayon na nag-start siya na mainit, talagang it's a good sign moving forward for LEC. They still have the rotation cut off thanks to XT and his utility. So now they're thinking about putting the smoke on down para lang malabanan ni Nebu. Ito gets one, possibly the second, not enough. Lars able to get the refrag in time. And now it becomes a possibility that they can reset back in towards B side, pero mukhang sa A sila manggagaling, Brucey.
Gabby Diz, dalawang beses na siyang na-dink. Thank God with those heals, he was able to survive all of this. Another heal is going to be on cooldown, so Gabby Diz will be assuming this fight into a bit of a quarter HP. Not full, pero kayang-kaya naman, but with 3 opponents against LPU, this might go in the favor of LEC though.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. If they can actually get this reset ongoing as they now destroy the Killjoy turret. But Ryan Milan has the space to work this as well, so he could just drop back in. But Lars isn't deciding to actually peek on to the other side of 410. So a 2v3 retake. LEC already hunkering down that A site retake scenario. Watching the flank because they don't have the information, but a good screen actually prevents them from actually getting the info that they need. Miracle spotted, but Lars able to bounce back into it. Double kill for him. 2v2. The wraparound from 410 will be everything that they need, and Ryan Milan able to get himself Lars. A 1v2 for Gabby Diz. He's been in these situations before. He heals himself back up to safety, but in time, he's gonna try to defuse the spike. Ryan Milan, he has support from the teammate. Chig's gonna try to defuse the spike. A double for him. He doesn't have the bullets, and I think Chiggs has enough time to defuse the spike on full. LEC, beautiful confidence, and the numbers game just working out in their favor.
He does. Na half ni Chiggs yung spike so he had so much time there. But Gabby Diz, tatlong heals na yung ginamit niya that round, and here comes the value of the Sage. If early into the fights, if hindi mo siya ma-pick off, especially on like these eco rounds or like pistol rounds, kaya niya mag-survive eh. And with that, since they've done so much damage, they have the power to buy some Spectres or like some Stingers, but I think they opted to go for Sheriffs this time. And with that being said, we see the cracks of LEC's defense there. Malakas talaga yung tutok ng LPU Manila eh.
Yeah, nga eh. Man, something that you really shouldn't question when it comes to these players. Talagang back in towards that mid side, Gabby Diz is calling for the troops to get themselves in towards that troop position. Only one to receive. Pero sa under sila manggagaling Miracle and Nebu. They play off each other to get the double kill for the Clove. And Miracle, he's peeking them and even gets the third. 5 bullets might be more than enough to get the headshots, and it is for Miracle. The precision is real. And XT alone on an island, it will be an easy shot for Ryan Milan. A 2-0 for LEC, which has been the story in the last 2 games that we've had this series.
Good plays. I mean, it is a pistol round for them. They wanted to close out this round as quick as they can. But again, these Vandals are paying off for LEC Pirates, so it's pretty fine. And also their defense over the tunnels was pretty good. Nebu there just in the perfect time. Vandals yun eh. So much headshots potential there. As 2-0 approaching into the map. And ngayon, LPU have to adjust their gameplay. They're going to take for A site now.
Look, they're taking the half of that aim in extremity because they really want to get that space going. But Migs already knocks down one of the star players. Nebu down. That means that will be one less controller to worry about. And with an early wall and a smoke coming down as well, that one way is a lethal weapon to deal with. So LPU already happy with taking at least one of them away from that A site and just reset back in towards that side of the map. Maybe they could retake this B set as well.
Well, they have to take B. I think they've heard so much gunshots and they heard as much players as they can over at A, so it doesn't make sense for them to do a rotate. So ang gagawin nila ngayon is send their XTY, their Killjoy over at mid, try to find any lurkers, and then on the side, for the rest of LPU, they just have to dash in forward. If they see an alarm bot, try to shoot it down, and then maybe go for a plant. They do have a Sage wall, so it will be fine for them.
Yeah. Wall down means that even if the Viper smoke is depleted, will actually give them the benefit of planting, but they decide to go for the long wall instead. Just put all their focus on Ryan Milan. The Ares wall up is not going to be enough time for him to actually kill off Gabby Diz. As he wants to be aggressive. He's pushing into a Spectre, but in the end, it's still going to be the Vandals. And Miracle, what the run and gun! Kills off Migs, kills off Gabby Diz. A triple for Miracle, but the Miracle player does not have any more left in him. Will be that first round on the board, but it was this close, but he would have gotten the 4K.
He was too surrounded, and look at this. Ryan Milan going for an operator on the Killjoy. He's gonna play aggressively over at B, I presume. But this intro there, the moment they took up Nebu, that was an opening for them already, and they could just go and capitalize at A. But the moment they understood na masyadong maraming tao, they go for B. Only a Killjoy is there, and Miracle, though, you saw the effort of this man. He wanted to go the extra mile, but he was just too overpowered when it comes to the body count, and it's over for him.
Justin. He pushes again. There's another opportunity for him to take the space. He gets one, he dashes out, but is he compared? Is he going to be safe? No. He's not. His Tricks gets the wall mag shot, even with that resurrection to actually resurrect Migs back to life. A 5v4 in an instant. And with that, they also wrap around. Ryan Milan gusted the shot onto XT, so will be the trade with the Killjoy and Justin to get that 1-for-1.
Well, that was a resurrection used, though. So Migs will not have as much HP as he wants.
Ryan Milan does have the operator still.
They don't know this
about their... Yeah, but they do, because he did peek around that garage control.
Oh yeah, he did.
So they're kind of hesitating on where they want to go.
45 seconds. These recon bolts are going to be a problem for LPU. They don't want to give out their position yet. As Gabby Diz, he can move forward with a 3-stack. Chigs, though, on the left side. Will they be able to clear out this corner? He goes for the shot. He will not be able to get any, but Miracle, quick with the trays. He tries to go for the spray. Will not work out this time. 3 versus 2. Nebu on the back lanes. He will try to go for the push.
What a really good wall as well. Does eliminate one of the angles that they can actually try to clear. As with LPU Manila, they have full control of the site, but backside is where Nebu and Ryan Milan are going to have to play for each other.
Good slow.
Full control over the other side of this main position. High-low setup already invested for them as Trix will get at least a headshot from Nebu. 1v2 for Nebu again, and Gabby Diz will hit the headshot. 2-2 scoreline now as LPU Manila find a bounce back in towards A side.
2 for 2. Expensive round for Raya Milan. That operator really cost him as much. Good thing LPU Pirates has seen no value on the operator, so they'll just give it away. As they move forward, that should allow them to take B instead. I think A kasi ngayon, masyadong makapal yung depensa eh. So if they rotate around B, wala silang choices to go around the Killjoy, but LEC kind of had the feeling this will be the play. So they're switching it around. They're bringing the Viper over at B, impairs your vision, and it really plays so much time for the side of defenders.
Yeah.
Aggressive ni Justin, pare. Sobra.
Paulit-ulit na nga eh. Parang kanina, by round lang, push lang ng push, pero Sheriff spotted and Migs is just gonna expect it. They're just all waiting for everybody on LEC to push towards LPU at this point.
That one-way smoke pays so much. Nebu, masterclass in Clove.
So many times that they are able to So they find an adjustment, but not this time for LEC. All the guns that they got in their pocket, just a lethal weapon to take in these fights. They get P control and mid-side already because the Viper is still active. That Poison Cloud will give them the runway to actually push on towards that orange spot. Jigs expected and notified about his position. A double for Gabby Diz to open the runway on that P site execute. A 1v4 now for Nebu. Only has the Sheriff and the ulti in hand, but because he's the lone survivor on defense, he will not have any access whatsoever to the NDY.
Sights open for them. One more. This will be an ultimate ready for Viper after this round, so it is going to pay off well for him. As Nebu, with only a Sheriff, he would try to get for some rifles. Maybe use that as advantage and save it out. Oh, wow. Okay. I love this skin.
This is the first time you've seen this skin?
Yeah, first time I've seen this skin. I don't buy skins.
Ah.
Sinawawala yung immersion ko sa Valorant eh.
Sa bagay. Oo nga
Makes
naman.
you feel like you're holding a real gun. The only skin I like, ano lang eh, yung Nerf skin, the Blast X. That's the only skin I love, and I could never find it in night market.
It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice.
Yeah,
The
I
reason
love
why
that.
you can't is because puro premium lang ata na guns yung makikita mo dun. Hindi yung above like a certain threshold. Which,
Hey, that's premium. Blast X is premium.
if I'm not mistaken, ang alam
No,
ko
for me,
mga
it's
2
premium in my heart.
Oh yeah.
It's premium in my heart, brother.
I mean, it's more than just premium for the eyes of many. But
Yeah.
and now
Sounds better.
may nerf pallets pa sa
Yeah.
wall kapag bumabaril ka. But ayun,
Exactly. Best gun, man. Best gun.
yeah, 3-2
But-
at least.
LPU Manila finally taking the lead here. Gun rounds for LEC Pirates. Ito yung inaantay nila palagi eh. The moment they lose their few rounds, once they get their guns, Justin just becomes aggressive as hell. But this time, he's not doing it. He's playing it safe.
Yeah. We learn from our mistakes. And Justin knows that sometimes the best way is not forward. It's actually
Yes.
back.
2 steps
if I'm
forward,
not mistaken.
5 steps
Diba?
back. They're not
Pwede,
clearing this
Ryan Milan?
corner. They're not clearing this corner.
Down B.
Why? They're walking into Ryan Milan's domain and he is expecting them to come to him. Gets a triple kill. Nebu with another one. That's 4 in a blink of an eye for LEC. And it's all left up to XT with an outlaw in hand yet again. The only guy to try to stop this, but it's a 4K for Ryan Milan. From duelist to controller. And now into the killjoy role. He is really high and above for everybody on LEC.
That was not the play. Hindi kasi umabot yung drone ng Sova eh. They were thinking na okay, it's safe. No one reacted to the drone. But then Raya Milan though, another expensive mistake on the side of LPU Manila. Ilang beses na ito nangyari. It happened at the same time on B side over Nong Haven. Na walang tumitingin and they just dashing forward. And Raya Milan, that's a very expensive mistake for LPU Manila. It is fine. They do have their gun rounds once again. But that was a round they could not afford to throw away. They do have their Hunter's Fury, Viper Spit, and their Blade Storm ready. But to counteract that one, si Raya Milan, meron din siyang, Killjoy Lockdown, which he had for 2 rounds already. So if ever magkahirapan talaga, he could just use that to his advantage and force out the rest of LPU Manila to look for another site.
But that's the thing is though, LPU Manila also has
The
yung
Hunter's Fury
nila. So at least may pang counter din sila dito. And compared to if you put the defender Killjoy lockdown, there's only one spot that you can actually know that he's gonna put down. And it's already outside of that screen's position compared to if you're from the attacking side where you actually have the elevation to your advantage. Pwede mo ilagay sa taas ng pipes, pwede mo ilagay sa baba ng pipes, and that will give you a 50-50 choice sa kung saan ka maglalagay ng Hunter's Fury, which is all the more difficult for Chigs if he does have that, pero he doesn't. So, again, Ryan Milan with his ulti is gonna get countered if Trix is still alive. But that is if he is. Kasi si Migs, he's the type of player that will not hesitate to take the space for you. It's just gonna be on if the second player or the third player of the team, kapag nag-entry sila, who's gonna trade Migs kung mamamatay siya.
I think with this Hunter's Fury, madali lang hanapin eh. Go for the lower elevation. You can't spot it there. Go for the upper one. Ganun lang siya. I mean, knowing all these players, they probably memorized the coordinates of this map. So I think there's that. But let's see how they play it out. But again, as we're starting, there is a pause. As of the moment, ito yung paborito ko na tournament eh. Tech pause.
Si Tech, the Tech the Campus Rivals Tech Pause edition. We love it. We love it here. We love it here because I think it's a reconnection issue for one of the players dito. So
for Gabby.
We're just gonna give him the opportunity to try to reconnect back into the game. Alam mo, ano tawag dun? Parang sa game na yung may baso kayo tapos meron kayong parang
Ouija board?
Yeah, Ouija board. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No,
So
what?
kung nandyan si Gabby Dis, magparamdam ka na, idol. Nandyan
Tama
ba
nga,
tayo?
legit nga, Ouija board pala tawag dun. Ay!
What?
Hello! Ang ganda pala ng mata ni Killjoy, no?
Oo nga eh.
Dapat
si Gabby.
Pahanap nga kami ng mga kakaibang mag-sightseeing nga tayo sa icebox. May ano dyan eh, may penguin dyan eh.
Ay, wala na, gumalaw na si Gabby. I think we don't have time for that anymore.
Okay na pala.
Ayun.
Ano ba yun, Gabby?
All
Pause ka
good.
muna. Gusto namin mag-sightseeing dito. Teka lang. Tatrabaho kami.
Minsan lang kami mag-vacation. Kas lang kasi alam namin eh.
Oo nga.
Alright,
Okay,
pause time.
starting with the game.
Pause time is
Alright,
out.
we're good. Start this game. This is round number 7. Equilibrium 3-3 score. Get spotted. Location will be revealed. The other side of the team. Uy. Aggressive neto. Justin na naman!
Justin na naman gets knocked down by Gabby this though as Nebu prepares a really good crossfire on that 410 position. So anybody from LPU Manila who wants to take a challenge, they will get gunned down immediately. But a good drone gives them all the info that they need as Nebu decisively takes full control on A with a double kill in hand. Spike down as well dun sa may next position as Migs, he tries to spray it down doon sa backside position. But LEC, they know better than to just give them the 1v1s. They just want to layer down the site with the long angles that they have.
They have so much advantage here. I mean, they could decide to push it out. Kung makikita mo ngayon, their Killjoy is slowly securing mid for any lurkers. Pero they're still trying to go for the duel. XTY takes down Chicks. One more even with the smoke. Never wins the wreck for himself as they try to flush out the remaining players of LPU Manila.
Nebu, he just has his NDY, so he's just gonna get depleted because of this.
30 seconds
That
left.
makes it a 2v2 in an instant. Miracle and Ryan Milan down on the defense. And the Killjoy is just trying to see if the rotations is gonna happen for LPU Manila. So this is Miracle now calling on the rotation. 2v2 for XT and Migs. 15 seconds. They have to plant the objective. They spot the jet, and it's now gonna be down to the Killjoy, and it's the flick for Ryan Milan to get a 4-3 lead going for the LEC Cavite players.
Yun talaga yung problema with the Viper eh. These toxic screens are too much to handle. Honestly, the toxic screen gave them so much. Nagiging dihado yung pag-entry nila dun eh. No vision whatsoever, and then again, you have the advantage on the defenders kasi nakaplant ka na. I mean, you're already having a strong foothold here, and again, XTY. Look at those efforts from this guy. Gets a 2K in the middle of all those chaos. It just makes so much sense for them to take the lead once again, but LPU Manila, it's not yet over. Another operator being committed by Justin this time. Another aggressive play from him.
No?
Will this pay off?
Dash
It
in.
does!
Oh, Justin, the precision from the flick because of the operator. He got the info, and he already killed Dop Mig, so that will be an early 1-0. Ryan Milan now taking a chance. See if he can get a straggler on that mid side. Gabby, this the closest that he could get as a target. He is gonna try to take a chance dito. Ryan Milan, who's gonna get the spray on? It will be the Killjoy. 2-0 special. Miracle makes it in 3, but it will be Lars. Did you get the trade-off in time? Justin, he's holding. He's not gonna get the shot on Lars. That's a double on the Viper. It opens up the B site. That will be a Viper spit for him. And that ulti invested means that Chigs, he has to be disciplined.
Spike's pretty far away though. Oh, the buy time coming in from the Killjoy. They do have the lockdown. There is a Hunter's Fury available, but without the spike being planted, they don't want to use their Hunter's Fury right after now. Oh, Ryan Milan takes down LRS. Behind the yellow crates. They gotta know. They found him. Is he gonna get locked down? He won't, but there's a 3K over the Killjoy. The threat of the lockdown with no spike being planted, with the operator to boot also. They're gonna be giving back that to Justin. Ayun na nga, the utility plays. Just a lot of ultimates timely available for the rest of the teams. Pays out so well for them. Kahit gusto pa i-Hunter's Fury ng Sova, hindi eh. Wala kasing spike nakaplant, so it doesn't make sense to counteract that ultimate usage.
Yeah. And if you can kind of notice, the pace for LPU has kind of changed. They're playing for the slow take, which does play in the favor of Justin with that op that he had right there. Beautifully timed onto Migs on that jump. And as well as for Ryan Milan, he was a Terminator when he came out onto the B site as Justin hits the headshot. It was unnecessary, but Migs still handling business because of this. 2 for kills. As Gabby Des will layer down the last laugh in that 4 versus 3 thanks to the resurrection that he has.
Good resurrect. Has lockdown also. They can choose to commit this over at A site. No Hunter's Fury as Chicks is down. Lockdown dropped already. They can use the remaining time here to go for a lockdown. For a plant. Toxic screens. This should be it.
Oh. But they could just ignore it because they have the rope to their advantage. Gabby this. He can't get the objective. The spray from the screen's position actually forces him to drop down, and it will be a miracle before the plant comes through. That's a double for him as well. He still got the objective. They also have the Viper's Pit, but XT hits the shot. A 1v2 now, but Nebu, he's crawling to pieces. He finds XT. He knocks down the operator, and it will be a 6th round for LEC. That was not even a retake. That was just a response from everybody coming from Rafters to knock down everybody getting in from LPU Manila.
Miracle wanted to cast that Viper's Pit. It did play out well for them though, but again, I think it's a bit of a thankful part. If you think about it, you casted your you wanted to cast your Viper's Pit, got cancelled, then you win the round, you get to reserve it for another rainy day.
That's true. That's true. Doesn't pull out this round, so it means he'll use it later on when they do execute on that piece that execute. So yeah, I think that will be the play for Miracle. He does have a Vandal, so it will be a very challenging thing for him. He hunkers down with Justin, so I don't think this will be the round where the Viper's Pit will be invested on B. As LPU make their presence to see if they can get a straggler on that A site before the execute happens.
Yeah, Viper's Pit not yet worthy here. I think they'll only commit this at the moment. There's like 5 players on LPU wanting to advance.
Yeah. And it's just a slow take for everybody at this point. They don't know where the operator is. They know that somebody is... they know that the pipe's position is also open, but that's also a double-edged blade kind of information that they got. Because what if they do push into pipes? What if somebody is on that crossfire setup? Okay, Nabu still on top of that screen's position. And once they peek on a little bit too close, and if they don't check him, he will be a dead man.
Pushing so slowly here for LPU. Raya Milan takes another kill. Nebu. Oh, that was a crispy wide swing. He gets another one. Spike will be dropped from the upper ground. The dead body threw it upstairs. Not the play here. That's so hard to take out for Trix. And I think Trix is a dead man floating in the water. Can dead men tell? No, tell. No, they won't. 3 Ks from Raya Milan, and this pirate is sailing down to a closer, wider gap approaching the second half. 7-3 here. So much ultimates ready for LEC Pirates too.
Yeah, and not just that, man. Look at how rich they are in terms of economy. The slow take for LPU Pirates, where they're trying to play for info, play for the picks that they need to get before the initial execute happens. It's just not working. Nothing is working. They're throwing util on A site where they could have used it on the execute. They're trying to see if somebody's going to push on that B green position, but they walk into an operator. Anything does not work. So they have a timeout. They need to reset mentally. And I think at this point, they do have enough money to buy for the next round, if I'm not mistaken. So at least they got that going for them. But other than that, LEC have this first half looking all signed and sealed.
The defense is too strong from LEC. Paulit-ulit lang sila sa A eh. Wala silang choice. Again, if you want to go B, there's a threat of a jet having an operator. If not naman, meron ka ring Killjoy possibly in there. Ito talaga yung the advantage of having a Killjoy inside Icebox. I mean, to the credit of LPU Manila, meron din naman sila. But now as attackers, you can't fully utilize what Killjoy has to offer. So all they have to do is keep pushing and hoping for the best that they get all their frags out into this game. Now that the pause is over, it's going to be 7-3, and looks like they're deciding to go at B. But the threat of Justin's operator there, and again, Justin is not the type of player to be reserved. He is very aggressive though, so they might just falter down to his operator at this phase, knowing they're only having pistols.
Yeah, Nasova is not there to receive the drone though. Kaya mas mahihirap yung magiging clear nila for Justin as Ryan Milan gets that first blood going.
They have to wait for the drone.
They do. They have to invest that ulti, at least that utility from the Sova. As this high-low setup that they got going for them will be on the
he
operator,
missed.
but Migs, he dashes, he gets the one tap. And with the operator shot missing, it will give him the window, the opportunity to kill them off at a double kill. Migs, he's opening it, but Ryan Malan's gonna shut it down. That will be 3 kills in the blink of an eye. This time, they got the opportunity to plant, but Ryan Malan says, no, you don't want to plant on this side of the map. They got the 3K, they got the objective, but Nevu gets a double kill. Left, right hook. Manny Pacquiao says goodbye. It will be Nebu to be the champion of this 8th round.
Nebu Pacquiao, you mean? The operator shot from Justin missed at the exact moment though. Migs really aggressive with a sheriff dash in. It does play out pero kulang talaga siya sa baril eh. I mean, he took one, but the dash forward though gets him punished instantly. Ryan Milan on the back ends just knows where the enemy could be dashing in forward. Wala pa rin. Again, that's it. This is the threat of the operator that Justin brings. Ang hirap talaga pasukin any side that they have. And look at that, meron silang dalawang operator this time.
I'm for a field test.
So
It's the last round. Might as well.
That's true. I guess so.
Stuck mo na lang.
Both B and A angles are going to be closed off thanks because of this. Wait, 3 operators? Now that's a ballsy move, man. Viper spit invested, Judge in hand for Miracle as well. And I believe he also has a gun in reserve, but Migs is going to try to shut that down. That will be the Vandal, that will be the Hunter's Fury. They're going to try to kill up Migs, and he does so with a double kill. Miracle is doing more than just miracles, man. He's hunting for these kills with XT.
My
He's
God.
not going to be able to have that. Ryan Milan gets the shot opening as it will be XT down, that lockdown. Also, it's providing
Spike's
a
inside.
bunch more cover, a but more support. They got the spike within their vicinity. Ryan Milan already covered on that big green spot. Jigs, he's trying to take a chance, but Lars knocks him down into another 1 versus 4. And in the end, it's Nebu and Ryan Milan that close it 9-3.
I hate this cliche so much, but 9-3 curse. It has proven yesterday that it is possible. Zenith Esports was able to do this against Green Aces on yesterday's matches. Can LPU Pirates do the same and keep their tournament life alive for campus rivals as we're going into the second half with LEC Pirates having so much wide of a gap here? And I think it's looking grim for LPU Pirates, pero eto na nga, they have the killjoy, so they will be able to fully utilize the defensive measures from them. But with Nebu on his signature clove, can they just close out this game in a very dominant fashion on map number 3?
Oh man. The 9P yesterday, we already said that it was gonna be a full DLSU sunset game, but will this be LPU Pirates' opportunity? As Gabby Diz, he pushes in, Migs with 1, but El Karim, he does get himself the second, but Gabby Diz, the flank all around from that tube position, just pays dividends with a kill. As Strix to watch, he gets 1, possibly a double kill. He does not. That's a triple for Miracle. A 1v1 now, and it's up against XT. Chigs low on HP because of the
Yes, the
encounter
spike.
on the mid side.
XTY has the spike. He has all the advantage here, but Chigs still not moving. He has a minute to play around though. He will play this silently and as collectively as he can, ring around the rosy. He does see it on his line of sight. XTY wins the pistol round for LPU this time, and that's a 9-4. But with so much room for error for LEC, it's the same situation once again. They either win or lose yung pistol round ng LEC. Pero the moment they get their Vandals, their rifles, doon na sila bumabawi talaga Ramon eh.
Yeah, it's not about the 9-3 curse anymore. It's the tendencies from the first 2 games that they've had, as you mentioned. So really, what we're really banking on is how much damage they can deal dito sa next round natin. The good wraparound from XTY, the jumping shot onto Miracle that stops them within their tracks. This could have been the 10th round if it wasn't because of the rotation from XT. Really has saved it for them on the 4th round win as he gets an outlaw shot and kills Miracle. That is a key player to kill off because the Viper Wall could have been used to cover their tracks.
XTY's mad. Gusto niya na matapos to. Together with Migs, these outlaws putting all these lawmakers into bars. Migs. Drone spotted out. Shock dart jumping forward. Gabby Diz with the bulldoge. Gets down Justin.
And it will be another safe round that they get for themselves. A buy round that does not get any resistance whatsoever. As LPU expected to get the 5th round, does so with that little resistance whatsoever. Now this, honestly, what I talked about in the previous round now has to take into effect in this one because yung kaninang round was an anti-eco, so there isn't much room for analysis at that point. This round is the most important because if LPU Manila win this, then that 9-3 curse really has happened on this Icebox map. Really, that 4-man push on B has to work out for their gamble stack.
It's the rifle round for LEC. Dito sila bumabanat talaga eh. Lalo na si Justin na sobrang aggressive. And look at that. Miracle! Gonna get some shots. No, he can't. Okay, they're going back down. Gabby Diaz runs away, destroys the turret. And that's a free sight. I think, but against the Killjoy, medyo mahihirapan to. Can the drone spot out anything at all? Wala.
No. And the drone doesn't even detect any Killjoy turrets as well. So it will be Nebu with the entry. XT asleep on the wheel. Gives an open opportunity for the plant to come down. LEC on a 4 versus 4 on their buy round. Now giving themselves a chance to see if they can seal the double digits. But it's on the retake scenario of LPU Pirates as Migs, he's trying to find the angle, but nobody is giving him the time of day. They're going to go back in towards safety. The Viper wall also supporting the retake scenario. They drop down in. Migs going to try to play for the high ground as they try to tap on the spike. They still have the wall up from the Sage. Lars going to try to defuse this as much as possible. Iris and Migs, they get themselves two while Lars, he's defusing the spike. And remember the line, pros don't fake. Literally the 6th round for LPU thanks to beautiful adjustments on the retake scenario.
Nebu gets the ace, but at some point it doesn't matter. They already took the round for LPU. More kills being racked up by Nebu, and if you check it out here, Justin, yung duelist natin, not really performing on the frag side. Given na siya naman talaga yung pumapasok eh, so it's fine. But again, Nebu is the stronghold here, but he needs more of his team to really activate to close out this series already. Pero kung titingnan mo yan, the commitment from LPU Manila to just defuse, they just committed it, and that's it. It works out for them. And eto na nga, very defensive side yung laro natin dito. And Nebu gets down, makes finally a good entry, taking out the duelist on the side of LPU Manila as they can dash in forward this time for LEC.
Miracle even takes down Lars, so that is another brunch, another point of hit that they can get. But Gabby Des gets another one. The flank all around from that B-green position as Justin gets another shot in towards Trix. That will be another 3 versus 3 retake. No lockdown, no ultimate. It's all gonna be guns at the end of this round.
That was a resurrect from Gabby Diz, bringing back Lars into the game. The drone will be spotting out where they're coming from. He does spot out the Killjoy. So they just have to reposition properly. Ang problema lang ngayon, Lars, a Viper, is the one being resurrected. So kayang-kaya nila mag-toxic screen dito and cover out their entries or their retake. Oh, good recall.
Pwede. They're already holding down sa loob ng Viper's pit natin. You're gonna try to bounce it back as Lars gets the opening shot into the post plat. Gabby does the follow. It will be a 1 versus 2 for Ryan Milan. He has to spray it down. He has to deny the defuse, but it will be Lars with the double kill. They resurrect the right person for the job. And it's a 7th round for LPU Pirates. Manila is on a strong point. They're trying to stop this 9-3, but in the end, they're still winning the rounds.
Yun talaga yung second coming ni Lars eh. Really effective for him to get resurrected there. Even without as much, this Sage Wall is becoming a problem already for them. Lalo na sa depensa, when it comes to retake, all you gotta do is drop down your Sage Wall. You get so much angles covered. And then kaya mo siyang i-stick yung defuse. All you need is another teammate to help you out. Stick the defuse. May kukuha lang ng trades for you. And it's really gonna work out well. Now, LEC Pirates really having a hard time with the Sage defense that LPU is putting out. And now, Miracle tries to get a kill. Auto XTY making it a 2, gonna make it a 3. No, he can't, but he gets the damage done. And that's the rest of LEC moving forward to A, confirming that there are 4 players from LPU over at B.
That is so aggressive from Miracle. The confidence to swing wide onto all 3 players on that B green side, opening the space on the A side. And because of this post plant, they're just gonna try to play for trades here. Close angle from Chigs, does have the Spectre, so it will be a respectable range for him if they ever do so walk in towards his domain. 3 players gonna try to retake with all the util that they still have, but no Vipers, so they don't have the cover to actually stop them within their tracks. Nebu gets one, but the drop down in from Nebu does use the NDY. Ryan Milan gonna try to follow through as the resurrection does work out for Nebu. He uses them as bait to get the 10th round win going.
What a play there from Nebu. He really wanted to create a lot of space for his teams. Umulti lang siya dun not for the kills. Just to make sure they get distracted, and you gotta give credit so much to Miracle here. He confirms 4 players dun sa B, allowing the rest of LEC to just jump in over at A. Ang hirap ng retake na yun kasi masyadong malayo yung rotate ng buong team eh.
Man, timeout called again for LPU Manila compared to
Last
LEC, which is the last timeout that they've had. And honestly, if you think about the rounds that they've been winning, it's very hectic kasi it's just coming down to absolute mechanics for the attacking team for LEC kasi you don't normally expect the lurker to be that aggressive. And Miracle, he finds lightning in a bottle with those first 2 kills that he had to cut the numbers down. And at that point, walang resurrection si Gabby Des. So wala siya magagawa. Talagang they have to play for the numbers disadvantage at that point to make it even more difficult for the retake to happen talaga, pare.
How's their economy? It's going great. Parang kaya naman. They do have the Bladestone for Migs, so if they want to be aggressive in this round, they can. Pero on the side of LEC, they're on their full bias. So if they want to go for A, they can just jump in. Pero LPU Manila don't want to repeat that mistake, and they are going to be stacking more agents over at A side.
Yeah. A gamble that they have to take at this point. Because nobody's pushing on B except for Miracle, who really has gotten a lucky jackpot at that round. Oh, what a strat! They actually elevate Migs because of the wall, but Nebu, he expects this. Lars is down without a trade whatsoever. Gabby just gonna try to get his back turned, but in the end, it will be a 1-0. Hunter's Fury invested for the trade-up. Migs with the long shot because of the tailwind. They tried to exchange the Hunter's Fury for both of these Sovas, and Chigs in the end will get themselves the Jet. 2 versus 4. They have the A side on full lockdown. Trick's gonna knock it down with the Sheriff shot in hand. And they now try to invest that backside position for the Sova.
Mag-isa si Trix dito. Sobrang layo ng killjoy and tagay niya makapag-respond. Miracle can go for it. The Nano Swarm to throw it out too. Flushed out the Sova. And Chigs can finally plant in peace. XTY with the Sheriff takes down the Viper. Hanapin lang na iisa. The alarm bot. He will be vulnerable as XTY goes for the back end, but he gets backshotted by Chigs. And that is already 11-7. One more match point for LEC Pirates here, Ramon. And LPU Manila, sobrang konti nila na room for error nila dito. And as I've said time and time again, LEC Pirates, when they get their rifles out, that's when they start to snowball the game.
Continuous impact for Nebu in these rounds where they expect the aggression. They expect that aim in extremity is something that the defense is not giving for free, which has become a double-edged blade for them. Every time that they try to invest it, Nebu always expects it. Gets the first blood, now commands his team to go in towards that A side extremity. 11-7, one more before match point, as you mentioned. And now they're gonna mix things up, go to B green, and have the lurk come down for Ryan Milan. How will Lars hold this as the solo anchor? Now calling the troops on the rotation.
LPU Manila, they gotta expect that there's gonna be a lot of resistance over at B. But now they commit the Viper Spit already, so that will make sense for them. However, they already took down Justin on the side of LPU, and Chigs can fully plant now with the guys on the Viper Spit.
Yep, and Migs even gets a double kill as well, so that makes it an even difficult post plan for LEC. Good thing they still have that Viper Spit, so they got that working out for them, and the attacker killed lockdown invested, so that's an even better post plant that they got working out. Hopefully they don't burst down Ryan Milan. He's low on HP because of that.
That's a decay.
Still, let's see what happens. They push down from that snowman position, 5 versus 3 in an instant. Nebu, he has to be the star player that they got, but the wall is gonna detain them before they can even have a chance to deny. A double for Nebu, but XT, he wrapped around from yellow. Tricks able to bounce back in towards Miracle, but Ryan Milan, he denies them. They don't have the time, and it's gonna be another round for LEC. Match point, series point. One more round, and they go to the next round.
What a play from Miracle there. Ang ginawa niya, nag-snake bite siya sa wall eh. And then medyo may tumagos ata. And then with that, it gave him so much energy. Like space to destroy the wall, take down 2 of the diffusers. And even with that, he played so much time yung Viper Spit na yun. Sobrang expensive na round na yun from LEC Pirates, pero sobrang worth it din kasi match point na eh. Viper Spit, lockdown, doesn't matter. All you have to do is gas your utilities. Don't waste your opportunity to get closer to that match point. And here they are. Full buy nga naman ngayon yung LEC and LPU. Medyo forced buy sila, but I think they have all the power here from LEC to just commit to a site. Just play it slow and waited out for LPU to lose their gas. And I think this could be the closer already, Ramon. Kaya ang pwedeng gawin dito ni Justin, he can be aggressive if he wants to. Force out the Killjoy lockdown if ever yun yung gagawin ng LPU, and that should be the signal for the rest of LEC to pick a site and then plant the spike.
Hirap talaga sa start na to. Because LPU, they were banking on that full defuse from XT. Ryan Milan with his rotation all the way towards the mid side really was the game changer for the round. All the time in the world for the defuse, all halted because of the shots, the double for him. Now becomes that match point that he have been destined to do. These underdogs living under the shadow of LPU Manila for so many years. Now Cavite is looking to rise to the occasion. The high-low setup, and Gabby and Migs, they combine forces to knock down Justin and Miracle to get the entry denied. Wall up as well to support a lot more time invested to make it a 5v3 scenario where they are holding down that yellow position like it is their life.
The aggression did not work from Justin this time. May hesitation eh. Kaya hindi pumasok. Oh, Chigs! Bad time to cast your utility there. With Nebu the only one remaining, can he go for an ace? He cannot. As LPU Pirates still want to keep their lives in this tournament alive. 12-8. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Pero when it comes to creds, kayang-kaya pang bumili ng LEC Pirates. They could go for a force buy. Nebu now ready with the ultimate. On the side naman ng LPU Pirates, 3 ultimates already. You got the Viper Spit, you got the lockdown. So they can play for more rounds here if they play things right. Kahit mamatay yung duelist nila, they do have Gabby Diz for the resurrection, so it might work out for them to extend this to another round. Denying LEC closing out this series. Konting-konti na lang, Ramon, malalaman na talaga natin kung sino ba yung mananalo na Pirates. So sino ba talaga yung tunay na pirata?
Totoo. Kasi at this point, talagang LEC are not taking any chances. Full stinger buys for the squad. 4-man push under the tunnel's position. As Miracle, he's leading the charge. The dash in as well from Justin. Gonna provide support as Migs, he gets the double from the long angle. Ryan Milan will catch off XT in the lurking position. 4 versus 3 in a blink of an eye as Nebu, he uses the NDY to try to open space for the squad. But they're just not gonna entertain anything from Nebu. He is gonna get depleted thanks to the NDY. Nothing. Wala. He's not gonna get anything. Zada whatsoever. He dies into a 2 versus 4. Not even a post plant. They just kill off everybody from LEC. They choke the life out of them. And it's Chigs in a 1v4 scenario.
Nahil pa nga si Lars. So it's fine. Chigs, he has got to save or at least do some damage. Spike is not yet planted. Chigs, super close. Meron siya recon bolt, but he is not thinking of using it yet. He doesn't want to reveal position. Pero alam ni Migs, can he go for the white swing? Can he do it? No, he can't. Migs with a 3K to close it out. 12-9! Di pa rin tapos at may ultimates pa rin ang ating mga tropa sa LPU. 4 na! At isa na lang at magkakaroon na sila ng Hunter's Fury. 2 pala.
Imagine, no? Parang kanina, one more round at hanggang ngayon, 1 more round na lang para sa LEC. All the pressure on their shoulders. Pero sa micro moments sila nagkakaroon ng baliko sa nangyayari eh. Kasi once that they were pushing on that mid side, it only takes one info for them to pull away from the green to fully focus doon sa may mid-orange. That's where Mig shined. Double kill in hand from the Jet, and he really flourished when it comes to those duels. Now, A site being the take for LEC, Nebu being the one to lead the charge yet again. Sobrang hirap ng sitwasyon na to. They have to respect the high-low position yet again. Gabby just spots the shoulder, spots the shoe. Sa pagtaas niya dito sa Nessie, Miracle nakakuha na rin ng space dun sa mid-side. And this play has to be the game ender. He gets 1K tricks. And that will be the game changer that they need. The entry from Justin just because of that. A-site looking wide open because of Gabby Diz's repositioning.
Miracle and Gabby Diz, silang dalawa yung parang anchors and pillars ng both LEC and LPU eh. On the side of LPU, si Gabby Diz, nakita mo yun, meron siya nakita na killjoy at hindi niya inasim. Now Gabby Diz gets rewarded, gets the kill. Now Chigs, now Miracle gets 1 more kill. Can he get the Viper? No, he can't. 3 versus 2. Nebu inside the side, and it's the XTY. The one-way smoke from the Jet will just work out. Justin with the assist as he goes for the trade. And Nebu gets the kill and secures the kill for LEC Pirates. And that is a 13-9, Ramon. Ang bagal ng pangyayari and then it just escalated quickly. 0 to 60 agad yung nangyari doon. I thought that would be another round. Walang ultimate yung nagamit para sa LPU Pirates. I really thought they would be casting it out already. Resurrect not used. Hunter's Fury, kulang pa ng dalawa. They had the Viper Spit, they had the lockdown. Wala sila nagamit at that round kasi dahil kay Miracle yung lurk na yun eh. Yung lurk na yun really discombobulated the rest of LPU Pirates in that final round.
That makes you question kung nasaan yung Killjoy turret at that point kasi Miracle should not have been in that perfect spot to capitalize.
Yeah.
He should not have gotten himself dun sa may boiler position. But because he was there, he was able to disrupt the rotation at nung nakapasok na dun sa may A site, they invested too much time on trying to kill Miracle na sila pa nga yung namatay eh. Hindi sila nakakaroon ng chance para gumamit ng ultis. Talaga nga namang when it came down to the absolute moment, Miracle from game 1 to game 3 really was the highlight reel dito sa game natin.
Yun, lupit ng writer natin. Treasure secured. LEC series win. Panis! Mamanghana ako dito. And there you got it. LEC Pirates takes down their brethren from the Manila side of things. Sila na nga yung a-advance dito sa Campus Rivals. But don't worry for LPU. Meron pa naman tayong next edition ng Campus Rivals. 150 years daw tong itutuloy eh. So huwag kayong mag-alala. There will be another chance for you guys. But again, this concludes our first match of the lower brackets. LEC Pirates, sila yung magtutuloy-tuloy sa kanilang journey dito. But Ramon, what an intense series that we had recently.
Totoo nga eh. I mean, for LEC Pirates to come up to this in the conversation, we didn't even give too much analysis about them because this team really is that new. Talagang, we did not know what to expect coming through from Raimalan, Miracle, and Nebu of all people to actually rise up against these players who are also talented at this point. Pero this game really proved na talagang the underdogs really shine through when you don't have the best of expectations from them. And really, this LEC team is something to be reckoned with. Talagang they're very special in their own right, and I think this game just proved that.
No, you're absolutely correct. And because of that, because of this series, they will be going up against Vanguard in the next few days, which is tomorrow. That is going to be our update on them. Pero chill lang muna kayo dyan. Sasabihin namin sa inyo kung ano yung mangyayari. Pero as of now, we are looking at Vanguard and Liceo Esports Cavite, the Pirates, to be going up against to the next match on the lower brackets. But coming up next, we do have UST Tele Tigers and MGS Clubs. But before that, pag-usapan muna natin itong Pirates match na to. I think so far for LEC Pirates, grabe yung ginagawa talaga ni Justin. I do understand he is a duelist, sobrang aggressive niya. It pays off sometimes he gets punished. Pero it still works out in the end for them kasi meron talaga silang malakas na anchor eh. They have Miracle, who really brings down the site. Then meron ka pang isang Nebu na he just knows where the enemies are and ganun kalupit yung composition nila. Like, they're willing to catch everybody's fall and it just delivered them to out this success even in the game 3.
Yeah, legit. Kasi kanina pa natin napapansin that Justin is willing to take the risk for the team because not only does he act like an aggressive duelist, he's also providing like support in a way that when he dies, he gives the info for the team talaga. And you can see that from how timely yung mga nakukuha nilang mga trade because of this. That's when Nebu also shines as a player as well. When you expect him to be on the front line, and that's where he really shows off his prowess. Talagang on the clove where he kind of acts like a pseudo duelist for the squad na pwede rin makapag-refresh ng smokes for the team as well. So he not only has firepower, he also has the util to back it up as well. So Nebu being a very strong player in that right. Si Miracle naman ang gusto ko din pag-usapan. Si Miracle sobrang galing niya as a player that he's very unpredictable. Not only on the deadlock but on the Viper as well. Talagang tamang flexibility lang na nakikita natin sa kanya where he's not only strong on the front lines pero ang galing din niya makahanap ng mga butas ng kalaban.
Yeah, 2 lives, 2 rights for Nebu. Kahit mamatay siya. I mean, if you remember exactly in that single round, ang ginawa niya lang, casted the OT even he knows he's not gonna get any kill. It just disoriented the rest of LPU Pirates. Nung nag-ulti siya, tinrack nila yung clove na patay na but it just didn't make sense. And here we are looking at the highlights from our last map 3 on this series unto the victory that secured their journey to continue here for LEC Pirates in this game.
Yeah, I mean, so many highlights for everybody across the board. I mean, LPU did not make it easy at the very least. Talagang from that 9-3, we saw that potential to go all the way to the distance. Pero yung mga shots ni Justin, yung mga entries niya, yung mga times na talagang bumabalik pa nga si Migs really has made this so close for the Jets. Pero in the end, it all came down to how well they perform when it came pag sobrang minuscule na yung mga differences ng mga teams natin. It just comes down to who really budges first. And unfortunately for the Manila squad, talagang sila pa nga yung nag-flinch when it comes to the absolute hesitation in the moments that they need to be critical.
There you go. Nakikita mo rin yung prowess talaga ng the Sage on Icebox. There is a promising way here na pwede nilang magamit talaga to. Too bad, LEC Pirates just had the better hand this time, and now we're looking at the game stats from the game. If you look at this, Nebu with the highest kills from the game, and look at that combat score. It's 339. Grabe, ang taas. Every fight, Nebu's just there, ready to capitalize on any mistakes and punish. And if you look at it at this way, meron pa rin si Raya Milan. He's got 24 Ks too, and that's a Sentinel.
Yeah,
Iba yung anchor na ginagawa nila ng side set. This is what happened. For LPU naman, you gotta give a huge credit to Gabby this talaga. We did talk about how he is one of the experienced players into the team. He's disciplined. Hindi siya umaasim, lalo na pag may mga makikita siyang kalaban. Ginahanapan niya ng paraan. Just to give info, this is what secured them their game number 2. But LEC this time, iba lang talaga yung performance ni Nebu talaga, Ramon.
Kaya nga Just you expect them on the front lines, you expect them on the back lines. Nebu is just everywhere. And he's been a very big asset sa laruan natin, especially for LEC, where they needed somebody to step up against these Titans. And well, wala. Si Nebu talaga yung nagpakita ngayon.
Right. And again, this is a bit of a glimpse to all the players that we have present here in Campus Rivals. Ano na to ha? This is day number 2. Hindi pa tayo tapos magpasiklab dito because we have day 3, day 4, and we have the finals on site also. And we'll be giving you more info as we go along the way. But for Pirates, it's amazing performance from both teams. So sino nga ba talaga yung kukuha ng JPL statue? Oy! Sino pangalan ng nagsuggest kanina?
Si Rap Cyrus.
Rap Cyrus. Saan ba to? Rap Cyrus. Oy, dito ka! Mag-comment ka.
JPL statue reaction.
Tama yan.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Direk. Salamat. At kami dito sa loob ng production team ha, kami nag-aantay talaga na kailangan mapadala yung JPL statue dyan sa kabilang campus. Sinuggest niya Raf Cyrus. Ayan. Ayan. Sabi niya, kindly ready na lang daw.
Nako po. Mabigat yan, boss.
Medyo mabigat-bigat talaga yan. Pero ginusto mo yan. Nagtatrabaho lang kami dito. Ganun pahirap sa sarili mo. Di congratulations. And again, bigger congratulations to LEC Pirates. We didn't shine the spotlight on them too much. Pero, ayun na nga, they proved us wrong. Uy, tama yung prediction ko finally.
Oo nga Pansin ko nga agad, boss.
Thank you.
Grabe.
Thank you, Cavite. May kasi ako doon tropa sa Cavite. Di ba dadaan ka ng Cavite para pumunta ng Tagaytay? Feeling ko nag-chill muna tong mga taga LEC
Pwede. Kaya maganda yung mental nila, no?
Oo naman. Pre-game rituals to get your mojo jojos on the vibe going into the games.
True.
And there you go. They duel sail ahead and a longer battle going into LEC Pirates. But ayun na nga, Ramon, I think ano ba yung mga standout agent picks na nakikita mo dito on the Icebox pick? Any out of pocket here? Clove, was that a surprise to you or normal lang yun?
It was a surprise for me, honestly. Kasi you only pick Clove in the Icebox map if you're very, very comfortable. Buti na lang Miracle was there to actually supply a lot more support because of the smoke that he has for the team.
Right.
Pero Nebu did not play like a controller. He was really aggressive, man.
Alright, now let's look at our MVP for this match. As we hop in over and close down this series, it goes down to one and the only one. It's your Intel MVP, our straight aimer of the match, si Nebu. Ganda ng buhok ni tropa.
Kaya
Sure ko
very
lang.
much, he's dripped out.
Right, now let's look at his highlights. Bakit nga ba siya yung ating straight aimer of the match? But if you start here from game number 1 pa, all the way to game number 3, there's no way na mawawalan siya ng highlight. Look at that.
Maybe not that one. Maybe not that one. Pero,
maybe not this one too. Ayun na.
Eto, pwede. I think he died here, unfortunately. But you know, I think these shows
There.
kung gaano kung gaano siya aggressive, gaano siya ka-willing to take fights with the team. And it just shows that this guy is a talent that a lot of teams in the campus rivals also have to watch out for. So Nebu in this game just gave us a bit more than just a highlight reel. He showed off why he should be a player that we need to watch out on the server.
Oh yeah. Iba yung ginagawa niya na value for the team. Space creation, just creating the diversionary tactics. Iba yun sa mga pinagagawa niya talaga. And that is Nebu, our Intel MVP, straight aimer of the game. Highest ACS, highest combat score all throughout the series. Congratulations to you. Pero hindi pa tapos ang kanyang laban, especially with LEC. Kasi pupunta pa sila sa next round ng lower brackets. Medyo mahaba-haba pa. I mean, you just really want to win for your school, right? You want to give out as much glory as you can. Ikaw, Ramon, ano ba yung maging gusto mo paglaki mo? Doktor, attorney?
Gusto ko maging Juicy Brucey.
Wag. Bawal.
Bawal?
Kasi
Bakit?
matutuyo ako eh. Hindi na ako juicy.
Ay, okay. Gets,
Juicy
gets.
Ramoni. Ayan. And there you have it. That was our first match in the lower brackets. Saying congratulations to LEC once again. And then for LPU Pirates, there is always a next time. Next class, we do have USD versus MGS. Don't you go away kasi magiging grabe pa yung ating plays dito. It's not yet over for everybody. But before anything else, if you want to be like Nebu and you want to get that main character energy activated, all you gotta need is a laptop that is built for whatever is next. No limits, just vibes. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive hashtag AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pin post. So wag na wag kayong aalis kasi may concert tickets kayo, pili na kayo, and then me and Ramon will take a very, very short break. Don't go away. We will be back.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
Blinding! Yun yung
Wait,
joke ko.
what? Saan ako?
Sila ka, boss.
Di ako nag-dodge! What the heck?
Dodge ka kasi. Yan, yun
Okay.
lang. Yun na yung joke ko for today. Thank you so much for tuning into my TEDx talk. Anyway, we are back into the lower bracket match for Campus Rivals Season 1. And my name's Juicy Brucey. Here with me is Ramon. And we are your casters who will break down every strategy and every fight. The battle has just begun and we are going into our last series for today. And welcome back to the Campus Rivals. And Ramon, kumusta naman? We're approaching Series 2. But before we talk about that, how was the experience in Series 1 now that bagong transfer ka sa Campus Rival School?
Yeah, well, I just got into the classroom. Medyo ang daming lessons when it comes to the differences between LPU Manila and LPU Cavite. Where really, skill
Right.
isn't everything talaga as a team. And no, it all comes down to how you play well together. And honestly, yung togetherness na yun, yung talagang nakapag-build ng strength para kay Nebu para makapag-capitalize yun. So really, that Icebox game was a treasure to watch out for.
All right, so there you have it. Now that we have finished Series 1, let's talk about Series 2, especially with our first team going into the fray. This is USD's very own Teletigers with Nabong, Yuriz, Juzu, Johnny Bravo, and Nebriz. They are USD Teletigers team, and we will be seeing them actually on camera to give us their beautiful faces.
And the thing about this team as well is that they're one of the strongest that we have in the region ngayon for collegiate esports, for Valorant in general. Talagang this team is a team to be excited about. A lot of their players, one in particular is Nabong, which I got my eyes on to be the MVP for this squad. If
Right.
anyone is looking out for a star player, it should be Nabong, but the rest of UST at this point has built up a lot of experience to actually perform at the same level, if not more than Nabong has.
Yung question ko lang dito, Teletigers surprising to be in the lower brackets, no? Kasi you would expect this team to be on the upper echelon of Campus Rivals, especially in the bracket placement. Pero talking about USD Teletigers, let's talk about this time with their opponents from MGS clubs, proudly from Papua. We got Rusty Dope, Ismelon, Saikazen, Can't Guard Me, and Dignified. We do know Dignified, who is one of the more experienced players going into this match.
Yeah. And this guy has been pretty much a veteran when it comes to these Predator esports tournaments as a whole. So he's familiar with the structure. He's not going to get nervous. He just has to be set up to be a really good support for the squad. So really, we're not looking out for Dignified to carry the whole team. Everybody has to work as a unit if they want to work through this.
Yeah, he is it's part of Chronicles Esports, if I'm not mistaken. And they've already been toe-to-toe with the likes of Oasis Gaming from before. Albeit, medyo... It's not that far away. It happened around June this year, if I'm not mistaken, for
Lapit lang.
for the team of Dignified. So parang when it comes to veterancy then, these players inside our collegiate scene, hindi naman sila nagkukulang dun eh. So parang MGS clubs and USD Teletigers, a bit of a shocker na nasa lower bracket sila. Probably in the open qualifiers, probably had some bad matchups with their with the better teams here in Campus Rivals. But anyway, if you really want to get that main character energy, if gusto mo lang manood and gusto mo mag-feel na maging main character o maging main character, all you need is a laptop that is built for whatever is next. No limits, just vibes. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive hashtag AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pin post. So nasa comment section lang namin yan. So huwag kayong mahiya and join us for Acer Day, which Ramon and I will be there. Kami yung magsiset up ng stage. Kami yung taga-kabit ng sound system, taga-bigay ng mic.
Ako yung nagbibigay ng tubig sa mga magpa-perform.
Actually, dream ko dati, bilang isang fan ng Twice, ako yung taga-abot ng tubig ng Twice. Sinapansin ko nung pumunta sila sa concert. When I went to their concert here last year, may water bottle sila eh. Parang ako, okay na ako yung taga-abot ng tubig. Parang yun na yung life goals ko, pare. Especially
Hindi ikaw
this
yung
year.
water bottle. Hindi ikaw yung water bottle.
Hindi. Kasi ako reserved. Wow!
Wow! Okay. I see you.
I see you too, man. Pero ayun, ano ba yung mga pangarap mo sa buhay, Mr. Ramon?
Gusto kong, alam mo, there was a time where I wanted to be a pro player sa Valorant. Although medyo masakit na kaya likod ko para ma-aspire yun. May caster na lang ako, honestly.
Oo nga naman. Oo, pero ito yung ano ko talaga, observation. Direct, kakaiba na naman yan Club Tactics versus Tiger Instincts. Wow! Isang wow naman sa'yo dun. Wow! Masyado ka nang magaling. Masyado ka nang magaling. Shout out
kay Sir Franz. Shout out kay Sir Franz.
Sir
Na I
Franz!
believe is also one of the persons na nagsusulat para dito. Hindi ko sure. Si Sir Shan?
Si Shan! Si Shan pala!
Si
Shan! Ang lupit
Okay.
mo! Ikaw nga tagasulat ng caption ng mga ng mga pages naming lahat. Maraming salamat, Shan. Wow!
Galing
Club
talaga
Tactics versus Tiger Instincts. Ano to yung mga writer ng school. Ganun sila kalupit. But anyway, thinking about that, with Club Tactics, Tiger Instincts, talking about tactics, let's look at the map veto this time from Tele Tigers and Clubs. And para makita natin kung ano nga ba yung laro nila. We're seeing Haven, Lotus, and Sunset. Pearl is still banned. Wala pa rin siya sa play natin, and Split, which is one of the maps that I've been really looking forward for. Tele Tigers choosing Haven this time. MGS Clubs will be starting as defenders. Clubs will be choosing Lotus. So 3-site maps agad yung makikita natin dito, Ramon. It is gonna be a dragged out fight for both players and or teams. Gusto ko makita kung ano yung gameplay nila dito. And again, to close things off, kung aabot man tayo ng game number 3, Sunset. So parang subversive siya when it comes to plays kasi sobrang laki ng dalawang maps mo at the very start. And then if you do extend it to game number 3, sobrang liit na lang ng mapa. So it becomes a disparity when it comes to their playstyle. At doon talaga natin makikita that now that we've seen the first map. Haven, Tele Tigers, any infos that you got here, Ramon, kung ano yung laro ng Tele Tigers or MGS Club in this map?
In this map in particular, you're expecting like Inni to be played by Dignified. All throughout, he's been an initiator player for the longest time, so he's gonna be providing support. You're expecting like siguro si Psychazin o kaya si Ismelon yung maglalaro as their duelist. Either si Can't Guard Me, he wants to be somebody who has to support the squad when it comes to the anchoring role, so definitely something that we're watching out for. I want to see how the calling looks for the team kasi MGS Spades kind of has this thing where medyo may disparity sila when it comes to their team chemistry. They did improve sa tail end nila pagdating dito sa qualifiers kaya medyo nagkaroon ng improvement pero against Tele Tigers now, this is gonna be a tall task ahead of them now that they're coming up against one of the top 5 teams dito sa Pilipinas in terms of Valorant.
Right. If I remember correctly, you're also talking about Dignified, right? Dignified used to be in the Predator League from before. He is part of OSC,
OSC.
Old Stinky Cats. Yung team niya, he plays Inni there for his team. So let's see if that initiator status or role, he will be carrying it over to his team this time. So tingnan natin. And if you are talking about MGS Clubs, they're also no strangers to the collegiate scene. But as we have discussed both teams already, what is your prediction here, Ramon? What do you think is going to be our final round of scores for both these teams?
Both of these teams know each other very well, so I'm pretty much putting all my odds and my bets on UST Tele Tigers 2-1 against MGS. This has been a revenge match for MGS. They have an opportunity to actually claim themselves the victory rate after their tournament loss in the grand finals. Pero this is campus rivals we're talking about, and all the stakes, all the pressure. I don't think the young guns in MGS can handle all of that.
All right, so I think for me, Tele Tigers, I think this will be a 2-0 sweep from Tele Tigers. They are the uncrowned kings of collegiate Valorant. They've always faltered behind like the likes of DLSU Green Aces, or Virtus Arcus from their previous team name. Hindi siya malabo na Tele Tigers to just be as hungry as a tiger going into this. Lalo na from a top team to be seen in a lower bracket match or being receded down to lower brackets. This does not sit right with them, so I think they come into the series with a bit more anger and they don't want to give any sort of error for any teams to get or capitalize a win from them. So there you have it. So I think as we are approaching game number 1, we are going to Agent Select. We do have Haven. Are we seeing the same combination Yoru Niyun here? What do you think?
Oh, Yoru
ISO.
still being played up into play. ISO, as you mentioned, for Psychazin ngayon. And the difference between the Reyna, the ISO in this regard compared to a Yoru nga naman is that the Yoru provides the utility support that you can still have if you're entering on into the team. Self-sufficient siya, pero he relies on outplays a lot more than he does on the entry potential. So really, we're watching out for the mechanics on both the Yorus that we have on our sides. Now, the difference in the duelist is also something to take note of kasi Psychazin, he's not as fast as the Jet. Pero if he actually is really good with his aim, this ISO can fully take over any sort of given game. But that is if he can play solo. Yun nga lang, Teletigers is the type of team that likes to play together talaga. So with Johnny Bravo picking up yung club pick natin, tsaka Nabong pick up the Sova, one of his long-standing picks for the longest time on the collegiate scene. This is looking like a well-rounded team composition for both sides that have very diverse playstyles coming into this.
Oh, the thing with clubs, speaking on ISO and Haven, we did see this yesterday from DLSU's Green Aces. The value that ISO can bring over at Haven is pretty strong actually. Kasi sa sobrang laki ng map, if you catch anybody on the ult, it's already a -1. You win or lose on the duel, it's fine. Kasi you create so much space to waste around the team to either go for a retake or you go for the defense. So yun yung isa na value na binibigay ng ISO. Pero yung problem ngayon, on the side of MGS clubs is Teletigers choosing a Clove this time. You do have a double duelist, and against a Clove, who even if it's dead, kaya niyang maglagay ng smokes. I think that's going to be an issue for them, apparently. Pero as we move into this is round number 1 of UST Teletigers versus MGS clubs. Name's Juicy Brucey together with Ramon. This is our last series for today. Loser goes out of club of Campus Rivals, and we head on to game number 1.
Juzu. Like he's choosing that garage position, but Syke is in. He's able to receive 2 of them. Nabong down, the Jet gun means that it will be a 2-for-1 in favor of MGS Spades. Their defense looking pretty much pristine so far. They leave that garage in full possession of the Clove because they have full control. They have full trust in that C setup because of the amount of people that they've invested in that side of the map.
Not the intro that Teletigers is looking for. That's already one of their duelists out. So a big punishment there coming in from Saikazi from MGS clubs. They do have the garage though. However, on C, good stronghold foothold from MGS. So they have to reconsider UST Teletigers here. Maybe look around the map. They do have 50 seconds left on the clock. Yung Cypher nila, Nebreeze, just has to look for an opening here on A and maybe recall most of his teammates back.
Yeah, buta na lang buhay pa si Johnny Bravo. So the Clove smoke on Heaven is gonna get notified. So possible 4 versus 3 retake. They have the option. So they have a lot of time to consider a kill before they can plant the spike down. So there's not much rush at this point in time. Nebres, he does get him. So it will be a 3v3 retake. Plant coming down as well. And that A site retake looking much forever so promising for the side of MGS now.
Sadly, no trip wars for the Cypher though. Nebreeze with that kill delivers a 3-for-3 take here. Putting equal manpower for both teams.
Oh.
S can't guard me with the ISO. Tries to go in. Paranoia to Johnny Bravo, but from the back, he gets it even if blinded. He gets 1 for more. Gets the dig. He goes for the left and right. 1v1. Johnny Bravo in the smoke. Dignified. Can he hide it? Goes for the wide swing. And Johnny Bravo with a 4K. UST Teletigers going for the first blood in this first map.
The reset potential for Johnny Bravo on the Clove. He kills off 2 people coming out of CT. He uses one of the bodies so he can heal up before the refract could happen. Dignified was low on HP before the duel happened, so it was a very advantageous position for the Clove. He resets in and out of the smoke, which actually gives Johnny Bravo the isolated frag on Ismilon once he reconnected on that CT position. Honestly, it would have been a really good headshot if he actually connected too, but in the end, he still had that much health to be confident to take the duel against Dignified, who was still on that smoke position.
What a brave play from Johnny Bravo. Again, natamaan siya ng paranoia dun ha, tapos nakakuha pa siya ng kill. And I still see credit to what Dignified tried to do. Goes back into the smoke, tried to play with some mind games, but Johnny Bravo just right on his radar as Suzuya will get the Guardian kill to Rusty Dope, and that's already the Killjoy out. No more defenses on the side of MGS Club.
Yeah, it is their eco round, so he didn't have any money whatsoever to buy the mall, needs to buy any sort of utility, only himself. Try to hunker down that A-side defense, 4 versus 5 retake. They notify that Heaven position is still open, but Dignified, the solo push is not going to work out. That's all 3 people jumping down on MGS Spades. Will be the 2-0 so far for UST.
Quick ground coming in from UST Teletigers. That was a bonus round, so it's fine. Gun rounds going to be coming out from both teams already. Rifles to the ready. Teletigers going for a forced buy. Oh no, it's their bonus round pala. Ayan, MGS Club's going for their full buy this time. Mali. Tigers pala yung prediction ko. Ayan. And if you think about it now, Johnny Bravo, so much kills. And meron na siyang ultimate ready here, Ramon. So much utility for UST Tigers this time.
Round 3 pa. At siya yung isa mga pangatlong people na pagpupush nga dito as can't guard me. Does not expect Suzuya with the adjustment. Guardian shot to boot on the headshot. They're got to use yung one tap potential na dito. Now will be that 4 versus 5 that does some damage done because of Ismelon. So now they reset, they give the mid side. Kaso yung garage mukhang yun yung lalabanan ni Euros with that outlaw.
Medyo malayo-layo pa to. Full team for UST. Taking it slow this time. Breeze nag-aantay pa ng opening as you have Euros trying to go for the C long take. Okay, Euros. Meron siyang outlaw. He's looking for an opponent. Suzuya on the other side of the map takes down Dignified. That's 2 down on the side of MGS Club with Ismilon, the Omen at C. Medyo low yung HP. Has to retreat down to elbow.
Yeah. If they are going to go around A long, they have to respect Rusty Dope. But he is in a position that's very difficult to clear. Kaso sa C-side sila papasok. They already killed off 2 people and they know that since patay na nga si Dignified, mas may harapan yung retake scenario nila. So, Psycho-Z, they trust in the system. Gets one. Euros and Nabong, a quick trade in hand to get the C-site going for the execute. And UST fully dominates the first 3 rounds against Mapua.
When you think about this, UST took down 4 bodies already. So pwede silang mag-knockout lang ng mga vandals. So ito talaga yung isang play na kailangan nilang, it really brings them an advantage. Hindi nila kailangan maghanap ng rifles or buy or purchase for the next round eh. So it's gonna go well for them. They just have to find Rusty Dope to close out this round. And he might go for some exit frags, try to do some damage. But with how careful UST Tigers is, parang walang mangyayari.
Wala talaga. Yeah. I mean, I think from the previous rounds, they already read the position from the Killjoy, so they took a gamble on taking the C-set execute to go. Yung mahirap nga lang for MGS is that they're working with the guns that they were supposed to save in this next couple of rounds, but they were the ones who were willing to take the fight on that C-set execute. Tapos yung pag-pick ni, I believe it was Juzu to kill off Dignified also opened yung buong round na yun whatsoever, because that Sova would have been a very vital piece in the retake scenario. But before a retake could even happen, they already caught 4 players down sleeping.
If you look at that, sobrang laki ng creds ngayon ng Tigers. They were able to take 4 rifles away from MGS Clubs, and Yuris just gives his own to Juzu. Gets an outlaw for himself. They're going to go for the mid-take. The blind, he gets it. Johnny Bravo. Quick plays coming here from UST Tigers. Very aggressive and it pays off well.
Yeah, it does. Kill off Psychozine, who really is one of the more proactive players that we have for MGS. Unfortunate for him, the utility was not enough, and the double peek for Can't Guard Me only had the Sheriff in hand, but maybe it's more than enough. Kills off Johnny Bravo with just 1 bullet, and now he forces the NDY. He has to be the one to take the space for the team, but in the end, ISO is playing out that passive role. He does kill off Ismilan, so that will be the reset, and that will be a triple kill. Johnny Bravo just flexing on his muscles. A 4-0 for the USC Tigers. That is a bounce back that I've never expected from the club himself.
No way you do it like that. Grabe yun si Johnny Bravo. Na-pick off siya ng Sheriff. Commits the ultimate right away. Pincers down ISO also of all the bad places in the world. And eto na nga, he gets 2 kills from that. Make that 3. Lakas naman ng batang to. Ang galing!
Laki ng mga skills ni Johnny Bravo, just flexing on them all towards that piece at extremity. The start of 4-0 para sa kanila. And really, MGS, all they need to do is try to slow them down in their extremity. But as you see it, the double duelist comp looking like they're primed up to take that ace set execute.
Ang bilis ng pasok na to. Okay, dash in forward.
My ult's ready.
At least now they get 3 kills in the blink of an eye. Johnny Bravo, the only man. Try to see if they can get some resistance going. MGS finally getting some damage done. While UST, they had the marking to get themselves at ace site, but in the end, when they went in, it was just all that backside control that they got for themselves, and it was enough for them to stop them push. But Johnny Bravo, solo push, double kill for him, and so far he's been the shining star all throughout this Haven game for the Tigers. Calls for the rotation possibly to get that B site going, but again, MGS still have the numbers. They're calling Ismelon to actually peek onto the B side, and Nabong opens the window for UST.
Recon's there too. That smoke from the Omen allowed Johnny Bravo to retreat peacefully. And Nabong, can he get the skill? Here comes the ulti from Saikazi. Johnny Bravo with the plant.
Spike
Hinahanap niya to.
2v2.
He sees it.
Dimensional Drift also with the TP. Gate crash, and he starts it off onto Johnny Bravo. Dashes in with the flash, but Johnny Bravo, perfect control. Triple kill, not enough for the 4K. 1v1 against the Sovas. And it's up against Dignified. Nabong, a veteran in his own right. But against Dignified, a talent for the longest years. He has to work through the shine, and Nabong will seal the 2 versus 4 retake scenario. The clutch for the USD Teletigers to knock down MGS clubs.
He saw the barrel. Ganda ng placement ni Nabong doon. Akala ko mali kasi medyo mabagal yung pagpasok ni Nabong, pero it was actually all according to plan. Johnny Bravo, sakto lang to bait out the info. Alam niyan dalawa. And then he knows where that Sova is coming from on the side of MGS clubs, giving Nabong just enough information to look for an angle and to close out this round. And look at that, 5-0 right away, and MGS clubs forced to go for Sheriffs. And this is going to be an eco round for them as USD Teletigers. They might capitalize on this and just converge into one side. Recon over at A-Long. Hanap na ng pwesto. This is Zuya. Going for the sewers. Mahanap niya yung Yoru. Mauna siya makikita with the hipfire. Saikaisen takes him out and TP's away.
Free upgrade for Dignified. And that's the perfect weapon for the job as well. A good thing that he was soloed to push on towards A short, so MGS do work with a numbers advantage. But again, because they have a lot of time on their hands, they could just completely explore their options. Since the initial push from Juzu does not work out in the end. On the clock, they spot the Killjoy. They know that there's a round in the vicinity.
Nakita nila yung turret. Garage is not gonna be an option. They're looking at B right now as Johnny Bravo takes down Dignified. Can't guard me. Mag-isa siya ngayon sa A. And looks like the rest of UST Teletigers are calling this move as they converge towards A. 4 versus 4. Johnny Bravo with just a Vandal in hand. Can he get the kill? No, he can't escape. And Yuris with the outlaw takes the kill. Saikasen to trade.
Yeah, and DY also invested for Johnny Bravo. Remember, he does have the Vandal in hand. Oh no, he actually picks up the Sheriff. Does he have enough time to kill somebody on that CT spawn? I don't think so. Doubled up, and Saikasen gets a triple kill. Now down to the 3 versus 3. Plant coming down for USC. Rusty Job hits the shot onto Nebres. That opens up the flank wide open. And how will the Graffiti player and Yuris try to see if they can cut off the CT rotation? 4K for Psych is in a 1v1. And it's up against a Vandal player. It will be Nabong! Yet again, back to back! Gets impactful rounds for UST Teletigers.
What a play! Akala ko yun na yun eh. Akala ko yung MGS clubs will be getting that round finally. Pero yung depensa nila doon, ang tight masyado. Great entry from Saikasen though. Takes down the duelist right away. But Johnny Bravo opening A site right away. Imbis yung NDY niya, ginamit niya naman not for the kill. He just wanted to get information once again. Alam nila dalawa yung nakastack sa B and they know Sewers is gonna be out. Kung nakita mo yun, when we switch to the camera, they're already waiting for the Killjoy to open. Hindi nga lang nila napatay. Pero UST Teletigers, they just got the information overload and managed to pull it off at the very last second. And again, di mo kayang ma-discredit yung ginawa ni Nabong dun eh. Ano na talaga yon? Pagalingan na lang sa tutok. Yun talaga yung pinakita niya at that last moment of the round.
Alam mo yung yung sa Google, yung parang reaction speed test. Parang ganun na ngayon nangyari. Parang kung sino man yung oh, meron. I mean, if you Google right now for the reaction speed test, libre lang siya. Sige. And then
try ko ngayon.
Try mo ngayon. Kasi
try ko ngayon. Time out pa naman eh.
Oo nga. Sige, try mo. Stream mo sa akin right now, Juicy. Matagal pa naman eh.
Nasa Predator laptop ako nag-ano.
Mabilis lang naman yan, di ba? I think you can get the highest points.
259 ms. Oh my God, ang bagal ko.
Oh
my God, that's so bad.
I don't think the laptop's gonna save you at that point. Unfortunately.
Hindi yan problema ng laptop. Ano yan? Human error. Ang bagal talaga. Oh my God. I'm
okay
old.
Lang. Yeah. Check us in. Yours. I think he has the gate crash open, but the dimensional drift na lang para he can get some info. And that spots out two of the duelists doon sa may MGS as Nebres gets himself the pick on Garage. Opens up the C site, execute para sa push ni Juzu as it will be that paranoia. Ismailon, all that he can do is try to buy some time, get some space, pero yun nga lang, he has a jet in his face. Double kill for Dignified. He pops out of the smoke. He could get the triple kill, but Johnny Bravo, he reconvenes in time. Syke is in along the last remaining player. How will he work this out? Gus get himself the isolated frag, and it's all up to Nabong. He's done this 2 rounds in a row, and he has to do it yet again. Spots out Sykezin. He knows that he's in C side, pero yun nga lang, he white swings into Sykezin's Vandal. A triple from MGS, and the 1 round that they need on the board.
That was so close. I thought it was gonna be another Nabong show. Johnny Bravo also, akala ko mapapatay niya rin yun eh, but Sykezin, just on the high of trying to get that win, nakuha niya rin. Pero sayang yung ultimate ng Yoru natin sa attackers, no? Like, ginamit niya na yung ulti, he got all the information needed, pero yung nakita niya lang is a Yoru na may TP dead. Ang bilis ng reaction time ng dalawang Yorus na to. Maganda na sana yung opening nila sa garage, pero nakulangan pa rin eh with the firepower MGS clubs right now. I think they're awake, so I think they're ready to go for more.
Yeah.
Recon?
Recon, gate crash invested. Eurus is gonna have to supply all that utility. Hunter's Fury from Nabong as he kills off Ismailon. Eurus with the perfect gate crash as well. So that's 2 picks in a blink of an eye, and UST have this on full lockdown.
That's a secure spike set already. May TP na yung Yoru if ever push comes to shove. Pwede siya mag-TP back into C-Long and just be the guardian to take out any retakes. As MGS clubs right now, wala masyadong utilities that they have. They go for the blind, they take down the Yoru. Here comes Johnny Bravo. The wall from the ISO will not be able to be enough. Can't guard me, the only one remaining. Goes for the shield, tries to get for more kills, tries to go for the relief on the right. Pick it out, no! Suzuya cancels out the ISO, but that was a very close call on the side of UST Teletigers. Grabe yung pinakita ni Sykezin doon. Ramon, parang gising na talaga siya. Muntik na niya pag namatay yung Cypher, konti na lang at mapapatay niya si Jozu, pero kulang talaga ng kulang talaga ng tao para sa kanya. He got overwhelmed with the manpower. So ayun, he got taken out, but he nearly clutched out that round for the rest of MGS clubs. It looks so great for them, but apparently it did not. And right now, meron na silang ultis. Got a Killjoy ready with a kill down or the lockdown. At 5 na yung ultis ng MGS. They might just have to use it at this round.
Sayang kasi na-dink niya yung parehong players, low on HP. Yeah. And the double tap also nullified thanks to the fight that they had. Parehong in and out lang yung Cypher tsaka yung Jet, pero nakapasok na agad USC Teletigers on that piece at extremity. Pistols lang para sa MGS. They don't have all the weaponry for this as they peek on towards C-Link. Try to see if they can kill off tong si Ismailon. Ken Garmy gets 1 a second for MGS. The pistols actually becoming a demon in the night. Another one for Kent Garmy. That's his double kill, but Suzuya, he's outside of the site, so he has to reconvene in time. 2v2. Nebres. Long range angle, picks him off. That's a triple kill para sa kanya. It's all gonna be down to Kent Garmy. Spots 1, gets the triple. It's all gonna be down again to the ISO. Pero low on HP siya. 2 bullets is gonna be enough para mapatay siya. Spots out with the half. He does get himself to si Nebres, but it's gonna be the Cypher to get the 8th round win going for UST Teletigers.
Can't guard me, missed his ult also. He tried to cast his ult pero walang natamaan. He really wanted to make that play and create space for his teammate pero wala. It was so close though. And then again, the positioning of this Jet, of Johnny Bravo and Jet, masyadong maganda. Joseph Suzuya, kung nakita mo, he got the coverage for C, got the coverage for Garage. Although, can't guard me, nagwardyahan talaga siya dun. I mean, there was a chance there. But again, USC Teletigers just come in super hungry and angry into this round. Na they managed to force out 1 ultimate. So there's more for MGS clubs. You might have to use the lockdown here as Sykezin punishes just Suzuya with this aggression, and Nabong goes for 1-for-1 trade-off.
No. Sykezin. Does he have a gate crash ready? He does. So this committed push for him does have a way out. And with support from Dignified, this will be a perfect bait and switch situation. But I think Nebres, good cage, so he could actually rotate around short. That will nullify yung position agad ni Dignified. Now Sykezin is all alone. He's thinking about that short position. Bait and switch, neural theft. He doesn't have the gate crash anymore as well. Spray down all the way through the smoke. Nebres down. I don't know if Johnny Bravo has to deal with the situation. Nabong, he's conflicted. He has to kill off 1. He expects 1. He gets a double kill. But Sykezin is still here to hold that A-long extremity. But all that was happening, UST is already on C site.
Ang layo ng ang daming na-commit na utilities doon ng UST Tele Tigers. Even with that neural theft, hindi nila na-capitalize masyado yung advantage. Masyadong maganda yung placement ni Yuris tsaka si Nabong. I mean, sorry to Saikazin and Dignified. Na parang even if they tried to go for a trade-off, masyadong wide yung swing to take down the Yoru. So they had to play defensively as they can. But right now, they are trying to look for C. The spike has been planted. And they just don't know where they are now. There's no utility to give them information. Pero Yuris, on this elbow positioning, this might just work out well for MGS clubs as they are slowly moving in forward. He does get the headshot. Will get blinded by the paranoia too. Ramon, ano nangyayari dito?
Oh my god, ang ganda ng reposition niya. Yuris, he's gonna cap it off. A beautiful flash and a double peek for Johnny Bravo. Gets the double kill. And UST Tele Tigers, yet again, finding a 2 versus 3 clutch situation. Pare, imagine, the puts down the smoke on Garage, which initially I thought was a bad read. Kasi hindi niya makakover yung kung saan manggagaling yung tatlong nagpa-flank. Pero ginamit niya yung same smoke na yon para kahit na paranoia siya, hindi siya mapapatay. They don't even know where exactly it is on the smoke, which puts Yuris set up for a beautiful flash dun sa backside. Nice adjustment for those two players. Na-blind sila bago sila mapatay talaga, pare.
The positioning was just great. Iba yun. Oh, blind. He blinds himself. Even the Sheriff. Pero walang tao ngayon. MGS clubs. Alam nila na advantage sila ngayon with the manpower. He can try to move in forward. C is once again open. Wala masyadong resistance from MGS Club, so it is going to be great for them. Yuris will TP out. Spike being planted. Dignified tries to go for the shots. Will not make it out. Saikazin with the wall bang. 4 versus 3. Spike planted.
45 seconds. And he does have the NDY, so Johnny Bravo is going to push into it. But
Close.
can't guard me. Duskins himself for that double tap push. And Johnny Bravo is going to get denied. In fact, he even gives him the upgrade. So now they have a Phantom to work with, a Stinger to try to support at least. Nebres gets the shot from the Phantom. Syke isn't denied. And Nabong, he's going to get overwhelmed. That's a triple. And another one for Ismilon. Already, the retake scenario was given to them on a silver platter thanks to one singular Phantom by the overpush of UST Tele Tigers.
Nangyari doon? It was a thrifty round for MGS clubs. Not what they expected, but it did happen. Last round for us. Will it be a 9-3 or a 10-2? Si Tele Tigers sila makakasagot dyan. And they don't have any ultimates remaining. They do have the Hunter's Fury. Easy to remove that lockdown. They should be saving that up. Yun yung magiging play dito. And so far, UST Tele Tigers, very successful in taking the C site. I think they want to cancel on A. Masyado tong guarded na site though. So it's a matter of choosing the correct site right now and not overextending. Kanina kasi they overextended too much, and I think it's the confidence na alam nila na naka-eco yung MGS club, so they had no choice. But Hunter's Fury being casted actually a bit too early.
Yeah, just for Nabong.
Oh no, this is from defenders.
Yeah, at least para lang ma-clear yung site as a whole, right? This is one of the more popular takes that we've seen on the Haven game, but Suzuya, he has no fear. He sees 2 people and spots that one, but Rusty Dope gets himself another opening shot, and because of that lockdown, it provides an opening from the CT retake. Double kill for Dignified. 4 versus 3 for them. They try to defuse the spike, but remember, their smoker's already dead, so all that they can hope for is they kill off the long angles, and they do. A double for Saikazin, and a 3-9 for MGS to start things off in the first half.
I think that was a bit of a misread on the side of Tele Tigers. Masyadong maaga yung Hunter's Fury. I do understand they wanted to flush out the site, pero nakuha na kasi nila eh. May naka-intro na kasi. I thought they were gonna wait for the lockdown and use that to destroy it. Pero apparently, different playstyle being shown now by Tele Tigers did not pay off at this rate. Pero yun na nga, they got overran already. As we move on to the next round, 9-3. And it's still looking great for Tele Tigers. They do have a wider advantage this time, and they will finally be starting as defenders. Medyo mas maayos yung defending ng MGS clubs because of that Killjoy. I want to see kung paano nila gagawin yung attacking side nila with an ISO and a Killjoy. I want to see how Tele Tigers also defends this out.
Yeah, I mean, if the undercut from Can't Guard Me is a big undercut, then it will be one layer of a defense gone at least.
Wow!
But Suzuya, what a shot! And because of that dash, nobody can trade him off whatsoever until Can't Guard Me gets the 1-for-1 trade. Double tap still active, so he can still provide the space. But Yuris, he pops out of the smoke and able to get the double. But yun nga lang, Can't Guard Me and Rusty Dope, they open the B site. But remember, Nabong and Yuris, they're still alive and kicking.
There's an alarm bot. He got spotted out. So they will take C here for MGS clubs. Now UST Teletigers just have to wait. Oh, the swarm though takes a bit of a chip damage from them.
Individual fights not working in their favor. UST, Yuri's and Nabong now trying to play for the retake scenario. Now, so many things that they can hope for is hopefully MGS does not play outside of the site. They don't because of the smoke provided by the Clove. Yes, as now Yuri's spotted thanks to the turret. This info, and that's where they're gonna layer down their defense. 3 players on default. And with the Teletigers, they're counting on this double retake. Yuris gets a 1-tap. Not gonna get the second. A 1v1 thanks to Nabong's position. And with a shot dart in hand, it's enough for Ismelon. Pero yun nga lang, Ismelon, he's playing this to perfection until Nabong! He reminds him who is the veteran in this game. 10 rounds for USC Teletigers. Slowly building up closer and closer to get themselves a 13th round.
What a play. That was just pure mechanical prowess being shown down by Nabong there. Does not even blink. If you see his player cam, he was too focused. Ginamitan niya lang na shock dart to bait out a positioning over to the right. He knows it's gonna go there. And he just gets the kill. Yun yung mga expectation natin ng mechanical skills na pinapakita ng mga players natin dito sa Campus Rivals, and Can't Guard Me just had the wrong timing to face the opposite direction, and Nabong with his wallbang, but that was a predicted wallbang from him. Gets the defuse. 3-10 as UST Teletigers not allowing MGS clubs to capitalize off their previous win of the round.
Definitely not. Momentum still on a high for UST. They built up all the guns that they need except for Nabong, who is okay with a sheriff in hand. Undercut out. 3 players stacking up on that A site. This jet has to be at the right place at the right time. But Yuri's beautiful spray. That's 3 in a blink of an eye. The Yoru already providing value to the round, as Suzuya only has the classic. And with a 1v3 for Dignified, no run and guns whatsoever from Digny, as Suzuya picks up the double, and it will be a 3-11 in favor of UST.
Etong si Suzuya, fan siya ni OMI eh. Kilala mo yun?
Sino yun?
Ano? Yung singer ng hula hoop.
One enemy remaining.
Alam ko,
Si OMI? Hula hoops. Ano yun? May, yung jump shot. Di ba may kanta na jump shot?
di ko ata panahon yun, boss.
Jump shot. Hindi pala yun si OMI. Sino ba yun? Jump shot ba yun?
Sino yun?
Jump shot
Alam kong
song.
kumanta ng OMI, alam kong kinanta niya cheerleader eh. Di ba?
Mali pala, si Darwin pala yung jump shot. Iba pala, boss.
Kaya ako
Iba pala.
na-confused, boss.
My bad. Pero ayun na nga. What a way to close the round. Juzu with a jump shot, headshot. On the way to the Sova. Nabong can't guard himself too. As UST Teletigers taking on a much aggressive playstyle here.
Yeah. I mean, why not, right? I mean, they have all the confidence. They did win a few of their buy rounds. And Nabong just continues to swing. Possibly a third for him. He does it. A 4K for Nabong. What a way to possibly get their match point. No aces, nothing. Wala pa rin, magkakatropa sila lahat eh. But in the end, it's still match point para sa UST.
Is it? What a fast-paced play from UST Teletigers. Masyadong mabilis yung labanan natin dito, and to think this is a very big map. They just know their play around here. Oh, that bang, bang.
Ano yung tunay na bang-bang, Juicy Brucey?
Syempre. Ayoko sabihin. Kasi you can spell bang without V. Valorant.
That's
Bang,
true.
bang.
Wait, what?
Yes tayo dyan. 3-12.
Yes.
The score, Hunter's Fury, ginamit agad. Flush out the site. As Nabong with that kill, walang tumicheck ng corners na naman. Yuris will take down 3, make it a 4. As he might want to go for an ace, pero nakay Suzuya with a shorty. He can jump in forward, he doesn't get the kill. Rusty Dope, siya yung natitira. Bang. Ay, nako, gusto niya mag-ace. Gusto niyang umace. Umulti. Makukuha niya ba? He does have the blind. Does he not have the blind? Boom. Bang! With a shorty ace surrounded out. Yuris ending the game in style as they deliver the win for UST Teletigers in this final series of the lowers bracket here in Campus Rivals. Naka-ace din. Din. And wow, the hunt begins. Tiger strike. Shadow ang magaling siyan.
Si
Taga saan
Sir
ka
Sean
ba?
talaga.
Saan ka ba? Taga saan ka ba?
Bibilan ka
magpaturo
doon ng
sa'yo.
kape ni Juicy Brucey.
Ako na yung gagawa. Yung powdered. May ba?
3-in-1.
Hindi, sa akin 5-in-1. May kasamang
Ay.
pagmamahal at pagkakaibigan. Yun. But anyway, congratulations to UST Tigers na close off nila yung map na to in a super fast-paced action. 13-3 yung final score natin. No curses this time for MGS Club, pero back to the drawing board. It's not yet over for MGS Club. Kayang-kaya pa nilang bumawi on match number 2. Pero highlights ba, Ramon? Ano ba yung isa sa mga pinakagrabing ginawa ng Tigers all throughout this round?
I mean, the way that they actually execute as a team is really something that you cannot mess with. Ang dami nilang insurance policies, ang galing ng lurking nila from Nebres, who actually gives them all of those backup plans. And medyo underrated din yung aspect na kung paano sila maglaro on the attacking side. Talagang you cannot stress how many times Nabong has been calling for the squad. Like, kala ko shoutcaster siya na alam niya kung ano dapat gawin talaga eh.
Good calls from him actually. And ako fan na ako ni Nabong ngayon eh. Alam mo yun sa Twice, si Nayon. Nabong tawag sa kanya eh. Bias striker yun. Congrats, Tigers! Ayun, Nabong, sana pagpatuloy mo yan. Tuloy mo hanggat gusto mo. Kayang-kaya mo yan. And again, MGS Clubs, to all the fans out there, it's not yet over for them. We do have a map number 2. Antay-antayin nyo lang yan. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Pero as of now, for all the comment section out there, hashtag MGS Club win or hashtag UST Tigers win. You wanna show their support? Lagay nyo lang dyan kasi yung mga managers baka nanonood sa stream at pagkatapos ng game, sasabihin nila, uy, alam mo ba, sinuportahan ka ni John Rizal or something. Yan, Ramon. Good games here on Haven. Do you think that ISO pick really played out well for MGS Club? Ano ba yung mga dapat baguhin ng MGS Club approaching map number 2?
Well, in my opinion, the ISO pick wasn't actually that too bad. I think the glaring thing that I want to see improved by MGS is the way that they play as a team. I think from whispers from other analysts na napag-usapan namin about MGS is that they're talented individuals. There's no question about that. Pero as a team, that's where the big flaw actually comes in. Kasi minsan mahirap kasing i-place in kung ano yung strengths nila ng isa't isa eh, when you have very strong individuals who can aim. Sometimes on a team environment na madali lang i-dissect yung lahat ng aspect na yun, then it really is a very hard argument para dito sa MGS, where UST were just playing them around the map dito sa Haven, where the priority is not on the duels themselves, which honestly MGS could have actually won in that aspect. Pero in this regard, UST were playing the map to really well T. Talagang good rotations, good timings on the retake scenarios, as well as on attack, where ang dami na nakikita mga good timings all the way from MGS, who really are hunkering down the defense so many times now.
Yeah, if you think about it, Saikazen, even early into the rounds, nagpapakita na siya ng potential eh. He really wants to go for the fights. Nakukuha niya naman talaga, example for this one. Pero it's just not one team or one player who makes the difference. Kahit sobrang dami niyang mapatay, closing out the round is a team effort. So parang yun yung kailangan pag-usapan ng MGS approaching map number 2. So if you think about it, there are some highlight moments from Saikazen as a duelist going into this. Pero if you look at the composition of Tigers, hindi lang isa yung napapop up eh. You had Johnny Bravo show. Then meron ka nagkanabong show ka pa. I mean, it's just a well-rounded team who just knows how to play around their all strength. And look at this, Yuris even closing out the series in an ace fashion, bang, with a shorty. And that was your highlights for match number 1, map number 1. And I think a big recollection going into MGS Clubs as they approach game number 2. But if you look at this, kung titingnan mo nga rin naman yung UST Tigers, 4 of their players double-digit scores. And it doesn't discredit si Nebris, ha? The reason why he doesn't get as much kills for Tigers, siya kasi yung anchor eh. He just holds the fort down for everybody and allows his team or duelist or any other players sa Tigers na, okay tol, andito na sila, close out the round for me and we'll win this as a team. Yun yung nangyayari sa kanila. On MGS, they were pretty much reliant sa firepower ni Saikazen, but I don't think that was just enough for them in the series.
Just not, man. I mean, if we could go back to Nebres's point, man, I mean, he's been always at the other side of the map talaga. So providing a window for the team para makakuha sila ng open entry, which shows yung flaw ng MGS is that they rotate a little bit too fast.
Right. Exactly, masyadong mabilis yung commitment. We've seen it time and time again na parang wala pang info masyado. From C, bakante na, they go to A. It just allows the Tigers to go in. But right now, Ramon, yung MVP natin para sa first map on the second series for today is Johnny Bravo.
Whoa!
With a Clove, 17 kills, 299 ACS. Ang haba ng average. Konti lang yung rounds pero Johnny Bravo growls his way into this match. And again, well played. Iba eh. Intro pa lang eh. Kakaiba na yung pinakita ng Clove niya talaga.
Yeah, talaga nga namang from the openings we could see him have some Nebu moments talaga. Parang yung mga Cloves natin, yung nagsashine all throughout this campus rivals as well, no? And on Lotus, where I believe Clove will also be a prevalent pick, I don't know if UST is gonna stop anytime soon.
Right. And I think si Clove, pwede siyang gamitin ng MGS Cloves. Anyway, get that main character energy activated with a laptop that is built for whatever's next. No limits, just vibes. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive #AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pin post. Ayun. So, mong gamitin si MGS Cloves. Okay? Break muna kami. Don't go away. Campus Rivals will be back. We have map number 2 for series number 2. Don't go away. Take a short break.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
Brucey, okay ka lang? Brucey?
Ay, okay
Brucey?
lang ako.
Kasi,
Iisip
Teka lang.
ako kasi yung assignment ko di pa tapos.
ay. Gusto mo ba
Pasa na sa
kopya?
Monday. Ayun,
Gusto mo ba kopya?
sabi ni Naruto, there's no shortcut to becoming a Hokage.
Ooh.
Yo, I'm Josie Brucey and we is Ramon. We will break down all the fights and strategies here in Campus Rivals. We are your casters. We are still on the last series for today, match number 2. Tele Tigers UST versus clubs from MGS. Kanina, nakita natin ang isang devastating loss ng MGS clubs. Will it be back to the drawing board for them? Or will Tele Tigers claw their way into the championships? Hindi pa pala. Next round pala.
Next round ba yun? Di pa
Ay,
di
lupit,
pa,
oh.
masyado pa maaga. Dito pa lang.
Teka lang, si Sean may malupitang caption na naman. Can MGS
Oh.
clubs escape the hunt?
What? Boog! Ang galing talaga
Galing
ni
mo
Sir
naman
Sean.
masyado, boss! Pahingi naman ng
Grabe.
brain cells mo. Ayun. Well, Ramon, by the way, gusto mo ba maging isang main character?
Yeah, I'd love to. Paano ba? Paano ba, Brucey?
Simple lang. You just need a laptop that will activate that. You can get that main character energy activated with a laptop that is built for whatever is next. No limits, just vibes, baby. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive hashtag AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pinned post. So tamang ano lang yan, just buy it. Ganina nga sinabi ko yung 64K na monitor ng Predator, 45K na lang. So kung gusto nyo yun, bili na kayo now at may tickets kayo to Acer Day, di ba?
Siyempre. Nandun lang naman tayo,
Siyempre.
Juicy Brucey. We're at the back end. We're trying to feed everybody all the talents. Tayo nagko-connect ng mga wires doon. So I think it's
Oo
gonna be
naman.
fun. Basta bumili lang kayo ng mga Acer Predator na or mga
Di
Acer
nyo
na
lang alam.
products.
Oo, nagsusoldering nga kami doon ng mga wire doon ni Ramon. Uy, Ramon, Bruce, hindi gumagana yung wire. Gotcha, pare. Ganun lang. Ito, di ba last time si Predator League, dinala nila dinala nila yung mga SB19 into the show. Yung isa lang yung gusto kong i-request kay Predator talaga eh. Like parang ito,
ano?
hindi to super mabigat na request ha. Hindi rin
Ano?
to super magastos.
Okay.
Kung dadalhin nila yung twice. Legit. Daming pupunta dyan.
I think mataas man yung budget.
Oo naman. Sabi na nga nila eh. Okay lang kahit si Jong yun. Pwede na yun. Pero all you guys out there, if you're watching the show right now, don't forget to put in the hashtags. Hashtag MGS Club Win or hashtag UST Teletigers Win to show your support to your classmates, batchmates, schoolmates. Kung ano man sila, juniors when you were in college, also support them because they really need it, especially for these two teams. Kasi kung sino man yung matalo sa series na to, they will be saying goodbye to their journey here in Campus Rivals. And ayaw mo yung mangyari sa pinakamamahal mo na school. Di ba, Ramon?
Talaga, oo. Kasi the opportunity to play for Predator League as well as a whopping 50,000 pesos is not to mess around with. So really,
Right.
eyes on the prize na lang para sa MGS clubs talaga. They only have one more shot and this Lotus game will have to be counted talaga, pare.
Again, kanina, nasa match 1 tayo, sobrang laki na ng mapa natin, no? That was already Haven. Now that we're approaching game number 2, sobrang laki din ng mapa natin. 3 sites over at Lotus. Really excited kung ano yung magiging performance ng dalawang teams na to. We do see the prowess na pinapakita ng Tele Tigers already in that first match. Same for MGS clubs wherein meron silang standout players that really delivers the high caliber firepower for them. Pero medyo kulang pa when it comes to teamwork. Pero pwedeng eto na mapa mismo yung ipapakita nila ng difference nila. But now that we're talking about Lotus, do you think we will be seeing another ISO coming in from MGS clubs, or what do you think is a better agent composition now that we know a bit of the playstyle ng MGS clubs? Any agent in mind, Ramon?
I want to see a Vice. I want to see a Vice play dito sa map na to. Kasi really, the C site execute is always going to be a strong point, especially since it's also one of the hardest places to retake as a defender talaga. So if Vice can provide a bit of a denial when it comes to the executes, talagang
Right.
mas magiging madali kapag dun nga nag-start ng kahit sino defender. I kind of want to see, well, not really the Tejo, pero gusto ko makita ng Fade. Fade is really underrated when it comes to those sites na medyo paper thin yung mga walls natin and kailangan mong makapag-stop ng pushes dahil lang sa isang Cs, which honestly does get the job done a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, no, like I really bank on that Fade idea. It's one of the underrated in a sense, but it's one of the most common picks in Lotus. The dual combo of Fade and Raze C's into paint shells, that's been one of the longest combos that you see in Lotus, especially over at A. So on A side, yun lang yung kailangan mong gawin at sobrang dami mong pwedeng possibilities to really close out, or start the round properly for your team. So feeling ko, it's a playstyle na kayang gawin ng UST Teletigers. Pero yung problema ko sa sinabi mo, Ramon, parang hindi lalabas yung Vice
Bakit?
Kasi delayed daw yung Vice City 6. GTA Vice. Hindi. GTA 6 pala yun. Iba pala yung Vice City.
Okay. True.
Bakit
Sige.
joke?
Sige. Medyo need mo i-work yung delivery mo doon. Wait, Brucey! Hey! What? Iwan mo ka dito! Brucey, come back!
My bad.
I can't do this alone. Yo.
My bad. Sorry. Bad jokes. Ano kasi yan Kailangan mo kasi yan. You have to, sa sinabi pa nga ni Sun Chu, you have to get over yourself to get over your opponent. Di ko alam kung sinabi niya yan, pero feeling ko lang. Sana descendant ako ni Sun Chu, no? Pero ayan, this is the art of war for both teams kasi
it is.
Whoever, again, inuulit-ulit ko to, I can't stress this out enough. If you lose in lower brackets in this series specifically, your Campus Rivals journey is over. And I mean, we are still gonna be having Campus Rivals again, pero okay lang. Pero let's check out the comment section sa mga nanonood dyan at tingnan natin kung ano yung masasabi ng ating mga tao inside the live stream. This is from Machin MGS. Can't guard me. ILY. Ano ibig sabihin ng ILY? I lack you?
I love YouTube.
I love
Yakisoba?
white8.com? Alam mo yung white8.com?
Alam ko yun.
Oy, Machin! Bakit? Ano bang meron kay Can't Guard Me, ha? Sige, aantayin natin yung reply mo. Ano bang meron kay Can't Guard Me na ILY mo siya?
Friend mo ba siya?
Friend mo ba siya?
Manage mo ba siya?
Classmate
Manager
mo ba
ka ba
siya?
na jowa mo din? Pwede din.
Pwede din.
Mali mo, pinsan niya pala yun. Di ba?
Oo
Mahal
nga.
ba mahalin yung pinsan?
Pwede yan.
Diba?
Okay. Alright, so we have map number 2 and we were talking about mga agents na pwede tayo magamit. I think Raze is a staple in this map. Aside from that, isa sa mga agents na gusto ko makita, I think Yoru is still very viable. Pero I want to talk about this one. On the Sentinel composition, you do have a Cypher choice, you do have a Vice choice, meron ka rin Killjoy. Which among the three, aside from Vice, would give more value in Lotus? Would you rather pick a Cypher or a Killjoy? But before that, Killjoy. But before that, we have news that there is going to be a sub in on the side of MGS clubs, and this is going to be Dignified out and Jace will be in. So Jace, ikaw nang bahala sa amin dito. And let's see how far we can go along with this new player into the substitution of MGS clubs. What's with Jace? Are you familiar with Jace in any way, Ramon?
Jace is one of the more flexible players as well, where Dignified actually has mechanics. Jace will provide a little bit more familiarity kasi siya talaga dapat yung nasa role dito or yung nasa spot ni Dignified ngayon. No? So you're giving him a chance to play it again and possibly a chance to shine para sa MGS. They had a lot of lacking synergy from that Haven game. So what was lost from that previous game, mali mo, bumalik na dito sa Lotus map natin.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Let's see how Jace will falter out with MGS clubs. Kung kaya ba nila ito ma-extend to game number 3 or map number 3, which is a bit more exciting because it's going to be at sunset. But going back to our point, I was asking you about Sentinels. You prefer Killjoy over than the Cypher. Could you please elaborate?
Well, kasi madali lang kasi for the Killjoy to have a lockdown in place pagdating sa mga C-site or A-site retakes natin. And what Cypher can still provide similarly to what the Killjoy can provide is yung familiarity ng kung saan mo ilalagay yung utility mo. You put either an alarm bot or a turret dun sa may B-site. You still have that much of a defense dun sa may C dahil either may turret o kaya may alarm bot dun tapos may mollies ka pa. Yung Cypher naman, what he can also provide is still the same setup pero what he lacks pa rin is the firepower that Killjoy can have. All her utility can still damage a lot of the players, and with a map as big as Lotus, you need that much health para lang magkaroon ka na maayos na execute.
Right. No, yeah, it makes sense. But I think for my end, parang si Cypher isa sa mga staple picks in a way kasi over at C, tripwires, especially in a map like Lotus kung saan mo ini-expect yung sobrang daming tumatalo na duelist, you got your Raze, Jet, or Neon, either three na always in rotation in this map. Having a tripwire from Cypher, parang mas mahirap yung entry. But I do see yung parang value ng Cypher na now that we're talking about agents so much, tingnan natin kung ano ba yung iniisip ng ating players in our agent selection as we move in, and looks like it. Clubs, Vice, no Cypher, no Killjoy in sight. So iba-iba nga yung statement nila. It's a bit of a mirror matchup, but Viper though on Clubs, a bit of an out-of-pocket pick over at Lotus. Ano nga ba yung advantage na pwedeng madala ng isang Viper over at Lotus?
Well, that means na may lurkers sila essentially on this map in particular. So you can expect him to actually get some early presence on that A set on the attack. Sometimes maglalurk siya around that C set execute, maglalagay siya ng poison cloud doon sa may C main, tapos magbubukas siya ng door just to kind of spook the only anchor on that C site, which honestly is a good play in my opinion. That will cut off the rotation. Either that or mag-hold siya ng mga positions ng anchors on that site itself para lang makarotate sila na maayos ng mga teammates niya on the other side of the map. That's just
right.
Textbook Viper play since day one talaga. Pero it all counts on how Rusty Dope can play this. Nakita natin from that first Haven game that he wasn't doing a lot of cut-off rotation. So it really is gonna come down to how he performs dito.
Alright, so there it is. Let's see how far can Rusty Dope prove us wrong as we are approaching game number 2 in series number 2 in the do or die match of UST Teletigers versus MGS Clubs. Name's Juicy Brucey. Together with me is Ramon. But bago ang lahat, sumagot na si Mei Chin. Sabi niya, he is my BF. Best friend?
Best friend?
BF meaning BF Homes? BF meaning baby friend? Ano ba?
BF Sword sa League of Legends?
Oo, pwede rin Battle Fury. Ano siya? He's my Battle Fury? Iba yan ah. Ano kasi, wrong
BF
spelling
Sword.
wrong kasi tayo dito, Mechin. Ano ba yan? But yes, good luck sa inyo and hope you have a happy relationship. Yee! But anyway, here we are. Game number 1, Ramon.
Yep. Yeah, USC. At least they put out the haunt, and hindi pala si Viper yung magiging lurker dito. It's actually gonna be Eurus on the attacking side for UST Teletigers. They put a lot of presence doon sa may C mount, and all that's done is to keep the two anchors held up on C to make it an easier push on the A side since nag-iisa lang si Psychazin. Spotted by Eurus, chef shot, and does so with perfect precision sa body niya.
Nakikita ko na yung value ng Viper. So much coverage from A to B. Apparently, these are one of the better picks pala in Lotus. You just get so much utility all throughout the map wherein you could cancel out one visual already from 2 sites in this big as a map like Lotus. So parang it does work out for them. But for now though, both Yoru's down from the teams.
They trade each other for this 4v4 retake, and MGS, this is what they're banking on, and Nabres gets caught. Jays and Can't Guard Me, they make the opening possible, but Nabong closes it, eventually makes it a 3K for Nabong. 1v2 now for Can't Guard Me, and Johnny Bravo just caps on him with a headshot. 1-0 for UST Tigers, as it was another 2 versus 3 that they denied away from MGS.
Ito na naman, Nabong, Johnny Bravo, yung dalawang standout players natin from map number 1. Hindi talaga sila titigil. They're ready to do it down. And Jay's also, the substitute, really trying to make a name for himself, getting really good intro kills for here. Pero kung makikita mo, iba yung pinakita ni Nabong tsaka ni Johnny Bravo to close out that round eh. Pero again, going back to it, Rusty Dope, this Viper, slowly starting to see the sense of this pick now. Hopefully, it pays off well for them. Lalo na UST Teletigers, gustong-gusto nila mag-advance over at A with only a Yoru defending this out. So, tingnan natin if this is gonna work out well for them now. Psychazin. Oh, Prowler.
Spotted, and I believe they're also gonna open the door para mas mahirapan si Psychazin to hold the site itself. So, back in towards that side, that will call the rotation para dito kay Jays as well as Ismelon, who's holding that stairs angle. But Nebres, back on his lonesome. Can't Guard Me is still holding the lurking down. B-side tried to see if he can get the angle. He does so to pure perfection kay Nebres. 2 taps to the head is enough to kill him off. So it will be a 4 versus 5. Suzuya evens at the count. So now that Rusty Dope is down, that Viper utility that we've been talking about, it won't have that value for this coming round.
Ganda ng play ni Can't Guard Me doon. Really playing it out Sentinel role. He was able to catch out Nebres, pero with the way things are playing out by Tele Tigers, they will have control of sight in just a bit with Suzuya waiting for any lurkers from behind. Makukuha nito with Yuriz. Trying to look for an angle over top. Takes down the Seas. Good play. Prowler also will miss the mark. Wala siyang visual doon.
Oh no, Johnny Bravo does get himself one, but Ismelon, he drops Johnny Bravo. He won't have the Phantom upgrade. He have to drop down to the site, but Nabong will get the double kill. It's all gonna be down to Ismelon, but I cannot handle Nabong with a triple. Full confidence on the swing. Able to get a 2-0 for UST Tele Tigers to get themselves another strong Lotus opening.
3Ks agad from Nabong. Also plans to spike if I'm not mistaken. At dahil dyan, meron na siyang Nightfall. Even with the full buys coming from MGS, wala tong problema. If they could catch out the Nightfall, they could just take out A-Site right away with his ult utility usage. Even if dalawa yung magsistay ng MGS clubs, kayang-kaya ito makapitalize ng UST Tele Tigers. Medyo mahirap. Especially with the Seas. Surprised walang raise in this play, pero it does make sense for the playstyle of both. Johnny Bravo, good trade-off from him there. Juzu for the bait and the switch coming in from the claw. Johnny Bravo though playing quite aggressively for Tele Tigers and it pays off.
Very. And with the Fade Utah, that also gives them the space and the confidence.
Wow.
Jay's almost spotted, but the timing on the Clove Smoke actually gives him a bit of cover to work with. 4v5 with a plan coming down for USC Tele Tigers. Has the objective in hand, but they're also counting on the flank from Can't Guard Me, so MGRs are playing this with precision. They kill off Johnny Bravo, so at least that's going to be some damage done, but with the jump peak, Ismelon takes full advantage. A double for him as well. As Juzu and Nabong, they now fall to the ground with a 2 versus 3 in hand. Nightfall invested. Suzuya does not win the shot on Can't Guard Me. 1v3 for Nabong. The team captain has to step up, plays around the smoke, but does not isolate Rusty Dope. And finally, MGS find a breakthrough early into this round thanks to the buy and make it a 1-2 against the Tele Tigers.
That's the problem. Masyadong malaki yung damage na ginawa ng Tele Tigers in that buy round of MGS. They only had 2 members playing out here. I mean, they will have the credits to buy it pa rin, pero on Tele Tigers, they're already in their full buy. And kayang-kaya nilang pumili ng A dito. Nightfall has been used already, so no utilities or ults coming in from both teams. Pero it does make sense for Tele Tigers this time to probably switch out a site. Kasi parang medyo nalalaman nila the Yoru's always there. If ever they do decide to take out Yoru, yun yung parang cue ng Tele Tigers eh. Let's take out their duelist and then that's we start converging. Let's see if it pays off this time. Kasi Tele Tigers, they're still reading the room on C eh. They're still checking out kung ano na utilities ang meron doon or kung sino yung agent na nakabang. Especially on Mount. Can't Guard Me will do a push. He will get the headshot on Nabong. Will try to get one more. But the Vice takes down the other. Vice squared. And that will be a 1-for-1 trade-off on the side of UST Tele Tigers. Taking out already their very own Sentinel. And looks like C might be open for the taking. As you can see here, Tele Tigers slowly converging over to C.
I believe they will also have the path to an upgrade as well, so more bad news to come through. They have mount control. They could also put the smoke down as well para lang ma-delay yung pag-push dito ng UST Tele Tigers. They have all the weapons that they need in their arsenal as Yuriz is gonna buy the entry ongoing. Ismelon through the smoke kills him off with the Bulldog spray. Rusty Dope will get another one as he's the only Adger on site and he's able to take the 3 on his own. What a way to kick things off for MGS. They didn't have this lifeline from the previous map, but it looks like they're revitalized.
Rusty Dope. Iron Wall. Ng UST Tele Tigers. Parang yun na yung cue nila eh. Okay, C is not great. Alis tayo dyan. If you check it out, they might be looking for B. It is an eco round for Tele Tigers. They have their sheriffs. They might want to close out this round as fast as they can. Probably a possibility. Pero with MGS clubs, they do have a teleport from Omen. So parang this Ismelon, yung Omen na Ismelon could just be in any site possible. Sees from the fade. No contact.
Absolutely nothing. MGS, they don't want to give the guns away, so they're not taking an aggressive peek. They know that since the Viper and Can't Guard Me on the Vice is enough of a wall to actually hold down the space, they're not going to try any chances whatsoever. So MGS, they have all the info that they need. USD are going to have to play with the pistols that they have.
Here.
B-side already. Also, may B-side push na ginagawa din yung dalawa sa kanila eh.
Oh, kailangan nilang i-flash out yung dalawa eh. Yun yung isa sa mga possibility na kayang gawin ng Tele Tigers. The blinds though, Suzuya with just the sheriff takes down Can't Guard Me.
Yeah. And since the Vice is also gone, they don't have a wall to actually worry about anymore. So at least they kill off Nabong, but Jizuya continues to reign supreme with the Vandal that he picked up, and Nebres even finding a lurking frag. 4 versus 2 in an instant. Remember, they didn't have the guns to start this round, but now they're providing opportunities left and right. Saikazin already handled by Johnny Bravo after the kill on Suzuya, and because Ismilon has already sounded the Vandal off, they know that he's coming from the Hall's position. In this 3v1 clutch attempt, Johnny Bravo holding the spray and even gets the one tap. A 3-2 for UST Tigers, and it started from the bottom.
Now they're there.
Nice.
Started from the bottom. Now they're there.
One enemy remaining.
Tama naman. Yun yung analysis ko sa round na yun. Grabe yun. Ang bilis ng flicks niya. He was looking at the top. Instantly just drags it down. Closes out the round. That's your 3-2 already. Pele Tigers not allowing MGS Clubs to take the lead here. Hindi naman forced by on the side of MGS Clubs. They do have it everything. Yuriz will try to go for the push like Kazin with a punish.
That's a quick flick for Saikazin. It's almost like he expected that someone's gonna jump from that position alone. So that's lurker down. Yuriz will not use
Ultra
that eventual
instinct
drift.
yun.
Oh nga, it would have been a vital piece of util para sa pagpush nila sa C. Especially with the double anchor sight. But I guess Suzuya is gonna handle the solo as he kills off Rusty Dope. And with the perfect crosser placement, he knew that he was gonna peek.
Wall tripped.
Oh, they're not committing. They're still looking for other avenues to look for a different site. Pwede sila mag-B dito now that they open the rotating doors, pero parang bait to eh. They're not going in. And Can't Guard Me is not falling for this. Nasa likod lang siya nag-create. Utilities being used. Cloud Burst from Jet. Hinahanap niya. Wall bangs. Can't Guard Me will not take any damage whatsoever. As he tries to push in forward, he is trying to go for more damage. Tries to go for the ult. The primary will be damaged as the Blade Storm from behind. Can he get it? Yes, he will. Suzuya will take down the Vice with 3-2 left. MGS Clubs how to go for the retake, but from the sides, Jace takes down the kill.
Oh no. And almost like they had an opening, Johnny Bravo pushes a little too far. They can't back the spike down. They don't know about the waterfall players, so all they can hope for is in 15 seconds, somebody's gonna overpush. But Jays, he's playing this like a master in his work. Saikazin couldn't hit the perfect wall bang as Suzuya gets the opportunity to plant the spike on down. 2v2. Both Waterfall and Halls notified by both players on MGS as UST direct push on in. The Blaze Storm does not work out. He does have the battle though. With 2 HP, it's not going to be the best of timings. 1v1 now against the Great One. Jays even puts out the OT, and with the Steel Garden exchange, it's going to be exchange of firepower in terms of the utility. Nebres is playing this to perfection. He tried to bait it out for the triple kill from Jays. He pushes it for the Nightfall, and even though he only had the pistol, it was enough to take him down 3-3 for MGS.
1v1 of a lifetime. Dalawang ult yung nakita natin nagamit doon. Ultimate from Vice, ultimate from Jays. But the ultimate winner has been the Fade. Even with that primary jammed, ano talaga, fan siya ni Darwin, jump shot. Yes, nakuha ko na yung joke. Thank you.
May take two yung joke. Actually, mas maganda nga yung delivery mo ngayon.
Mas maganda yun. Sige, wag ka mag-alala. Uulit yan mamaya. Pero look at this. Chase though, crawling from behind. Tamang ring around the rosy. Sobrang daming pwedeng possibilities na mangyari doon, but he read him like a book.
Yeah,
Okay, Yuriz with the ult.
Finally.
This should be the info that UST Tigers will need.
Yeah. Crossfire already established. And because of the dimensional drift, they have already known about their positions. There are a lot of util in hand. Can't Guard Me, holding the angle back in towards that B position. But because of the dimensional drift, they don't know where he's going to be coming from. Rusty Dope in his spot at 1. The shorty does not work out. That will be 2 kills for MGS. And Trion into the C site as now they're going to try to plant it down to Zoya. He dodges the Prowler, gets 2 kills, but Chase and Ismilon, they hunkered down the defense enough to get the 4-3. MGS, they bounce back.
Finally, the defense from MGS Clubs paying off. UST Tigers, yung C-take, nagiging problema nga yung Viper. I see the value so much now. Together with that Vice, sobrang daming utilities na kailangan mong masayang just to break through that defense. Again, Tigers, kailangan nila mag-commit ng Euro ult doon. Without that, that entry would have been harder. Pero since you have the Vice to slow things down with the blind, there's just so much crossfire is happening that they have to reconsider and take out A instead on Tally Tigers. Tingnan natin kung magagana ba tong style na to. Ooh, missed the sheriff shots. TP is away to safety instantly, this Yoru.
A little lucky in this regard, as they're gonna have to go back into that ace mean extremity. UST have taken full control of it. As MGS, they want to take the retake scenario, but Nebres on the lurk potential gets himself one onto Rusty Dope. But Johnny Bravo holding the push, and Psychus is able to capitalize. He was crouching down, and Nabong, he couldn't get the trade, he couldn't get the info, and despite them not getting seen, it was the Prowler that gave him the info. Hisbalon with the spray. But Suzuya, right place, right time, spots out Psychus in, gets himself the one tap. Now at all sides, UST are trying to slow them down to the prospects. What a triple kill from Suzuya! 1v2 for Jays. The sub in has to step up. But now Suzuya has the high ground, is able to get the 4K. It started with another Sheriff round. But Juzu gets the 4K in the end.
Gano ba kagalit tong Jet na to? I did not expect him to pop off in that round. It looks so dire already for Tally Tigers. Parang ang binigay nga lang nila yung site na to on the side of MGS, but apparently Tally Tigers had a plan. Okay, it started with the sheriff shot and that allowed him to go and wrap around. A bit of a miscommunication there, no? Kasi alam na nilang may Jet doon. With a sheriff only, they would have expected na kukunin nila yung Vandal. And no one was looking at that angle. They freely allowed Josusuya to just be there. And look at this, another kill from him, taking down Ismila on the Omen. So there's no more controller on the side of MGS that is more reliable than a Viper.
Yeah, look at that though. Aim in extremity pushed on Suzuya. Full confidence from the previous round. Gets shut down by Jays with the one tap. Has 2 bullets and gets himself one onto Johnny Bravo as well. He dodges the Prowler. He doesn't know he's on backside. Jays! This man on a mission only has a pistol. Had 2 in the magazine and he works out in the end. 1v1 for Nebres. Knocks down the star player. Now has to clutch up against Can't Guard Me. Vice versus Vice. Plants on the A site. No ults as you said. Puts on all the util that he needs. He fakes it. He hears it. He sees him. And it's the shot. Nebres. A 5-4 for USC to the Tigers.
Oh, he laughed. What a play from Tally Tigers. Once again, it looks super dire, but you gotta give credits to Jays so much, man. This sub is the second coming of Jays. Bang! Let's give it one more. The Prowler off the mark. Bang! Gives it a 3K. Akala ko magiging doble pa to. He was so close to making the play of his life. And again, credits to Nebres. Yung fake plants na yon. And parang alam niya saan lalabas yung kabilang Vice eh.
My God, this guy is the master of beats talaga. Alam na alam ang galawan. Able to read the opponent efficiently just so that he can get himself the kill. As now Jays pushes back in towards that A-site push as Uris will get the opening. Stairs on full lockdown. A-site wide open for USC as MGS are preparing for a retake despite the man count down. They have 4 ultis to work with, so at least they have something.
Okay, this is weird. Tingnan mo si Nebres on the side of UST Tally Tigers. Ang layo niya, nasa C pa siya. He will be the defense on the side of the attackers this time as Can't Guard Me will take down Yoru.
Steel Garden invested, so all the primaries jammed. They do have 2 players from that backside who dodged away from it. Suzuya pulls out the Blade Storm, knows that he has no bullets in the magazine. So all relying on that util in hand. Nebres gets one a second from USC Tally Tigers. Ismilan the only man standing and not for long. A 6th round for USC Tally Tigers.
Not ready yet.
He tried so hard to stick it. Ismilon wanted to go for that Hokage defuse. Just not work out. Pero ayun na nga, Nebres forced to use that ult for him. It does pay off. And again, sobrang layo ng pinanggalingan ng Vice ng Tally Tigers. So that was from spawn to C to A. It just made so much sense for him to be there. It paid off well for Tally Tigers. And look at that, they're 4-6 into the fray. At least for MGS clubs here, Ramon. Hindi masyadong malayo yung agwat unlike the first map that we had into the series.
At least, diba? A bit of fight left in them. And we can tell that MGS has the potential still, but UST, you can't deny how aggressive they are in this round. A full buy in the mix. MGS only has the force buy as you mentioned. Oh, Full shields, may ibang naka-half shield namang. They spot out Nebres. That's the second time, third time in a row that he gets lurking kills on the map. This guy you can never expect anywhere else. 3v5, UST fully compressing themselves inside of A. Kita mo, nag-wrap around sila all the way to CT. And Suzuya, he's just gonna let this guy. Boom! Patay si Jace! And Eurus gets the full capitalization. Sealed, delivered, and given to UST. Yung 7th round nila.
Not how you want it. Akala ko nga, I was questioning, Tele Tigers. Halata ng patay yung dalawa sa B. Bakit walang pumupunta doon? Dala-dala nila yung spike at the backside of A. Malapit na sila sa spawn. Pero they had other plans. Bakit mo kailangan mag-rotate kung pwede ka naman pumatay ng buo? And look at that, Nebres with these kills, man. Intense play from this lurker. And Suzuya with a highlight knife of the kill. Wala, dismantled yung galawan ng MGS clubs over at Lotus.
Yeah. And this is like the 5th time they're pushing the A site again. And it works out so beautifully with these 2 kills from the duelists. All in favor of the Jet, who just dashing into everyone's faces. There's now 7 bullets in the magazine. He has to take care of Jace this time around. Spots 1, gets another onto Nabong. 3v2 now. As MGS, they have a moment to breathing room at least.
The spike's traversing too far away. Eurus has the spike. Easily has C. Now Jace will be able to bring this into a 2v2 take, but Nebris, he's still not stopping. He's trying to look for more. He does see it. He gets the headshot, and Can't Guard Me is gone. Now it's all up to Jace. He nearly has done this before. Let's see if he will succeed in this clutch. Spike will be planted. Operator from Eurus. Jesus Christ! He gets out. And there you have it. Eurus closes out the round with an operator shot. 4-8. Yung papunta natin sa second half, Ramon.
Yeah, the conditioning from so many rounds on taking control of Rubble aggressively now paid off for UST, and what was a bait of a lifetime. So many people on A in the initial execute, but they wrapped around all the way into spawn to take control of that C site retake. And eventually, they just cut off everybody coming through from the reaction. So talagang UST just played them like a fiddle all throughout this Lotus game. And that attacking side looking ever so lethal, but what does their defense look like?
Ang laki masyado ng mastery ng Tele Tigers din in these big sites kasi alam nila yung pasikot-sikot. Halatang halata kung saan talaga sila, hindi halata kung saan sila papasok. But in our perspective, now that we see the whole map, sobrang halata na alam nila yung ginagawa nila as Tele Tigers, pushing aggressively this time, and Eurus to go for the first blood against Can't Guard Me, and Suzuya will try to go for the revenge kill, and that's 2 down on the side of MGS. Mabilisan lang.
Yeah, from the flank too. All 3 players stacking up to try to see if they can overwhelm MGS. As now they have the option to either fight the flank or actually shelter doon sa may Hall's position. They plant for that side of the map. A 3v5 for them as MGS. It's either they fall back, see if they can kill Nebres. They do. So step 1's done. They get the second frag as well. 2v3, a possible retake scenario for UST. But MGS, they're fighting with everything that they got. Got a double. And another one for Psych is in. They're making it work, but Psych is in. A triple for him. A 3v5. And they made that work.
Started so strong for UST Tele Tigers. Ayun nga lang, masyadong open yung site na C. Hindi nila mabilis na close out yung round na yon. And if you look at that, there's so much chaos going into the map. But I think ito yung choke point na nangyari for for Tele Tigers. They seem like to be the attackers in this round already kasi sila yung pumapasok from entrance ng mound. And the line of sight from MGS clubs was just too much an advantage na hindi kayang makabawi ng Tele Tigers doon. But with that being said, we are approaching a bit of a force buy from UST Tigers. Operator in hand by Suzuya will get the blind flake clone only. So that will be fine for MGS clubs.
Okay lang, but they're still gonna try. They're still gonna try. That's a little too far for him as Ismilan Can't Guard Me. They expect the full push from C. But will they expect Nabang on the other side? That is the big question. They do have the bait and switch. Nebres on the long angle. They still have the Prowler, and they expect them right there. Vorphic Flash. They also put the Molly out. Nebres will get one, but a triple for Can't Guard Me. That's their whole mound defense disrupted, dismantled by just one Bulldog and a Dream. And it's up to Johnny Bravo. What can he do, man?
Just do some damage. May sheriff ka. Maybe try to get a gun, get some kills. There's no point saving at this round. I think he just wants to get as much as he can.
Retrieving flash.
Okay. Let's see what Johnny Bravo can do. He is one of the star players of Teletigers naman, so it should not be a problem. The slows from the Vice will be here to slow down this retake.
Does he just laugh? Does he think that he's actually going to win this round? Maybe. Full confidence. They hear the waters. They know that he's coming from the flank as well. They already invested one smoke, so he can't use it on the spike itself. Will he tap it? He does. That's a triple peek, and that is just beautiful coordination from everybody on MGS. A 4K for Cat Guard B and a 6-8 to build things up against UST.
Ano yun? Civil War reenaction. If you remember, sa Amerika, nung Civil War nila sa panahon ni Abraham Lincoln. 40 years ago. Ganun maglaban yung mga tao harap-harapan. History majors, kung nasan kayo, pasabi na lang kung mali ako. Thank you.
Tama naman. Tama naman. Narinig ko naman din sa kanya. Mismo yung sa kanya yung sinabi, boss.
Talaga? Sinabi niya sa akin gamit yung... Oh my God! Juzu! Not the play that you're expecting. But as I was saying, narinig ko yun sa Abraham Lincoln, The Vampire Hunter. Napanood mo yung pelikula na yun?
Napanood ka. Ang ganda nga nun. That used to be one of my favorite movies.
Paborito ko yun. Crush ko siya dun eh.
Si Abraham Lincoln.
Matandaan. Oo. Sino nga yung actor niya dun? Si Abraham Lincoln.
Kalimutan ko nga eh.
Kilala yun
baka si Lee Min Ho.
Si Lee Min Ho yan. Si Mary Elizabeth Winstead, si Mew. Siya pala yung Mary Todd Lincoln doon. Yan, naalala ko na.
Okay. Ito, spot out
na ba tayo?
Dami tao dun sa may A-main. I'm getting us back into the action.
Thank
So
you.
nagiging mainit na yung labanan dito as they put the flash out. They even spot the Prowler down. So alam nilang sa A-set sila manggagaling, pero it depends on if UST can respond to this. They're all separated from the pack, but Nabang hits the shot. Psychism with a beautiful refrag. Johnny Bravo is the lone anchor dun sa may A-site. He needs support and he needs it right now.
Masyadong nagko-converge na yung MGS clubs. Johnny Bravo not able to get those shots. Nebres na lang yung natitira dito. But the blind, though, not a perfect time for them as MGS clubs looks even more closer into getting the lead against UST Teletigers. Ngayon na nga, Teletigers with their eco round. Nagawa nito kanina, Ramon, na even with Sheriffs, they were able to turn it around. Pwede itong gawin ng Teletigers, but I think with the momentum that MGS clubs is bringing around, parang kayang-kaya nilang makapitalize to and probably equal out the scores into this map point.
There.
Medyo napalayo din sila dun sa pre-plan talaga eh, which honestly just gave them the push para ma-overwhelm tong si Johnny Bravo. So the support that he needed from that stairs push, masyado na atang naging confidence si Eurus that he can hold it on his own. Now MGS,
Rusty Dope.
He too receives a bit of damage, but Rusty Dope, he expects Suzuya to push a little bit too far. Keeps himself the 1-0 as it will be MGS taking the lead so far in the man count.
Ooh! Sneaky jump peek there from Rusty Dope as he tries to go for the long shots. Wala siyang makukuha this time. Nabong will take down Can't Guard Me. Trade out by Saikazen. Dalawa na lang natitira from Teletigers. Can they retake this though against 4 with 4 rifles? Parang medyo mahirap, boss.
Medyo imposible ata. Open the wall, at least the door para lang magkaroon sila ng konting information. Rusty is gonna peek it into a triple kill and it is an easy conversion para sa MGS at the end of the day. So Mapua rising to the occasion. We started as 4-8 for UST, but MGS have built up a 4-round winning streak to catch up to them in this second half.
Honestly, hindi ko nga rin in-expect yung MGS clubs na yung attacking composition nila ng agents will work out eh. Pero I think the biggest highlight here from their attacking is going to be the Viper. Kasi they have that screen, toxic screen over at A that impairs the vision of Teletigers. So kung kailangan or gusto niya maging aggressive over at A main, sobrang dali lang sa kanya kasi may screen siya eh. With that being said, he could easily just pick out any players who's trying to advance from Teletigers, and that's becoming a problem for the defense of Teletigers instead. Kasi instead of being super defensive, they're very aggressive over here at A at iisa lang yung dinuduel nila. It's not working out great for them as the rest of MGS clubs are moving in forward, and again Suzuya finally punishes Rusty Dope. And again, I think Can't Guard Me is trying to go for a trade, but it's not working out great this time.
Yeah. Now put the Nightfall out, and because they don't hear it, Sykezen, he tried to take advantage, but Nebres knows a little bit better than that. He knew that the Nightfall was just a key opening for the Yoru to capitalize, but in the end, all of this was just a bait and switch. Can't Guard Me has opened the window on the retake scenario. A-site pushed Johnny Bravo down, and MGS, they just plant the spike on the A-site, but the only player who could be resistance, Zuya is also caught up by Jace. That's a huge pick, and that's the A-site fully for MGS.
Sees? Ilabas mo na. Ismelon inside the smoke. He gets the lineup! Not like this. That's too nasty from the top. He gets a 4K. Can't Guard Me will take the lead finally for MGS Clubs. Tele Tigers slowly faltering here. Kailangan talagang i-adjust ng Tele Tigers yung playstyle nila sa AA. They've been too aggressive going up against a Viper toxic screen. I'd rather just wait it out. They're wasting too much bodies up against the controller and they're not defending the site anymore kung saan talaga pumapasok yung spike ng MGS Clubs. And they gotta take their time to pause here and really reconvene. It's not working out anymore. They better look for another angle to fight out MGS Club's attacks.
From the ISO on that Haven game, Can't Guard Me has become reborn. This Vice on the lurking attempt, talagang maayos yung naging resurrection na dito in the map. As UST, they're gonna try something aggressive, but Can't Guard Me and Ismelon, they combine together to delay any sort of momentum built up by UST with the two kills that they have. C-site wide open, a tri-stack gamble na ginawa ng UST does not get them any value whatsoever, as MGS have C-site without that much resistance.
Oh, they're gonna save. Okay, save si Tele Tigers. But they do have the Blade Storm available. Nabong with a Vandal. Which is a bit of a shocker. Ang mahal ng investment na to on their side. And economically, it's not looking great for them. This Blade Storm better get a kill.
Yeah.
But the angles are too bad. Masyadong pangit yung angles natin dito, Ramon. He does have some Cloud Burst to cover his tracks.
Paranoia and Ismelon on the high ground to knock down Johnny Bravo. A 3K for Ismelon, and slowly MGS, they're showing their true colors. They're dominating on the attack and all sides whatsoever. UST could not handle the weight and the pressure provided by the 6th-round wins, slowly building up on what could be a dominating second half on this Lotus map for MGS.
Ito talaga yung simula ni Jace. Ever since Jace pulled off that crazy Sheriff near clutch, tumaas yung moral ng MGS Club, and it's paying off great for them. So yun na. Tele Tigers, how can you answer to this? And easily si Josu, kukuha siya ng operator. He really wants to duel this A side. This is taking them so long. With the Poison Orb and the Toxic Screen, there's no vision at all. I don't see the value here in this trade-off that they're going for A. Rinse and repeat lang ginagawa ng MGS Clubs ngayon eh. I'd rather them that operator, ilalagay nila sa C and fortify their defenses there.
See, parang na-condition lang ni Rusty Dope na lagi siyang nasa A-site talaga. And it works out kasi parehong si Juzu at si Johnny Bravo nandun lang habang nag-build na sila. Napagandang attack on that C-site. Nebres needs support. He needs all the cover that he needs. They're getting the ult orbs, they're getting all that they need, the resources para lang makapasok sa kahit saang site nila gusto. They have a lurk from Rusty Dope, they have a 4-man push on the C-site. Now the Nebres, he starts strong all the way towards that C-site. A long shot kay Syke is in. Eventually, the flash is gonna stop them within their tracks, so talagang walang entry point ang MGS unless Rusty Dope can provide that. Nabong, talagang binigyan na ng info, binigyan na ng support, na seize pa nga siya. He has no fear whatsoever. He wants to deal with the upper player, but he is disciplined enough na hindi niya kailangang i-pick na nag-iisa lang siya.
Nako, walang choice yung MGS dito. It's 30 seconds down the clock. Kailangan nila pumili na side. They choose B. Rusty Dope tries to go for the white swing. He gets down Napo. Operator only with a jet. It's not working out as MGS Can't Guard Me will be able to take down the kill, taking down the operator. 3-4-3 right now. As the game is slowly starting to commence with only one left, Johnny Bravo, with your primary jammed. What can you do? Meron siyang ulti. Pwede niya itong gamitin if he decides to choose so. Jump peek. Can't Guard Me. This is a tuple stack. Can he get it? No, he can't. Can't Guard Me with a headshot. 11-8 already. Tele Tigers from a strong lead. Hindi nila nakuha that operator purchase from Josu. Not working out. Again, the strategy of theirs, Ramon, yung sa A talaga na inulit-ulit nila. hindi talaga siya nagtitrade off. Their defenses at C right now is pretty tight after killing off the Yoru on the side of MGS Club. Pero their
Yeah.
take potential over at B was just too strong. Like, yung credits talaga dun sa Viper eh.
Yeah.
It's from Rusty Dope himself. He opened up B, took out as much info as he can, wasted the time of the Fade player from USC, and that's Nabong, one of their star players. And hindi sila nakasagot talaga dun.
Absolutely not, man. I mean, these lurkers have been the thorn on the side of UST so far. And yet again, Rusty Dope, just by existing, just by putting down this util, it's already 3 players on UST hunkered on that A site while C is looking pretty much like a stronghold that they want to conquer right now. 2 flashes, another dink, and Nebres, just from 1 bullet on the Phantom, has stopped the push from MGS. So at least that's something. But they can just reset Brucey.
They can. Super madali yung reset dito eh. It's an eco round for UST Teletigers. What can they do? Even if they do have their ultimates, they don't want to use it right now kasi hindi talaga siya worth it for them. So again, they're wasting time on the side of Teletigers. They're trying to bait out MGS clubs to go into C or at least try to find a way to go into B. Pero kung titingnan mo ngayon, yung Clove nila tsaka yung Jet still stuck in A. He's still waiting for that information. It's taking too long as Yuriz. He does have a Guardian. Tingnan natin kung magiging value ba itong pick off na to. He does see the headshot from Cat. Guardian will not be able to land the shot this time.
B side, B side, B side. I think they're still gonna go to B side. They have already
Jeez.
pulled all the rotation on the C. A perfect seas and a beautiful wall, but Rusty Dope, he's not feared. He does not fear anything. Suzuya gets a double kill. Johnny Bravo activates the NDY. Nebres with a double kill as well. Psych is in! A 4K will make it a 1v1. 12 seconds. He does not
Does he
plant
have
the
time?
spike gun
10
just yet.
seconds
He has no idea kung nasan si Yuris right now. So all that he can hope for is that this will be a full plant. Where is Yuris by all the end of this?
Oh my god. Psy Cousin. He does have his ultimate. He can choose to use it. Yoris has the angle. He takes the kill. And looks like Teletigers, it's not yet over for them. What an intense match.
Good try, idiot.
I mean, Teletigers right now, parang nilalaro na rin nila yung playstyle ng MGS clubs. They're not letting go of their defense over at A. So parang MGS clubs, they don't really want to battle against a Jet who's also your superstar duelist. Ayaw mo makipaglaban ng duel 1v1 with them over at A. So yung MGS clubs ngayon, they're stuck with 2 choices. They either go C, if not possible, they rotate over B. They send over Rusty Dope or a Viper trying to clear out that site. Pero it took them quite so long. I think that was around 30 seconds bago sila makapag-decide to commit on
Yeah.
a site already, which is B. And I think Teletigers were able to play the mind games properly with them that time.
They did. And all the info then, Rusty Dope was a little too far from the team, so mahirap siya i-trade at that point in time. Everybody was flooding out of C-Link at that point, where Nebres really was the shining beauty in that round. To get that double after mawala yung sheer wall, it was just precise timing for him to get themselves the win for UST at that point. And that is the one round that they needed para lang maayos yung maging moral nila. Pero Psychosin starts off with the Dimensional Drift. They know that the A site rubble control that they've been doing for the past few rounds has been the key point for this round in particular. Paranoia out, but they kill off Psychosin after he uses Dimensional Drift. Ismailon and Rusty Dope, mabilis ang pagsagot. Suzuya and Johnny Bravo down. And the A site looking wide open until Nabong shuts it down with just 1 kill and the Nightfall.
Sights open, pero meron ng Vice doon from Teletigers, ready to defend this out, pero so much smokes coming in from the club, giving so much value for UST Teletigers. Impairing the vision once again. Hindi talaga
can't
sila
get in.
makakapasok dito. They have no info. Di nila alam kung sino yung nasa A site. Wala rin silang clue kung merong lurkers. So right now, with just 20 seconds into the clock, walang choice dito yung Teletigers but to commit for A. They can make a B play, but again, you do have Nabong who's waiting for there already. Here comes the Prowler.
Yeah, 40 seconds, 14 seconds, all that they need. Ahan also available for him, but Nabong! A triple, impossible 4K. It is for Nabong! It's always been for Nabong! Time and time again! UST, the resilience is everything, and MGS, they crumble under the pressure from the captain himself on UST Teletigers.
$1 million play there galing kay Yuriz. Using the illusion actually to cover that bullet. Look at that. Nabong would have died here. But the bullet connected dun sa clone ng Yoru blinded almost everybody from MGS clubs, allowing Nabong to take that 4K. Oh, what a brainy play there from Yuris, and that is so valuable for them. And MGS Clubs calling out the timeout, rightfully so, kasi yung Tele Tigers ngayon, they're riding into this momentum. Only one more point at magkaka-equilibrium na sila when it comes to points. And this is gonna be an eco round for MGS Clubs. If they do lose this round, and yung conditioning yung nirereklamo ko Ramon na depensa ng Tele Tigers at A, it's paying off.
It is.
Takot mismo yung MGS Clubs to go over there kasi alam nilang possibly 2 or 3 yung magdidepensa doon, and they don't want to touch C also. Parang ang masyadong malakas yung mind games ng dalawang teams na to. It's burning out to be a heated match.
The problem I have with Johnny Bravo and Juzu doing the same thing time and time again is that pwede kasi nilang gawin yun as a weapon eh. Kung ano yung na-condition sa kanila ng MGS because of the Viper could have been used as a weapon against him talaga. The problem is, masyado ng one-dimensional eh. Paulit-ulit pa rin yung A-site rubble control na ginagawa nila. I'm hoping to see a little bit more creativity from them. As now, they even invest the Cs to try to stop them within their tracks. They can't even get the rubble control that they got stopping them, as it will be 2 kills for MGS. Make it 3! Knocking down the up, and they even kill off the rotator. That will be an open A site with just no stoppage at all for the train of MGS.
Yun, ayan na.
Spike planted.
Movement has been read. C's to counter it out. It did work out for a few times, but MGS Clubs, nakuha na nila yung timpla eh. I mean, there's lesser margin for error for them. So parang okay lang. Again, this is match point on the rise of MGS Club. That was a perfect take or a perfect control from MGS Clubs. It was so long na hindi nila mahanapan ng paraan yon. Pero with that take, they are able to get it. And there you have it. This is match point for MGS Clubs already, and they're looking to get that revenge match that they used to have in the previous Grand Finals against Tele Tigers.
Yep. And man, revenge really is sweeter when it comes to you talaga. Honestly, this is a product of so many rounds where UST has been trying to control this rubble for so many rounds now that MGS just exploded on them with the utility provided. Wala na sila masagot. Even on the operator for Juzu, that wall from the Vipers also providing that much value. Hindi siya makakuha ng angle from that A main extremity. So now MGS, it's all gonna be a full commitment on that A site. Nobody to stop them. A 4-man flank. Now this is something different, at least from UST. But they kind of lost the window that they could have had kung ngayon nila ginawa.
YOLO to eh. I mean, if it's not working out, might as well do something else. But again, this Viper with a Viper spit is gonna be a big problem here. Yoro with the ultimate.
Spike planted.
Here comes Yuris. He does see the angle. He goes for the blind. A rate turnaround coming in from the Omen. He tries to go for more. Vice will be blinded as well. As he tries to go in. Suzuya with a 2K. Nightfall to follow up. Also from MGS Clubs. 2 left against 4. MJZJs gets the clone. The blade stroke to couple it of 2. And that's already a team wipe on MGS Clubs. Finally, something different from Tele Tigers to finally answer this disgusting play from MGS Clubs on A, which always works for them. The mind conditioning from MGS Clubs works out, but finally, Tele Tigers finds a way to answer that, Ramon. Ang tagal nilang naghanap ng sagot doon, and they finally got it. But
yeah,
how much can you push this out? Parang a little bit too late on Tele Tigers. It's match point. They have a chance to go for overtime.
Maybe. At least something different from the previous round. Now they're gonna give that A main rubble. At least that's something different. Maybe possibly to double peek on the stairs position. And I believe this is a tactical timeout called for the side of UST. Ayun. MGS. They have built up so much of an empire on a lot of the lurks, a lot of the flanks that they have put up from both Can't Guard Me and Rusty Dope, that UST are second guessing themselves. They have to find a way to actually reconvene mentally as a team. Kailangan sama-sama lang yung mga peaks. Dapat sama-sama lang yung mga laban nila dito. As MGS, they are 1 win away from forcing sunset, and you don't want that as UST.
Ang hirap ngayon kasi UST, their Vice has their ult. Steel Gardens up. They already committed their Viper Spit also on the side of MGS Club, so they're running out of utilities a bit to make this A take easier. And if you look at it now, I'm not sure if this is a mind game play from MGS Clubs. Toxic Screen is not yet out. Something very different that they've been doing from the previous matches or the previous rounds into this game. same play pa rin yung Viper. Pero he's going to be guarding flank this time, which is a smart play coming from MGS Clubs. They're doing the same tactic that they did before, kung saan they're sending out Rusty Dope to gather information, and then that's when the rest of MGS Clubs decides on which side to take.
Playing the timeout. Always the pro player's textbook play when it comes to this default heavy map of Lotus. As now they hear so many sounds outside of that A-main extremity. 2 people from UST invested on B. But the eyes, all eyes are going to be on Rusty Dope right now. How will he make this lurk work? So anchor tong si Suzuya pare, parang ang hirap dito eh. Kung sino man yung pinakaunang lalapit, siya yung mamatay agad.
He sees the barrel, I think.
Oh, that's gonna be 1v1. Rusty Dope, he spotted the smoke from the club, also provides some cover, but Rusty Dope, he kills him! That's an open C site! At spotted pa si Yuris, that jump pick will confirm yung rotation. And now Rusty Dope, he's calling for the troops. Ang daming tao sa UST. This should be a call for MGS to back off.
Ito na yan eh. The playstyle, Rusty Dope. Your sacrificial Trojan horse. And it's working out great for MGS Clubs. Now Tigers forced to play into a retake. Here comes the Steel Garden from Nibriz. As they go in, the blinds taken down with only a shorty as your primary is jammed. MGS Clubs, what is your play?
Nako, may flash na ready. May paranoia out as well. They can't retake because all the sites are covered. Sykezen gets one, another one for Rusty Dope. One more kill to get themselves sunset. They do! 13-11! And Mapua force out the sunset in game number 3.
Rusty Dope, man. Wow. Hindi siya yung highest frag ng game na to, pero he is the MVP in a sense. Ilang beses niya tong ginagawa sa buong map na to. He checks out a site, and then if it's clear, or he takes a kill at least, that's the signal for MGS Clubs to just collapse all over that site, and it's been working time and time again. Talino na naman ito si Shan. The comeback clubs.
Okay.
Magaling. Maglaro ka kaya?
Paano kaya mag-IGL tong si Shan? Gusto ko malaman din.
Sasabihin niya yung mga inspiring words. Roses are red, violets are blue. Doon tayo sa site mo. Kasi andito ako.
You know what? 10 out of 10, Juicy Brucey. 10 out of 10. Ang galing mo dun.
Ang intense ng laban. Wow. Campus Rivals,
Yeah.
baby. This is what I mean by collegiate esports. Wala tayong one-sided dito sa tournament na to. I mean, we honestly thought it was over for MGS Clubs and Tigers. Wala. Speechless, man. Speechless. Next level speechless that we can put in here. Wala. Magaling. Rusty Dope.
Labas nyo na yung sunset.
Now, that's the question though. Paano ba lalaroin ni Rusty Dope yung sunset? Especially na yung mapa na to is only 2 sites. He can't create as much diversion as he can unless he picks out a different agent na kayang-kaya gumawa ng noise. Probably you get your killjoys, get your ciphers, make as much noise on a different site, and then try to bait out as much information as you can. Yun yung pwedeng gawin nila. But whoever is making the calls on MGS Clubs, you gotta give so much credit to the captain, man. That was his call right there, and it's making so much sense. Tigers, hindi sila makasagot agad. But again, that was our match number 2 on our final series for today. It's not yet over for both teams. And balik na tayo. 0-0 na tayo ngayon. It's a best of 1 na, Ramon.
Yeah.
Tigers, man, they have to go back to the drawing board.
They do.
I can't remember. Sinong pick ba tong Lotus? This was a Tigers pick, right?
Not sure. We're gonna have to wait for production to give us the confirmation for that.
Yeah.
But I'm taking a look at my notes. Wala ano kasi sino yung team captain ng MGS. Wala. Spoiler alert, si Rusty Dope pala yun, boss.
I knew it.
Talagang si Rusty Dope talaga, pare. I mean, so many lurks that he has given to the team, even in the last round as well. How many times has this guy punished poor positioning from the side of UST? Talagang a masterclass when it comes to the conditioning, the lurks, the amount of times that his macro actually outperforms the side of UST. Talagang kung saan malakas bumawi sa mga retakes yung UST, binawian ng MGS sa mga times na malakas din sila when it comes to the macro. Talagang na-outpace, na-outshine yung tempo nila. At sa pagdating ng pagbato ng util, talaga hindi din nagkulang talaga yung MGS. It's all about the timing and the window for them. And really, they have taken full advantage every single time because of Rusty Dope.
Masyadong Rusty Dope, man, his call-outs on point. On point, grabe. The conditioning he made against Tele Tigers was just too strong na he wastes so much time on that A-site control take na even if hindi siya panalo sa duels, it's all in good. Kasi yung info na binibigay niya, sakto eh. And I don't understand also for Tele Tigers why they keep trying to duel out this Viper over at A. Pero again, it's the mind conditioning that MGS Clubs has been doing, and it's really paying out well for them. But yeah, valiant effort here from MGS Clubs. Did not expect personally na maaabot nila to into a double-digit score for both teams. It looked so grim on those few nung naging 11-10 na yung score. I thought it's gonna be a lead by Tele Tigers eventually closing out the series. It wasn't like that. Yung final round na yun talaga yung yung talaga yung statement on how MGS Clubs decided to open up in this round. But here we are with our statistics here. Look at that, Rusty Dope with 19 kills. This alone is just from holding A rubble. Yun lang yung ginawa niya. And he was able to rack up so much kills here. And kung titingnan mo siya yung second to the highest combat score into this round. Again, so much credits to this controller. Kinontrol niya talaga yung galawan ng Tele Tigers.
Totoo, pare. As we take a look at kung sino yung MVP nga naman natin, we're gonna look forward to the masterclass that has been given by none other than Can't Guard Me. Katulad din ni Rusty Dope, siya din yung isa mga lurkers din para sa team ng MGS, providing that much space, that much of an insurance policy every single time para sa team nila. Can't Guard Me has built up some sort of an evolution from that ISO doon sa Haven game. Nag-iba na yung playstyle niya when it came to the Vice. Talagang maayos on the anchoring pero mas malakas when it comes to the lurking prowess.
Can't Guard Me, man. Alam mo bakit siya yung MVP?
Bakit?
May ILY buff eh.
Ay, oo nga.
Meichin!
Shoutout nga pala kay Meichin.
Meichin! Ulitin mo yung comment mo. Feeling ko, mananalo to. Pero alam mo ba, Ramon,
ano?
gusto mong magka-jowa.
Oo. Yes.
Alam mo paano ka magkaka-jowa?
Paano?
You have to be the main character.
Okay.
Alam mo ba paano maging main character?
Hindi, sabihin mo nga sa akin.
Kailangan mo lang ma-activate gamit ang laptop that is built for whatever's next. No limits, just vibes. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive #AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pinned post. Nasa comment section lang. So Ramon, kung gusto mo, bumili ka. Ayos ba?
Ayos. Medyo masakit pero sige. Pwede. Parang yun na lang yung kailangan ko at this point, pare.
Ramon, ILY. Yun yung kailangan mo. Well, anyway, that was the final series for today, but we're going to game number 3 as expected. From these top tier collegiate teams, kailangan nila yung panalo na to continue their rise into campus rivals. But then again, we will be taking a very, very short break lang naman. Wag kayong aalis. Map number 3, which is Sunset, will be rising soon. See you in a bit.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
What are you doing, Brucey? Brucey?
Ay.
What are you doing?
What happened?
Brucey?
Di
May
ba
work
kaya?
tayo. May
No, nag-aaral ako eh. Nag-aaral ako ng playbook ng Valorant. Sinasabi dito.
Sabi?
Silitimo ang diagnostic ABS Bontrion. French pala to.
What? Di ka alam, nagpe-French ka pala, Juicy Brucey. Ayos ah.
Iba pala to. Mali yung libro na nadukot ko. Hindi pala to Valorant. Sino ba yung
Hindi.
Sino ba yung French na agent? Si Chamber.
Si
Yan.
Chamber. Sila baget.
Binabasa ko lang yung tawag dito, yung playbook ni Chamber. Uy, kung sa French, shout out sa iyo, Yusuke. Alam ko French siya eh. Di ako sure.
Half
Fake
lang
news.
naman. Half
lang pala. Oh, you know what's full? Kami, ni Ramon. I'm Juicy Brucey and Ramon, 100%. And welcome back to Campus Rivals 2025. And this is ang last natin. Oh my God. Ang konyo
This
doon.
is ang last natin.
This is ang last na. Oh my God.
Is DLSU playing today?
Ito yung last natin na series for tonight. Last game also, last map. This is the lower bracket match between Tigers UST and clubs from MGS. Matalo, aalis na sa Campus Rivals. Ang mananalo mag-a-advance para sa next round natin here in the lower bracket matches. Sobrang kakaiba ng mga labanan natin dito, Ramon. What we expected to be as 2-0 by Tigers, sinabert ng ating kupunan from MGS clubs. What a big show match there on game number 2. So much goals being made, really a lot of smart plays. You gotta credit it to all the captains in that game, the mind conditioning. And again, those were two big maps na ating natunghayan on both Lotus and Haven on 2 maps. But this time, now that we're moving into game number 3, which is of a shorter map, a smaller map in a sense, which is Sunset. Sinong playstyle yung mananaig? But now, Ramon, now that we have a bit of a glimpse of the playstyle ng dalawang teams na to, judging from their performance on both sites with 3 sites or maps with 3 sites, sino nga ba yung mas may lamang na galawan from Tigers and MGS Club? With no biases at all.
Honestly, ito nakita pa lang natin from Lotus that really, when it comes to the pace, the tempo, at kapag alam nila yung macro game ang laruan dapat, MGS really has outperformed every expectation that we have from them. We thought that this was going to be a fast game, pero the captain himself, Rusty Dope, actually stopping every single aggressive push on that A rumble extremity. Tapos, if you couple that up with how well they are on the post plant as well, talagang deadly combo yun for MGS clubs. And on a Sunset map where pace and tempo is again a very good weapon despite the smaller map that we have compared to Lotus,
Right.
the macro game will still be a heavy factor dito, Juicy Brucey, and I just can't wait for it.
So much things to dissect from both these teams. Pero again, this is back to square one for both players or both teams. Kasi after this Sunset game, wala. Kung sino matalo, again, out na on Campus Rivals, and it's sad to be on the lower brackets. And a bit of a surprise too, MGS Clubs and Tigers both are very strong teams. And to see them in lower bracket matches is a bit of a heartache for all our fans out there na nanonood. So, for all of you guys watching, don't forget to type in #MGSWin or #USTWin to show your support sa ating mga players na naglalaro currently in Campus Rivals. But right now, since we're talking about Sunset as a map, Ramon, ano ba yung mga agents na ini-expect mo na lalabas dito basing off the playstyles from both teams na nakikita natin?
Cypher, no question. Still one of the best defenders that we have on the site, one of the best anchors that we got. A Deadlock is also gonna be a strong pick dito. Talagang it will come down to kung saan sila mag-hold ng site talaga, because sometimes you could expect a double central comp, but that's a little bit too much din sana eh. So siguro doon na lang tayo makakapag-focus no? Pwede din sa mga duelists natin. Raze is still a staple dito sa map natin. Yoru is still played very heavily sa lahat ng mga maps natin on the play pool. Really, it just comes down to kung sino yung una magpo-fold sa rotation natin, and we saw that from the previous game where UST kind of needed to take care of that flaw na meron sila kanina na expose na agad ng MGS, but we saw their potential from that Haven game. So really, Are they gonna be aggressive this time around? Because sometimes too fast is not gonna be the best of choices for UST.
Oh yeah, yun yung isa sa to a fault. It did work out for them on that map in Lotus, especially the A Rebel control. I've been repeating this time and time again, but those were one of the playstyles na it's a big question mark in a sense. It does work out sometimes, pero MGS clubs, once they get to know kung ano nga ba yung playstyle mo, mabilis lang silang makabawi or create a wrap around it. Pero again, this time Ramon, hindi lang tayong dalawa yung bida dito, pati yung players, yung isa sa mga pinakabida ay yung mga nanonood sa atin dito sa comment section. So right now, we will vibe check out one. This is coming from Mariela Bianca Palilio. Pakita mo kung sino ka, Rusty Dope.
May apat pa na So talagang gigil na gigil si Mariela, di ba?
Parang ibang player ata yan eh. Apat yung eh. Isa lang.
Rusty Dopey?
Well, Rusty Dope. Pero pinakilala talaga ni Rusty Dope kung sino siya. With his callouts, IGLing on that map number 2. Yun, Mariela, pinakita niya talaga. And I think he is ready for map number 3 para ipakita pa kung sino siya. Baka yung Rusty Dope niya magiging 3 na. Yung hue niya rin.
Kaya nga parang nakikita ko yung laro ni Nat sa kanya din sa kung saan talaga never mo ma-expect yung mga lurking timings talaga na. But again, the presence from him just existing on the map itself is proving to be a big factor sa Lotus map na yun. But will he do the same playstyle? Kasi feeling ko nabasa na yun ng UST and knowing their mental resiliency, pwede na lang gawa ng paraan yun pagdating dito sa Sunset.
Exactly. So yun nga, it is a bit of a different playstyle right now kasi lesser map, smaller map this time on the side of for both teams. This is a decider. None of them chose this to happen. Again, the way it works in Valorant, if this is a decider, para siya mutual agreement na ito yung lalaroin nating dalawa eh. Kasi you get your last 2 bans, especially when we saw the map veto. Ito yung naiwan. So, I guess, iiwanan na talaga nila lahat na nalalaman nila. And just to show off already na sila yung pinakamagaling in this lower bracket matches. Again, this could be a Cinderella match or a Cinderella story from either Teletigers or MGS clubs. That we will know in a bit. Ano tong nasa taas ko?
Medyo weird ka eh. Ano yan? Lucy, is everything okay with you, bro?
No, I think feeling ko may mag-updraft na jet dito eh.
Baka nandyan si Rusty Dope, pre. Ingat ka.
Rusty Dope? Alis ka dyan, maglaro ka. Pero again, by the way, we have one more vibe check from our comment section here on Campus Rivals. Tingnan natin kung sino to. This is from, Meichin! I love you. Hindi na ILY.
Ayun! Kinompleto mo, niloloko mo kasi!
Hindi
Pinagtitripan mo, Bruce
Hindi I love you, MGS can't guard me. Tiwala ako sa'yo. Yan! Alam mo naman, nasa isang successful na relationship, trust is the pillar. Yan ba yun?
Totoo.
Tama ba yun?
Pwede din. Pero may isa pa Brucey. May isa pang kailangan.
Ano pa?
Valorant.
Valorant. Tsaka may 3 pa.
Ano pa?
Sugar, spice, and everything nice.
And everything nice. Okay.
May isa pa.
Sige. Ano pa?
May isa pa. Faith,
ano pa?
Trust,
Faith?
and pixie dust.
Okay. May isa ka ba?
Wala, nanood ako ng Peter Pan kagabi. Di ko rin alam bakit. Kasi we never grow up. Ganun tayo eh. 18 forever tayo dito. And again, si Shan! Ayan na naman! Lumalabas sa mga pagkabigiging pagaling. Primal Showdown. Clubs or claws?
Wow!
Sino yung tunay na si? Si clubs or si claws?
Totoo
alam mo,
pare.
Pero mahirap eh kasi parang masyadong maaga para kay claws. Bakit?
Bakit?
July kasi ngayon eh. December kasi siya lumalabas.
Pwede si Santa Claus. Tama. Sige, bibigyan na kita. Medyo okay yun ha. Mga 7 out of 10. Pwede na yun, Mr. Juicy Brucey.
Hindi. Ano yun? Merry Christmas. Pangit! Anyway, may isa pa tayong comment from the comment section. Labas na natin. Ayan, ilabas nyo yung mga comments nyo dyan. Don't forget to support your teams. This time coming from Lab Cloche. Jays for the win. Anak ko yan.
Yan! Ibang love naman! Ibang love.
Wait lang, hindi ako sure eh. Alam mo nung nag-aaral ka, tapos meron kayong classroom mommy, classroom daddy, alam mo yun? Di ba may maganan tayo, like anak, tapos hindi naman siya kamag-anak, pero anak-anakan, alam mo yun? Na-experience mo na yun, tawagin kang anak ng kaklase mo. So parang, sabi mo, hindi naman tayo magkamukha.
Pero
Pero pero tita, kung anak mo talaga si Jace, for the win talaga siya. Subbed in, deliver the output. Again, I could never forget that highlight from Jace himself from map number 2,
The
yung mga
sheriff.
sheriff kills niya yun. Hindi man niya na-clutch, pero a momentum booster a lot for MGS clubs that showed a lot of potential. And parang, honestly, masasabi natin, yun talaga yung parang ano nila the momentum bringer or the springboard for MGS Club to finally secure that win on map number 2. And again, ladies and gentlemen, kung kakabalik nyo lang sa stream natin, we are approaching map number 3, which is Sunset. And again, it's a do or die match from Teletigers UST and MGS Clubs, Ramon. Now, let's go back to agent selections this time. You did mention Sentinels, you wanted a Cypher or a Killjoy. On the duelist side, do you think would you favor a Raze more than a Jet in this map, or what is the difference, or who do you think would come out better into this game?
A raise, definitely pare. I mean, kasi sa mapang to, yung mga extremities natin were B main as well as yung A main extremity. Talagang very notorious when it comes to the invisible tripwires at saka yung mga killjoy monies na pwede mong kailangan mo sirain. And the raise nade is more than enough to actually nullify that. Pero may isa pang playstyle na pwedeng gawin yung mga players na hindi na kailangan ng raise doon. You can have a solo Yoru play with that. Tapos either yung clone yung sisira or at least gamitin nyo yung KO nyo to actually respond to it as well. So, hindi naman ibig sabihin na pupunta tayo ng Sunset na mag-expect tayo ng race kasi Valorant in its entirety already has a lot of agents that can actually nullify both Sentinels on the side. So, really, it just comes down to preference at the end of the day.
Personally, I wanted to see, since it's a smaller map, right? So, mas mabilis yung coverage ng AoE na spells. I personally want to see a chamber come out. Parang feeling ko, yung chamber yung pwedeng gamitin dito. I think pasok siya sa playstyle ng Teletigers. Let's see if that will happen. Pero this time, meron tayong isang salaysay galing sa isang player ng MGS Club, si Dignified, na meron siyang sinabi na hindi pala si Kenneth James.
Siya
to. Ano wala? Ba't wala?
Wait, wala.
Dignified, bumalik ka. I-dignify mo yung sinabi mo.
Balik. Wait, I guess.
Hiya siya. Babalik niya daw. Sige. Si Dignified actually. Ayun, ito na. Okay. 13-11 na to. Sugar. Tama nga. Tama naman. Tama
so,
naman.
safe intuition niya. Safe intuition niya.
Tsaka halatang galing pa sa H&M to si Tropa eh. Alam ko yung mirror na yan eh. Tsaka yung ilaw na yan. H&M or Uniqlo. Nasa dalawang lang yan. Nagsha-shopping ata si Tropa. Huy, bumalik ka dito. Dignified, balik.
Balik. Yun lang.
Ay, nako.
Pero mukhang safe naman yung tuition niya. Nag 13-11 pa rin naman. Manalo yung MGS, so mas lalo siyang masaya. Actually, ang daming ang comments pinagtitripan si Dignified. Sabi doon lalo, Dignified was the problem. Parang hindi naman pare, masyado na malakas si Jace.
Hindi. Malakas na talaga si Jace din.
Oh.
Pero si Dignified, you can't spell MGS without G from Dignified.
Yeah.
Sige.
Pwede.
Gabi na kasi.
You can't spell spades without A sa Arances, di ba? Dalawa
Bakit
yun.
spades? Clubs tayo.
Nga pala, pre. Clubs nga pala.
Actually, just for context, si MGS kasi, merong MGS clubs, merong
Clubs
MGS
at
spades. I think meron ding MGS aces if I'm not mistaken.
Meron.
Kinuha nila yung suit ng yung mga suits ng cards. Yun yung ginamit nila. Di ako sure pero feeling ko yun. Sana naman tama yung feeling ko. O, pa-confirm na lang sa mga MGS fans dyan at lahat ng mga back-end staff ng MGS. Pasabi naman kung tama kami. Pero ayun na nga, Ramon, as we're inching closer, nagre-relabi lang yung mga players natin kasi parang balita ko, may na-excite masyado at nasipa daw yung computer eh.
Yun lang.
Off tuloy. Di relabi lahat. Yung problema hindi sa players. Yung nasipa?
Nangyari na ba yun sa'yo? Oo. Nasipa ba yung computer mo?
Araw-araw. Kaya nga nilipat ko na siya sa taas eh. Alam mo yung sobrang intense na, alam mo yun, na parang overtime na yung rank match mo sa Valorant at parang masyado kang kinikilig. Inakyat ko na yung CPU ko for the safety and security ng aking mga teammates. Pero eto na nga, meron pa tayong isang comment from the comment section. Let's vibe out the check and check the vibe coming from Love Chloe. Ismilon, ang pogi-pogi mo.
Kiss emoji. Whoa.
Ah,
I mean,
kiss emoji ba yan? Akala ko, alam mo yung sa mga kalendaryo ng 1990s, yung blue at red
Ay,
yung
oh.
kulay? Di ba ganun yung itsura ng mga ano, ng
Yung
mga buwan?
moon?
Oh.
yung mga buwan. Pwede. I can see it. Pero kasi kita ko yung tree dun eh. Yung lips.
Ah, lips pala yan. Sa bagay.
Akala mo.
Teka lang, Love.
Diba?
I-vibe check na natin to ulit si Love Rec D kung magsasagot siya sa tanong ko. Ano ba? Anak mo ba sila? Or ikaw yung nanay-nanay sa classroom? Di ba? Ganun yun. Dati, natatandaan ko, yung crush ko, siya yung nanay-nanay sa classroom eh. Pero,
Ganun.
iba yung daddy.
Oo nga eh. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, at least masaya tayo as classmates. I think masaya naman sila. Nagbibigay sila ng support sa mga teammates niya. You know, love Chloe. Shout out to you.
Maraming salamat sa'yo. Alam mo ba kung sino yung pangalan niya?
Sino?
Si Love, si Heart Evangelista siya ba yun? Love ba? Ay hindi pala si
Si Love
yung
Queen?
girlfriend ni Enrique Hill. Si Liza Soberano, yun ata yun eh. Is Liza ito, search ko lang gamit ang aking Predator laptop.
Predator
Is
laptop.
Liza Soberano Cold Love. Hindi pala siya.
Hindi siya yun.
Is Heart Evangelista Cold Love.
Hindi. I don't think so.
Ito,
May heart na
Love
may love
Marie. Yun, si Heart Evangelista siya, si Love Marie. Yun.
So parang siya nga yun.
Oo nga. Baka fashion runway model din to. Si Love, ano yung apelyido niya?
Love Chloe.
Love Chloe. Yun. Actually, yun nga yung kailangan dito sa mundo ngayon eh. Pag-ibig, lalo na itong mga players natin from Teletigers and clubs. They love Valorant so much na handang-handa sila to go for the extra mile talaga. Hanggang Game 3 tayo dito, Ramon. Pero po-podcast muna kami saglit kasi may sumipa ng computer eh.
Then narinig ko, chinookslam nila yung computer nila. Sobrang tagal ng game na yun eh.
Oo nga eh. Feeling ko sa sobrang excite nila, pinick up nila yung LAN cable, binato sa katabi. Nagsorry naman siya. Yung balita ko, nagsorry naman siya. At sabi ng binatuhan niya, okay lang naman, mahal naman kita as a teammate. So ganun talaga. Pero ayun na nga, Ramon, kanina, we had our predictions. Ano nga yung prediction mo? 2-1 ba? 2-1, tama ba?
2-1. I think sabi ko 2-1 in favor of Teletigers.
Sa akin, 2-0 Teletigers. So, mali na. Magbabago ba yung isip mo after the performance ng match 2? Para ng tambay nakaupo eh.
Oo nga eh. Sige, actually, nakataas yung legs ko dito. So, parang naka-4. Ako, personally, I still think UST has this, pare. Kasi different na yung map structure eh. This isn't like the 3 maps that we're kind of used to. And despite like beautiful decisiveness sa macro gameplay ng Mapua, I still have full trust sa firepower ng UST, pare.
Oh no, iba pa rin talaga. If you think about it, firepower wise, tsaka playstyle wise, malakas naman talaga si Teletigers. It just so happens na in that map, in Lotus specifically, MGS clubs just had a different playstyle in their heads na nahihirapan bumasa yung Teletigers. And I wanted to see if this is going to be a repeat, pero yun na nga, we have a map that is way smaller from the previous maps that we have seen. So dito natin makikita sino nga ba yung pinakamabilis na lalaro for both these players, ika nga, no? So I do have a feeling Teletigers still has this in the bag. The way how aggressive their duelist is, to a fault, it really is making sense for them that it might be a possibility that they could still take this win. Pero not to discredit yung MGS clubs, kasi the moment they get into the right headspace or the right mind games sa kalaban nila, it's just so hard to counter them at all. This is where I fear for Teletigers na kayang-kaya tong mga upset ng MGS clubs. Because again, for context, Teletigers is one of the what do you call this, uncrowned kings of collegiate Valorant. I mean, you gotta thank DLSU's Green Aces for that. But again, Ramon, final words from these two teams na naiisip mo na gusto mong sabihin sa kanila, especially to the fans.
Just give us a good game because the Sunset map really is shaping up to be a banger pagdating dito sa laruan natin.
Oh, alright. So again, that is going to be it for us for now. Yung match 3 ay mamumove ng 3 minutes. We'll be taking a very, very short break. Wag na wag kayong aalis. A joke, 10 minutes pala. Ayun, 10 minutes. Teka lang, Shan, lupit mo naman. Do or die.
From-
Sunset Decider awaits. Okay, anyway, we'll be taking a very, very short break. 10 minutes lang. At babalik kami para sa pinakapasiklab na laban. Tala Tigers and Clubs. We'll be back after this.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
Okay. So what is Juicy Brucey to a fork?
Ano lang yan eh. Diba, may game 1. So may game 2. Kung best of 5, aabot ng game 3. So, kung i-extend pa, magiging game 4. Reminders lang to have your dinner kasi it's already 10 p.m. and nandito pa rin tayo sa Campus Rivals trying to see kung sino nga ba talaga yung susunod para sa mga yapak na mga campus legends. Is it UST Teletigers or MGS Clubs? Well, sa dinner ko, gusto ko kumain ng fork.
What? What?
Fork.
Bakit fork?
Fork.
Fork adobo?
Fork adobo. Gamit yung kutsara at fork. Juicy Brucey nga pala, kasama ko si Ramon. Sana may trabaho pa ako bukas. Kung hindi, alam nyo na ang rason bakit wala ako.
Si Bipolar din nandito.
Si Bipolar. Babalik na pala si Tropa. Ano pala siya ngayon? May promissory note naman siya, doctor's note, na siya ay nagsisick leave. Anong ang tawag dyan pag absent ka sa klase? Sick absent?
Sick
Or
absent?
absent lang. Sick leave, di ba? Kung may trabaho, kung estudyante ka, ano?
Wala, absent ka lang.
Absent lang, di ba?
Oo. May expulsion ba sa college? Ganun?
Di ko alam rin eh. So ayun na nga, andito pa rin tayo sa ating final map for the series. Tapos, ayun na, marami tayong may expect dito ng mga pangyayari. So again, welcome to Campus Rivals. Kami yung makakasama nyo dito hanggang alas 12 ng madaling araw. Di umabot ng ganon.
Parang hindi naman.
Hindi naman. So yun na nga, I think that players are ready. Handang-handa na rin tayo. Again, just a big reminder. Tapos na tayo on game number 1 which is done on Haven. Tapos na rin tayo sa map number 2 which was Lotus. At ngayon nandito na tayo sa game number 3 which is going to be Sunset. Alam kong gabi na at makulimlim na. Pero yung players natin ready to shine and rise para sa final map natin for today. May sinasabi si Direk, di ko lang marinig. Pero sorry Direk, bingi ako eh. Pero yun na, do or die, Sunset Decider awaits. So sinabi pa nga ni Sean, lupit talaga nito. Alam mo, pwede siyang taga-writer ng caption ng ng mga pelikula ni James Bond. Pero ayun na nga, we're gonna be, speaking of agents, James Bond, agent selection na tayo. And here we are, another Viper from the clubs para magiging staple pick nila to. But my God, Ramon, Reyna on Teletigers. And this is gonna be played out by Nabong, who's not playing Duelist for the past 2 games.
No, man. I mean, Nabong has been a flex god for as long as we can remember for Teletigers. So this is not a pure surprise. But considering how the past 2 games have been, this is one heck of a way to pull it off talaga on a decider map on the lower bracket sa kung kailan kailangan nila talagang makaayos pagkatapos ng napaka-solid na macro game for MGS. This time to pull it out the Reyna, talagang high risk, high reward nga naman para sa kanya no? And to give that up with Yuri is actually supporting him on the entry role as well. This is a double duelist comp that will shine pagdating dun sa mga entry points. Yung problema lang nila is that they are relying on Suzuya to destroy all the tripwires na meron dito for MGS Spades. Kasi if you're pushing a little bit too far on the entry points, maka-counter ka lang na mabilisan dahil sa double anchor setup na meron sila from Rusty Dope on the Viper as well as itong si Zykozin na nag-roll swap na din into that sentinel role, which honestly is a good way to counter an aggressive Teletigers on the double duelist comp.
Again, simple lang naman yung larangan sa Valorant eh. If you mostly play Duelist, the best role that you can flex into will always be a sentinel. Yun talaga yung isa sa mga philosophies when it comes to role swapping in Valorant. And the reason why kasi is you are more akin to know kung ano yung galawan ng mga duelist. So if you play Sentinel, it's a lot easier for you to counteract them out. So I mean, Syazin playing out as a Sentinel this time on a very close quarters map such as this, it's really gonna work out. But eto na nga, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final map for today in our final series in the lower brackets. UST Teletigers versus MGS Club, names Juicy Brucey together with Ramon. This is the do or die match. Here we go.
Before
Uy,
we start
grabe
things
kotse,
off, gusto ko lang i-shoutout nga muna. Na
Shout out.
birthday nga pala ni Saikuzin today. You know,
Uy!
so for the birthday
Happy
boy
birthday!
himself, sana makapag-birthday buff siya sa kanyang panalo ngayon. Kung magkakaroon nga ng panalo kasi this sunset game on the decider is still up in the air talaga. And whoever is gonna be on attack will have a beautiful time ahead of them dahil a sunset map where malapitan lamang yung rotation is gonna be very much a stronghold when it comes to the defender side. Pero kung alam mo kung paano i-condition yung kalaban mo ulit, katulad ng ginawa ng MGS kanina, then Sunset will be a
Okay, yeah.
playground for you on the attack talaga.
I also see the vision here na ginawa ng Tele Tigers. Reyna in a very close quarter map such as Sunset. Sobrang daming walls wherein you could just surprise put in your Lear, allowing all your duelists to jump in. Simple na yung combo na ginagawa ng Tele Tigers dito ngayon. It's a neon. It's a neon supported by Arena. The moment you dash in forward, if you see a Lear, wala kang choice kundi barilin yung Lear to destroy it and give back your vision. Pero na kailangan mong sirain yung Lear ng Reyna, there's already a neon jumping in forward for you. Either a Judge, a Bucky, a Shorty, or kahit nga mag-vandal siya, it's no problem at all, this composition. And now, as US Tigers starting out with attackers, para makikita na natin dito kung ano yung plano nila.
Talaga. Spotted na yung double duelist and perfect paranoia just stops them within their tracks. Hindi sila makapasok at agad-agad they rotate back into that mid-side aggress as Can't Guard Me and Rusty Dope. Pareho lang silang ding magta-try na makapush back in towards the site. Spot pa nga nila itong si Nebres. He hits him with the headshot. Can't Guard Me down. Rusty Dope able to get the one-for-one trade-off as Nebres, he stands his ground and able to get a double kill as well. UST getting the better half of these trades whatsoever. Saikazin with a double kill and it's a 1v2 up against Saikazin.
Alright, so there you have it. Saikazin, last na natitira, but Tele Tigers finally getting a pistol round in this early into the game. Hindi natin nakita yung strategy nila to Lear to dash. Pero as you've seen it, NGS clubs this time, iba yung timpla the way they approach Sunset. Ngayon, Ramon, sila yung mas aggressive towards A. Like even at the elbow, sila na mismo yung pumapasok, gets that recon instantly. They're trying to stop Yuriz to do his entry. And it is slowly working out. Na wipe out ng Tele Tigers MGS clubs, pero you see the blueprint on how MGS clubs wants to approach this.
Yeah, I mean, even on the aggress on A, you knew that they were decisively gonna call it, but on the rotation, buta na lang nakapag-recover tong si Nebres, expecting the double push from B main. As MGS, they're backing on this bait and switch. However, it's up against a Judge and Yuris able to dismantle this elbow setup that they have. Spotted na agad yung Sova and Nabong just takes full advantage. 2 versus 5 in an instant, and Nebres, only with the ghost, is able to get himself tong si Can't Guard Me. As the last player na si Rusty Dope, mamamatay lamang ng ganong kabilis. A double for Johnny Bravo and a 2-0 for USC to start Sunset.
Flawless, spike planted. Ayun, yung isa sa mga prowess talaga ng isang Neon heading into this match. I've already stated this early to the game na parang isang slide into this Judge lang. It's so easy. You get the concuss as well. That's an early intro that a Neon should really do as attackers. Now, Tele Tigers in this map, all they have to do actually is just to create such a wide gap like what they did on map number 1. And this should be an easy win for UST Tele Tigers. But right now, MGS clubs, they're slowly starting to understand on how they want to approach this. Pero iba naman yung ginagawa ng UST Tele Tigers ngayon, and they're doing a mid-take instead of their casual A's.
Hey, I like that. Snakebite actually. Nabong, will he be expected? Does go down as Rusty Dope. Perfect positioning and Can't Guard Me to support as well. But the run and gun, it does not support the si Suzuya. Walks into a double kill for Can't Guard Me, but Nebres just able to capitalize on this. Wall bangs in hand thanks to the Guardian. Picks up the spike and are able to run to the B side.
There it is. Site will be open though for Tele Tigers. Took some time for MGS clubs to finally make a rotate. They will play a retake this time. Let's see if it will be effective. Paranoia will be off the mark as 3 of them are stacking towards Market.
Yeah. Saikazin has to be the first contact dito. Recon dart out in the perfect way. Yuris just swings into it but makes it a 1v2. Ismelon, the second guy in the site, just clearing every push. The swings from UST just not working out in their favor. It was a pretty expensive retake, but at least they keep 2 of their guns and get the 1 round on the board.
Oh, this is what they need for MGS clubs. The last time sa mga pistol round nila, every time they go into the gun round, they either end up losing to UST Teletigers just half buys. And finally, at this point, for MGS clubs, they make it worth it though. However, for the rest of their teams, lesser credits for them, and Teletigers right now could finally go for the rifle picks. So dito na natin makikita kung ano nga ba yung tunay na plano ng Teletigers when they are trying to approach a different site. On A, they play it as fast as they can, but right now, ngayong nagigets na nila na there is a Sova together with a Neon to concuss and go with a recon for them to slow down their push. Iba na yung tinitake nila. And look at this, Yuris very aggressive going into spawn already. Meron nga siyang isang kakaibang play na ginagawa. However, on market, they're slowly being taken down by this Viper, which is a pain in the ass for them.
Oh my god, he has the judge. And he only takes down one, Suzuya and Yuris. Despite all the confusion then sa may mid-side, they're able to bounce back in. Double kill for Psychizin, but the run and gun for Yuris. Back from the market position, he walks into Boba and goes back to the mid-side to catch the last player na si Psychizin na naka-pants down lamang in a 1-2-3 setup. UST just bouncing back after a somewhat clumsy take on that market setup na nasabi mo nga, the judge on that market side, the kill on the way towards B main, it slowed them down on the approach, but you can never stop Yuris on his entry.
That's a lucky take lang for Teletigers. Yuris getting that free entry is kind of textbook. They were expecting them to be A, but tingnan mo ngayon, MGS clubs, quick with the reactions, pinupuno na nila ngayon yung mid, disallowing this Neon to make that same play again. And they're having so much problems with Viper's Rusty Dope. And here we have it as they start to make their plays. UST Teletigers nag-adjust din and they instantly clean house over at mid.
You have rushed down that mid side just to bait out a peek, bait out a fight. MGF on the eke around it. They were just forced to take a fight dahil doon sa mga short range guns na meron sila. Good thing they can pick up Nabong's Vandal in hand though. So at least there's some firepower coming into this on the hands of Jace, who did have like a really good performance on that Lotus map, but will this one singular Vandal be enough against the last 4 players of UST after they plant the spike down? Judge in hand for them, and you also have the recon dart, the info and the collateral for Nebres with the spray down to make an easy 4-1 for UST.
See how fast Teletigers dismantles MGS clubs? They took out Rusty Dope away from the fight. After he took that, it became so easy for the mid take. Sobrang bilis. Like, there's no screens, there's no smokes, lesser controllers for them. That's -1 already on the side of MGS clubs. Sobrang bilis na capitalize ng Teletigers yun. And all this, an early timeout from MGS clubs. Very different from how they approached the previous rounds.
Yeah. Timeout called for MGS. They knew that they need to stop the bleeding for now. It's always from that mid-side take. I think they realized na masyado na ata na lang nia-aggress yung pag-peak nila on that mid-side. To be fair, eco round lang naman nila yun, and they tried to do something different. But MGS, it has yung push nila on that mid position. It shouldn't be the response to what UST is doing. They already did a really good response when they tried to destroy that market door and tried to push with Nabong, trying to see if he can get a straggler dun sa may market side. They did that by playing around the Viper wall. But in this round kasi, Rusty Dope was just forced to take the fight, a position on mid-top to respond to UST's aggression, which shouldn't be the call for them really.
I wonder how Teletigers is going to respond to Rusty Dope over at market. Isa yan sa bane of their existence eh. Again, B is not the easiest site for them to take. There's a cipher there na mayroong tripwires around the site. There's also a camera to give out information. So, the moment na malalaman ng Teletigers na mayroong tao over at B lobby, sobrang bilis lang nila makapag-respond, and this market take though is really becoming a problem for Teletigers. I'm just waiting for them kung ano nga ba yung magandang sagot from their end, because I personally can't wrap my head around this. Tsaka aggressive ng Teletigers, they really wanna take mid control, and which is understandably so, because this is your easiest way going into B side. So eto yung plano nilalabas nila, pero MGS Clubs somehow has an answer with this Viper.
They do. She's gonna try to force the play around that market side. They destroy the door down, so at least they know where they're coming from. Perfect paranoia just stops them, but the Viper also to cover up his position. Nice take over towards that market side, giving UST the opportunity to plant the objective. MGS on the retake scenario that pretty much is winnable if they play all their numbers right.
There it is. Yun nga talaga yung sagot ng UST Teletigers eh. Bring in their heavy hitters. They both brought in your Neon and then yung Reyna nila. They just have to commit the Leer, destroy the gate, and just dash in forward. Yun yung pinaka-best nilang movement as they go in right now, and it's a clean house from Teletigers as walang choice. Yung MGS clubs, all they have to do is funnel over at elbow or like CT spawn. Yun na yung ginawa nila, and that's it. Teletigers finally got the answer to Viper, pero MGS clubs, alam nila na yun yung weakness ng Viper comp nila ngayon. They do have the Viper spit. The moment they see a Leer at gate being taken down, they'll just commit Viper spit instantly, forcing Teletigers to either push B, commit, or they wrap around on A. But Teletigers, they could see it in their UIs na merong Viper. So either they bait out yung Viper spit, that could be a possibility as they're still gearing up to look at mid again and again.
They can. I mean, that early conditioning already puts MGS in an uncomfortable spot. For the past few rounds, they invest already one of the early Cypher Chip Parsons a mid-top position as Eurus just surprises Sykas in, knocking them down on that aiming extremity. So now that is one window open for them. They peek onto market there. Surprise that Rusty Dope seems to get himself tong sinabong. The support from the wall as well as the stinger from the long range is something that you never underestimate. As now a 4v4 insinuates and the A site take looking wide open para sa UST.
This is super open. MGS clubs, they were also conditioned as a mid sila magte-take. With the death of Nabong and Saikazen, this could open up A site. Shock dart by Jays.
Yeah, but the peak from Johnny Bravo was just overwhelming. Evening out the odds, Ismilan, he punishes Eurus for a really overlooking push. It's now down to Ishmalan. He's now back in towards the safety of his teammates. Suzuya gets knocked down in 1v2 from the Sheriff himself, but he gets knocked down thanks to the Phantom. It's all down to Jace. He's low on HP, and Johnny Bravo decisively sprays through the smoke. He knew that he had no choice but to commit towards one entrance, and that was A main. He sprays through it and gets himself the 6th round win.
All right, that's your 1-2-6 Teletigers. Getting the advantage in when it comes to points into their shoulders, and they respectfully do so. Hindi sila naging super aggressive doon. They've been switching out their attack pattern na MGS clubs themselves. Hindi sila makahanap ng tamang sagot. Like at first, it's always been a mid-take, but now UST, when they saw the adjustment from MGS clubs, they started to commit it over at A. And look at this now. 5 stack over at B. And this is B main. With that toxic creep away from the fray, kayang-kaya nila tong hanapan ng paraan na they can just go in.
Yeah, they spot out Rusty Dope on that backside, so they know he's an easy target. Stunned up thanks to the relay bolt, and Johnny Bravo will get the first blood. Eurus also to find a Viper as Ishmalan will knock down Johnny Bravo. They counter with the NDY as the ace site already taken by UST. As Ishmalan gets a triple kill himself. Nabo peeks out of the cage. As he peeks on, gets a double kill over to Ishmalan as well. That B-side take for UST. Just pristine, knowing that the Cypher is not there at all.
Lesser sites, lesser problems for Teletigers. Ito yung kailangan nila nung map number 2. The lesser decisions they have to make, the faster they respond. Kung makikita mo naman ngayon, they already know where to position even before the game starts, and they do it without hesitation. Ngayon, MGS clubs, alam na nila yung style, alam na ng Teletigers yung style nila on that market play by Viper. So they're not trying to aggress as much as they can anymore. They don't see any worth with it. So ngayon, hahanap sila ng ibang site, go back to A. They 5-stack at B kanina lang. And now they're doing a very different take.
Yeah. Just to see if they can get themselves the market space, but that mid side watched out thanks to Nabong and his passivity. He knew that he didn't need to over-aggress, so this gives enough time for UST to get the coverage over towards that elbow side. Relay bolt Eurus. He wants to kill the Cypher as can't guard me. He's already guarded because of the smoke coverage. Nebres taking a chance. He gets himself. Itong si Syke is in, but Juzu spots one. He actually gets Trigger Discipline. He kills off the Viper. Cannot get the second though. As Eurus pulls out the overdrive, does not get the shot on Ismailon. It's already down to Johnny Bravo. He has to flex his muscles. Has twice hit the frag. He does get the double kill. Can't plant the spike yet. He doesn't know where the last two are coming from. Double peek! And it's perfect for MGS. Syke is in. We gets a triple kill. And that's the second round for Mapua Gaming Society.
Yan, eto na. pabilisan na nga ng laro. Kung sino yung pinakamabilis mag-respond, yun yung mananalo sa round na yon. Tele Tigers, they already showed their hand when they committed over at A, and MGS Club, sobrang bilis lang ng kanilang response. Again, this Cypher is gonna be the bane of existence para kay Tele Tigers. It bought so much time na hindi naka-respond agad yung Tele Tigers and that aggress. Credits naman on the side of Yuris. He did try to get that kill, but there's so much smokes that the Cypher provides na hindi niya nakuha sa blind spray niya. And I think that really slowed down Tele Tigers. And look at this right now. They're playing kind of composed, still on the same side as A, while Nabong will be at mid together with Juzu, trying to find any lurkers on the side of MGS.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, man, MGS, they're all playing together at this point. That mid side still something that UST could still use as a weapon, but Yuris already notified of his position, has to take care of one more tripwire, has to be careful about his entrance. Tripwire triggered, but I don't think that Guardme can spray it down. That as well for UST will connect and they confirm the objective on that A side extremity. 5v5 retake for MGS, and because of that, all of the utility is available towards their resources.
Also, from the last round, no, di ko rin pala napansin. Jays really, he used that Hunter's Fury and that slowed down Tele Tigers. It denied the plant talaga. I think that's one of the reasons why they lost that round. Good utility usage there as they moving forward. Saikasin takes down Johnny Favreau. One more gets straight out by the bomb. That's 4 left on MGS with only 2 on UST. Spike is planted. Here comes the tap. Hunter's Fury already committed 2. That's the half. He gets another one. Will not be able to land it. Will he stick it? No, he can't. But that's it. Here comes the defuse. Should be successful on the side of MGS Club. With Josu, the only one remaining, will be clapped out of the game. Also 7-3. MGS Club still not giving up, and they're slowly finding the correct answers on the movements of Tele Tigers. Minubla nila yung Cypher dito, Ramon, and it's already making so much wonders on their defense. Now, Tele Tigers have to create another vantage point. They could already go for a market take or B take. It's a gamble right now for Tele Tigers on the next move that they're going to do.
A clutch util as well that provided that retake opportunity was the relay bolt from Psychizin, just to provide that much more coverage for the push itself. Which honestly, MGS were banking on that push. They were banking on one piece of utility that opens a window for them to capitalize. Juzo does get himself one onto Psychizin. Mid-top already smoked off. You also got the lurk from Johnny Bravo. Already taken care of by Rusty Dope. That is a nice response to the mid-take that they're doing. 4v4, MGS. They're deciding to play for the backside position. They know that since market is open, that's the best possible chance that they got if they are going to rush in towards that B side.
Ang layo masyado ng Neon ng Tele Tigers. He's still trying to play around A. Now the spike is traversing already from market. Nabong will not get the kill.
At least now with that Lear does give himself the confidence to go back in, but I guess USD, they realize that they still have a lot of time. And Yuri's, he's already circling around this A site trying to find the Cypher, the lone anchor. But can't guard me. He's in a position to receive these two players, but he's already notified of his position. Camera down just to know when they're going to be coming in towards A main.
30 seconds
Just
left.
to confirm about this, they're waiting for Yuris to actually move in. But I think he missed the window on where he could find the Cypher right now, so it's a battle of chance and windows on the 20-second execute. And it's all on
seconds.
Can't Guard Me to stop them within their tracks. He spotted the Neon and he's able to adjust to him. 15 seconds. They're already rotating back onto that alley position. And UST, they have to plant the spike on down no matter what. A perfect paranoia, but Nabong still has his Empress, but he's alone sight. But no time to get the objective. Despite all the kills, despite everything that he can do for the team, MGS played the time and they defended the site.
Last round, ang bilis masyado na pangyayari. I mean, what? We started the game around 7 minutes ago? And then nasa half round na tayo. This goes to show how fast the games are going on here. Ito yung pinaka-first time in this map actually na naubusan tayo ng oras. I mean, Nabong really tried to find his way or pray into here. But again, yung Cypher ng MGS clubs, it's becoming such an issue for them na hindi sila makapasok ng A. Now, Tele Tigers, they have to look for another vantage point, which is going to be B. But again, yung makakalaban nila dito is Viper, and as attackers, it's pretty hard right now for UST Tele Tigers that they're not pulling away on score lines as much as they want to. Now let's see, they're trying to go for a very slow take over at B main. They try to go for the kills. The wallbacks will not be available with 2 shots. Jace takes down Nabong.
That is not a good look for Nabong right now. Didn't even bother to use the flash itself as his Milan. He notified the position of the Neon. So just with that paranoia, it completely denies their space given onto the mid-top position. Now they're slowly trying to take themselves over towards A, especially with Nebres. His presence is already noted. And MGS, they're still not budging. Nasa B-side pa rin yung tatlong players nila. So essentially, Can't Guard Me is alone unless Ishmaelon can actually rotate with the right timing. He does so. So if nakita to ng Cypher, I think makapatay lang siya ng Omen.
Oh,
As with
no.
the Tripwire, it's enough to support him. The push down from the Neon, and there's no time for Can't Guard Me to use the cage as well. 3v4, and already UST have planted the spike on down to the A site.
Johnny Bravo committing with his ult, trying to give as much info as he can, but that's not available. 2 versus 3. Spike will be planted. Sycazin though still full on HP and armor, so kayang-kaya niya pang ma-turn around to with the retake. Pero maganda masyado yung positioning ng Tele Tigers. Now that they're over at elbow, kahit tatlo silang papasok dito, they need to pick off at least one. Nebres though, here comes the express lane. Meron na silang idea kung nasan sila. Shock Dart will be on the mark. Overdrive to cast it too. Juzu with a headshot to take it down. Rusty though with 30 HP. Juzu Suya once again tries to go for it. Tries to go with a step down. Gets the kill. That's a 3K. UST goes for more damages as they go for 8-4, approaching the second half of the map.
A 2v3 clutch for Tele Tigers. And they show that numbers don't matter. Numbers never matter in a very close game like this, where they were relying on the space given by Sycazin, the perfect fast lane, just for them to get the space and the push in towards that alley position. But Juzu, he was the lone man on that 1v3 scenario. They picked off at least one of these two players just to leave him set up in that 1v3 where two of them were low, and he was just peeking left and right. He wasn't even receiving any damage to win out that clutch.
Okay, now that attackers na si MGS, ano yung strategy nila with this Viper? Kasi you can only use your toxic screen once. There's no way to recall that. The better playstyle that MGS clubs could do here is just bait out kung nasa si Viper. Like, look at this. Same thing that they're doing back in map number 2. Nasa A main na naman siya, naghahanap ng pick-offs, but he's gonna be facing up against two aggressive duelists. Tingnan natin kung mananalo siya sa duel na to as the spike is traversing also. Rusty though, makikita niya to, but no, Nabong takes out the kill. It's a quick trade for now. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off from both teams as the spike will have to go down back to spawn.
That's a pretty good way to respond to the double push for UST. They have the support from the Cypher Tripwire, and they have so many people still on that Tal's position. The initial push was gonna be around that mid-side take, but they were close enough to actually respond to the double push. But Nabong continues to dominate on that A-side defense, which forces MGS to take another opening, another option on towards the B-side. But they have to be careful about the Tripwire and the one-way. UST decide to keep themselves going. The breast with one, but Can't Guard Me and Sycazin, they're able to open the window to the B site.
30 seconds
Can
left.
they plant it though? They can't plant the spike on that backside position. They don't know where they're both going to be coming from, but because of the camera, now they know where they're going to be it.
One enemy
Shock
remaining.
Dart just needs to hit one. Nabong gets the 3K. Mag-iisa na ni Sycazin dito. Nakaya niya na clutch to from the previous rounds of the separate maps. Let's see if he can do this again. Suzuya from the back lanes. He will slowly go for it. He sees the shoulder. Sure of it, the shock dart to chip the damage to Sycazin. This is not the greatest plan here as Johnny Bravo tries to support with a club. The concuss of the Neo will try to get the kill. The headshot from Suzuya will be successful and they get the defuse. Talent Tigers with 2 men ready to take it down to double digits as they're 1 point away from getting that sweet double digits to victory.
Grabe talaga si Nabong, pare. Walang takot talaga. I'm sure that he was the one who called the double push in towards A main, where they actually got themselves 2 people from MGS. All that they were hoping for was UST going back to their bad habits of over-aggressing on the defensive side. But the mechanics from Nabong really saved them there to give him the dismiss in time, and able to even get themselves over back in towards that P3 take. Numbers don't lie yet again for UST as they get themselves a 9-4. And a full buy for them just gives them a lot more of that insurance.
Yeah. Like, there's more avenue for them to really commit here. As 9-4, Euris again with that judge. That's gonna be it. this is the advantage that they're looking for. I think we're looking at a tech pause for now.
I think so. Stuck on 9. I wonder if everybody's having a good time at home. Don't you think, Lucy?
I mean, ako, masaya ako. Nagkakast ako ng Valorant eh.
Okay. Masaya ako kasi kasama kita mag-cast.
Oo naman, mas masaya ako kasi masaya ka at kasama kita.
Ayun.
Di ko na rin gets kung ano sinasabi ko eh.
Hindi ko alam kung nagkakast tayo or nagkikiligan lang tayo dito eh. It takes
Ako, kinikilig ako, nagsasalita ka.
Ay, grabe. Kaya ikaw, pero nakapistol lang sila. No Cypher Tripwire. It's just gonna be yours. He's the util. He's the guy. The judge, jury, and executioner. Already taking 3 heads coming forward for Johnny Bravo. As all that MGS have are 2 kills, in fact, but they don't have the weaponry. They don't have the upgrades.
Alright. Moving forward, yung judge ni Yoris. Very, 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 very worth it. I mean, expected mo naman na mangyari yun, pero 5-man push into that judge, just the perfect circumstances that as a Neon with a judge, yun yung gusto mo mangyari sa buhay mo. And it really did happen. But Tele Tigers has the manpower advantage here and the gun advantage as well. So kailangan nila maghanap ng angulo here for MGS clubs to take them by surprise. But this is such a long way around with Nabong guarding A main.
Kanina pa to. Grabe si Nabong, pushing ever so closely and into the loving arms of Ismelon. One tap to the head. It's all gonna be down to Can't Guard Me. He does have the spike within his vicinity. And he just pushes into the wrong timing into Nabong, who were just waiting for him to come to him. Double digits for UST. Their full buy is in full effect.
That was it's looking bad for MGS clubs right now. I mean, they do get their guns. It's finally a buy round for them, Ramon. So it's there is a chance for them to turn this around. Again, remember map 2. Nearly same yung pangyayari nila with map 2. So again, as attackers, there might be something that MGS clubs could do here. They just have to be very aggressive. But I think Rusty Dope's Viper has to do the same play again and again and again. But up against a Neon on a close quarter map, ang hirap gawin yung ginawa niya ng Lotus map na to. So here it is. He's gonna be spamming out his smokes. If he pushes forward, Nabong will be there to commit with the punish. But no, the patience is not there from the Reyna.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they're just giving Rusty Dope the space to go for this. And Nabong, he didn't even spot the Viper pushing in. And that's where Johnny Bravo has to give up the space. Can't guard me with the first shot, not to Suzuya. And Rusty Dope is already behind enemy lines. Neural Theft also will confirm the position of the 2 duelists. And they're not even watching his back. Talagang nakuha pa nga ni Rusty Dope. He even gets a double kill. How many times does Rusty Dope get away with this?
Ayan na naman si Tropa. He's been doing this from map number 2. Even map number 1, he's still showing that he still has it. As Nebris, the only one remaining. Spike will be planted. How much damage can the Cypher do against a 4 stack? As they peek, he will get 1. But it's a 3K for Rusty Dope. And he really got it. And good damage from the Viper himself. As he was able to buy so much time on that A main. At dito nga, to trigger discipline, Ramon. Iba pa rin eh. Like, you see this in TikTok Reels kung gaano ka nakakatawa ang mga pangyayari na to. But even in the competitive scene, trigger discipline goes a long way. And Rusty Dope is here to prove it.
Am I watching Nats? Kasi literally, nakakahanap siya ng mga timings talaga. Where kung kailan Nabong wasn't even peeking that elbow angle and he was doing it for the most majority of yung A-site defense niya. Pero the one sliver of second kung kailan hindi siya nakatingin, dun pa lang nakapasok ng si Rusty Dope. How many times will we see this guy perform like this? Talagang becoming a nuisance when it comes to the defense of UST as they now go back towards the mid-side. 1-3-1 setup for MGS. Nebra spotted. He has to go back. Baka ma-wallbang pa siya dun sa blue. Because of the cyber youth. Ano?
May PTSD sa crit, binaril nila eh. Like, ayaw nilang mangyari ulit yung kay Neon. It's not the same area, pero there's a good possibility that will happen again in Nebris. That shock dart gave away their position. Spray and pray, and it got answered.
Yeah. And an answer they got is Rusty Dope. He sees one of them and gets another one tap. How is this guy on mid top? there is a question for me. And Nabong answers back with another one onto the Jace at least. So it will be a 4v3. Nebra spotting the Viper finally onto MGS. So UST, they finally have reality set in towards their hands. 1v4 now. 4 can't guard me. Has a Phantom in hand. He has full HP and also has the spike. So it's possible. Pero medyo imposible unless Yuris
Sees it.
gets him dito. So it will be an 11-5 pare. One more round to get match point and series point for UST.
Sa ano yan ha? Sa may spawn yun banda ha? At defenders yung Tele Tigers. Ang layo ng inabot nila doon. 1 point. Tama nga, 1 point before the match ends. 2 points before the match ends. And match point, isa na lang. Tele Tigers looking really poised. Sobrang galit from map number 2. They could
galit?
not... Tigers eh. Rar. Ano na yun? Ikaw, ano yung galit mo? Rawan.
Hindi mo rin magalit.
Saya ka pala. You can't spell Rambocious without Ramon.
Tama.
Di ko rin alam
Kasi-
ano ibig sabihin ng word na yun.
Okay, Google
TBH
ka mamaya,
lang.
tapos PM kita.
Sige. Screenshot mo na. Gusto ko ng pictures from you. Pictures of you.
Attach ka
My
with
life
a,
has changed.
attach ka
Mali
with a
yung
selfie
lyrics.
of me. Di ba? Pero
Yun
na-spot
yung
sila ni
tinatawag
Yuris.
sa klase. Reaction
I think-
paper.
I think they destroyed the drone given to the Sova, so they're just
They
gonna
did.
respond with utility. They slide into the vulnerable, but Sykas and he has no care. He doesn't even know about the vulnerability. He just wants to push. And they already nasa backside na sila. Suzuya spots multiple people coming up from elbow. And they just give it up. They just give up the chance. They have 5 people on A site. They force a 3v5 retake on UST.
At this point of the tournament, like, being indecisive or being scared, wala na siyang kwenta eh. Kasi like, the score is 5-11. You're at a big deficit when it comes to points. Your enemy is a point away from match point. So parang the best way to do it as a duelist is just go in guns blazing. There's nothing that you could do anymore, and they're really paying off for MGS clubs. This aggression they're showing, it's starting to pay off. If they keep doing this for a few more rounds, kayang-kaya pa nila makipag-tie up with Tele Tigers. Ito yung same playstyle na nangyari sa kanila on map number 2, wherein they
Yeah.
were like, well, kung matatalo kami, might as well do it in style or fight for the championship. And this is what they're doing for MGS clubs. Instead of cowering na match point na yung opponent, you know what? Just dash in. I really don't care. Kung may mapapatay ako, I'll do it. If my team will back me up, great. And then if they keep doing that, rinse and repeat lang, there is still a chance for MGS clubs to go for a tie here and probably deliver this to an overtime. Tingnan natin kung hanggang saan yung tapang ng MGS.
Ayun. Si UST yung matapang. Sila yung
Pero
nagagawa ng
tumapang
5-man
din sila
push
eh.
on the mid side as well. Judge in hand. He does not get the spray onto Sykas in. A 1-for-1 and a dismiss for Nabong. Puts him at safety. A second from Nabong. You do not read peak on the veteran himself. He has the Empress online and he's fully healed back in towards reality. 3v4 in an instant for UST. And MGS, they don't know what to do with this man. Fully, that mid side's covered by 2 players from them.
Tumapang din si Tele Tigers. Ako si Clubs lang. Kita mo yun? That was a 3-stack push over at mid as defenders. Tingnan, grabe yung map control ngayon ng Tele Tigers, pare. Like, this is mid. If you wanna rotate out as MGS, you either get spotted out by the camera or you have to go through a tripwire. So this is gonna be a huge problem for them.
I must wait a moment.
They spotted out at least one of them thanks to the camera. So how many people are they gonna invest to try to kill off Johnny Bravo? So many people with the wall bang. It looks like it's the beginning of the end as a double for Johnny Bravo will spell disaster for MGS. Series point for UST. As now they only need 1 round to get themselves to the next round of the lower bracket.
6-12. Just such a long road from MGS to get to map number 3. But again, Tele Tigers just shows na kung dito sila sa close quarters, yung aggression nila, hindi mo pa rin talaga matatapatan eh.
Okay.
But again, a few YOLO, do or die gameplays from MGS could turn things around for them. But with this little of a margin of error, isang error lang, the series is gonna end. And MGS clubs, they're starting to take this slow. Another 3-stack push coming in from Tele Tigers over at a Rusty Dope. May mapapunish ba? Yes, he will. Takes down Nabong. Si Yuris yung susunod. Si Rusty Dope, nakakaramdam siya na may isa pa. He sees down the shoulder, goes for the wide swing. Walang makukuha. They both call it a chop.
Yeah, okay na sana yun sa kanya. Okay na napatay si Nabong. He's the one who's one of the most heated para sa UST, and because they kill off Suzuya, that's an open mid-top take. Crossfire established sa labas ng market, so it's kind of a little risky for Johnny Bravo to do something about this. Si Sai kasi nakabaki lang siya, pero mapapatay lang siya ni Johnny Bravo. He gets checked doon sa corner ng mid-market side. MGS.
Textbook.
And because they kill off tong si Nabong, pwede na lang kunin yung A-side, pero how fast are you willing to take this? Agad-agad na ina-action ni Yuris yung flank nila dito.
Textbook Valorant by Johnny Bravo.
Naku,
Kahit
nalapit na niya.
sobrang haba.
Nalapit na niya! Oh no! Yuris! He's the dream breaker! The heartbreaker para sa team ng MGS!
Enemy remaining.
Rusty Dope able to get himself one, pero si Nebres na lang mamapatay siya ng isa. Johnny Bravo activates the NDY, and with one swing, UST will lock in their next round sa lower bracket. They move on to the next, and MGS say goodbye to the lower bracket ng Campus Rivals.
That's it. Wow, si Sean! Tigers will not be caged. 2-1 W.
Grabe.
Kasi
Kuya
kapit
Sean.
ng Tele Tigers, boss. Kung kanino ka mang anak, proud na proud siya sa'yo. And there you have it. Congratulations to UST Tele Tigers for delivering a 2-1 finish in this intense lower bracket match. And sadly, for NGS clubs, from open qualifiers from stage 1 now to stage 2, they didn't show any signs of defeat at all. They fought their hearts till the very end. Kung nakita mo man yung Neons na yon, slide in, jump in, no worries behind. If this be the last ride, be it the fastest that I can do. Yun yung iniisip ng MGS clubs. A valiant effort from them. And of course, sa mga supporters nila ngayon sa comment section, sobrang dami nila nagsasabi na MGS win, MGS babawi pa. And it's amazing for them to show their support. But once again, Tele Tigers shows, nasabi pa nga ni Sean, they will not be caged. 2-1.
No, man. Sobra nga namang they're banking on the aggression every time. I mean, kahit nga doon sa kanilang attacking half, talagang ang dami nilang mid pushes that really has come to fruition. Sobrang successful ng Reyna pick ni Nabong. Talagang quick in and out of the fights. And you can't deny the impact from Yuris as well on the entry. These double duelists actually worked out so well. Despite them being at the touching from a far distance from each other in the scoreboard, they both played the hand in how well they conditioned yung mid-side take nito every single time on the attacking side, which made it all the more difficult for MGS to predict what is happening on the map. Despite a few instances na nakikita natin si Rusty Dope from that map to Lotus, hindi niya ma-fully replicate yung nangyari. Talagang na-outpace siya ng double duelist comp, which honestly has been a good recovery for UST.
Right, no, that's exactly true. Para sa akin, even though MGS lost this series, they won our hearts in that map 2 fight that they showed Tele Tigers. I mean, that was one of the matches na parang sobrang intense. It was back and forth, not a stomp. Even itong map number 3 natin, Tele Tigers, they were very dominating, but it's not a stomp at all. MGS clubs tried to show what they can do and deliver in Campus Rivals. So ginawa pa lang nila on those market takes, Rusty Dope with the efforts from the Viper to go on that extra mile, extra distance to be the iron wall for MGS Club. That was intense. But Tele Tigers, just the better team this time on the side of Campus Rivals. But then again, they will be advancing into the further matches here in the lower bracket, and they will be going up against, if I'm not mistaken, UE Zenith Esports from our losers yesterday from the upper bracket. And Zenith Esports, they're the ones who made Gods bleed from yesterday. They brought the extra mile 2-1 against DLSU Green Aces. So another non-easy match for Tele Tigers, I guess. Hindi to madali.
Hindi talaga, man. I mean, if you think about it, yung firepower pa lang ng UEZ that really has showed you that kung pinakita nila yon sa DLSU Green Aces, what more pa kaya against UST, diba? And it just gives you like a bit of a preview kung ano yung mangyayari tomorrow, or at least on the next stages of our lower bracket games. Kasi kahit sa upper bracket, kahit sobrang stacked ng mga players natin, ang mga teams natin on that side of the bracket, lower bracket is where the stakes are at talaga kasi talagang one lose in your series, you do not have a chance anymore.
Again, once again, thanks to all the players, by the way, from MGS Clubs. Valiant effort from them. They made so much happen in a span of, 3-4 hours of Valorant.
Yeah.
They showed us intense gameplays, some really pocket picks over at Lotus and Sunset. This Viper pick will haunt me in my dreams. I think for Tele Tigers too, isa to sa mga kailangan nilang abangan. It took them quite some time to find an answer. And if ever for Zenith Esports, if they try to replicate that playstyle, I think this is one way to make Tele Tigers bleed. And I think for Tele Tigers, they might be looking to ban Lotus also. It was pretty much of a hard time for them, for Tele Tigers. I'm not gonna lie for them. So, I mean, that's it. Again, as you said kanina, Ramon, this was a revenge match for MGS Club. So understandably so, they put all their hearts out. Heart is just not enough.
It's not, pare. I mean, what's heart when you got Nabong just swinging at you at every given time talaga? And what's heart when you have a fast Neon just pushing himself to the limit talaga. And in that scenario, sometimes heart is not enough when you got the determination talaga to keep pushing yourself forward, right? I mean, we talk about the MGS and how well they play the macro, but UST, with how long of a stretch this day has been for them, where they were forced into the lower bracket, they were faced up against an MGS Clubs that had a pretty rocky start because of the sub situation that they had, but they got rocked on that map too, and you could tell that map 3, they needed to bring their A game. They were surprised so much by how well they played the macro, so they needed to up their game para lang makaayos sila dito sa game number 3 natin. That's just the beauty of collegiate esports talaga. They're pushing each other to be better in this aspect.
Exactly. Jays, again, still that Sheriff highlight. Not a clutch, but such a starlight. I'm gonna say
It
that.
is.
Pero eto, Ramon, may tanong ako sa'yo. You were talking about Neon so much. May tanong ako sa'yo, di ba mabilis siya? Mabilis si Neon. Teka lang. May mas mabilis kay Neon yung highlights natin. Hold mo muna yun. Hold mo muna yung ano ko.
Maalala ko yun.
Maalala mo yan. Ito na yung highlights natin. As you can see, I'm pretty sure these highlights are all composed of jumping Neons. Kung makikita mo naman dito, you will see how far and deep in Tele Tigers will try to go with the pushes. Especially when we switch over to the sides na sila yung magiging defenders natin. Makikita mo talaga, but even as attackers though, the mid control that Tele Tigers was showing, it's far too intense that MGS Clubs just can't find an answer apparently.
They can't, man. I mean, it's just beautiful to see when all these players have come up in their prime na. Kasi kanina, we kind of were shaken up by if UST can kind of handle the macro game. It turns out they can by just aggressing on them, pare. I mean, if you hesitate at any point given in time, talagang mabibigyan ka talaga ng chance itong MGS, especially doon sa attacking side nila, where if you put one mistake in the mix, then Rusty Dope is gonna capitalize talaga. And he's the type of captain that you do not mess with on the macro game. He's been hungry for the kills. But unfortunately, UST are just too far ahead para lang matalo sila sa mga matchups nila, despite everything working out for MGS on their attack.
Well, no, it was intense. Well, it's sad to think about the loss, how they went into game 3. They really fought their hearts out, and again, they did. If you look at right now, UST's composition when it comes to kills, Nibres, who was one of the bottom fraggers on map 2, bumahawi siya, pare. Like 1911, he only had a single-digit kill on the previous round, but right now he really anchored for Tele Tigers, and it goes to show that this Cypher really want to go for the extra mile and want to secure this win and continue their journey here in Campus Rivals by Predator. And for MGS naman, Rusty Dope, pare, 13 kills. With an average combat score of 215, a bit higher than all the other than Ismilon. That just goes to show you mga depensa niya over at market just really showed a lot of potential for MGS. If only nasa upper bracket si MGS, no? This would have been a lot, there would be a lot of training ground for them and more ways to prove out their play style. Unfortunately, they're in the lower brackets. It's the end for them. But right now, it's time for us to crown the Predator Intel MVP ng Campus Rivals, and that is Juzu, our straight aimer of the match, and he has been clutching out ever since maps 1, 2, and 3.
Kaya nga eh. From
May highlights
flexing from the duelist role to the Sova role that we have right here, he's been flexing it out talaga. Flexing his muscles all throughout this game where really, hindi siya parang si Jason or si Justin na parang sobrang pasok lang ng pasok. He has tactics. He always has good timing and you can rely on him to not only get the entry going but also be the spearhead of the team when you need him to count on. Talagang very good adjustment from the Jet. And back in towards that sunset map where he also needed to show how well he is on the Sova to show that he could be very unpredictable and a good weapon para sa UST, para sa lower bracket run natin.
Yeah, no. A lower bracket run, still heartbreaking. I can't move on from that statement. But again, look at this, Jozu. I just want to stay silent and look at how great he is.
You're kind of stunned by the greatness of this guy.
Ito yun eh. That clutch, man. That clutch. Intense. So yun. That's it. The Intel Series MVP is Jozu. And ang sinabi nga ni Intel, I chose you.
I choose you. Okay. Galing mo dun ah. Galing mo dun. 8 out of 10, Juicy Brucey. You know, gumagaling at nagiging consistent yung mga jokes mo habang tumatagal.
Konti na lang. Pag abot ko ng day 7, nako. Wala na. Ito, Ramon, may tanong ako sa'yo kanina, di ba? Di ba, si Neon mabilis. Tapos, sa sobrang bilis niya, one time nalimutan niya. At na-late siya sa klase. Anong sinabi ni Neon sa teacher niya at classmates niya?
Ano sabi niya?
Late siya, ha? Late siya. Hulaan muna.
Hindi ko alam eh. Ano?
Good afternoon. Okay, tingnan natin yung brackets sa Campus Rivals. Kung ano nga ba yung update natin. We did mention kanina. Balik ka na. Vanguards na natalo ng Ember Phoenix yesterday. They will be facing up against LEC Pirates kung saan natin nakita yung amazing 2-1 run na ginawa nila against LPU Pirates early into the game. Now Zenith Esports, the team who made Gods Bleed na Green Aces, they are relegated down to the lower brackets and Tele Tigers straight ahead from a very gruesome match today. Will be fighting them up against tomorrow. So parang no rest for the wicked talaga yung nangyayari sa tournament bracket natin ngayon.
Totoo, pare. And if you think about it as well, Umesa Vanguards and LEC Pirates, they faced up against each other before on another collegiate tournament as well. So this is going to be a familiar sight for them. I don't remember kung sino yung nanalo dito, but it will be a revenge match nonetheless. Zenith and Tele Tigers is shaping up to be a banger of a match. They've done this very closely against TLSU Green Aces before. Will we see the same god killers na meron tayo dito on the side of US Zenith against UST who are hungry for the win dito sa lower bracket natin?
So, again, there's a lot of things that we can look forward to, Ramon. So great to have you here as a substitute professor ng kay Bipolar. Ano siya, nag-sick leave pala siya. Okay. Sige, kailangan ko yung promissory note niya. Hihingin ko yan bukas. Pero that was it. Intense Valorant games on a beautiful Friday night. Friday night na. So everybody, if you really want to relax for the weekend, huwag kayong umalis ngayon. Alam nyo bakit? Kasi bukas, may Valorant ulit. That's going to be our weekend. It's going to be a Valorant weekend full of intensive firepowers. But if you want to be like our Intel MVP, our MVPs for today, all the players instead, you can get that main character energy activated with a laptop that is built for whatever is next. No limits, just vibes. Purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive hashtag AcerDay 2025 rewards when you register at the Predator Gaming pinned post. Nasa comment section lang namin yan. And again, we also give you tickets if may bibilhan ka. By the way, 69k down to 45. Bilhin mo na, Ramon.
Oh, sige, ako bibili. Pero libre mo, Juicy Brucey ah.
Sige, bukas.
Yan!
May Petron card ako dito eh. May Petron card ako. Charge mo lang doon.
Ay, hindi pwede. Hindi ata nila kinukuha yan. Sige, sa'yo na yan.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being with us. For me and Ramon in Campus Rivals. Once again, this is Juicy Brucey in behalf of PNC Events and all the back-end production. And to Predator, thanks so much for watching. This is Juicy Brucey and that is Ramon. We will see you tomorrow.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.